Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik. I'm one of the co-founders of ETH Global, and I'm super excited to welcome all of you to NFTHack. We have an amazing day and this weekend planned for all of you today, and can't wait to get started and tell you all about what's going to happen for the next few days. So there's a lot of things we want to cover today. We have a summit going on. We have the hackathon happening, and there's a lot of things about logistics for the hackathon, specifically for all of you hackers, and a lot of preview on what we're going to do the summit on that I want to share. But before I get into all of that, I want to really showcase the ETH Global TV that we're using for this event. All of you are looking at this video and talking to me here through ethglobal.tv. I encourage all of you to log in and check this out. We designed this specifically so we can share an experience together. This will sync based on what's happening on stage. And we will get to do some really creative things and also talk to all of you on the chat. So if you're on the live chat, please log in. You can send any questions as we do all of our summits. If you have any questions for our speakers, you can ask them here, and we'll be able to relay them to our speakers. On top of all of that, there's a lot of cool things we planned for the rest of the weekend as well. And be sure to stay tuned for some of those details. So NFTHack is a ETH Global event. And for those of you who don't know, ETH Global is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to onboard thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. This event is especially really dear to us because we've seen the most excitement that we've ever gone for any of our events. And as a result, we structured this weekend to be a mix of two things. There's a hackathon going on, which starts today and continues until Sunday. And we also have a summit on NFTs and the potential of what could happen in this space, which is proudly presented by Zora. And we'll be doing the summit right after this kickoff. And we'll have some great talks and some great speakers coming on. So I'll walk through what we have planned for and lined up for each of those events. And let's start this off with talking about the hackathon. So this has been a mind-blowing event for us. We have over 550 hackers participating this weekend. And on top of all of that, we have over 1,000 people joining us for the summit. The hackers from the 550 plus hackers are coming in from 55 different countries, and they span 19 different time zones. So it's going to be an interesting way to kind of figure out how to coordinate all of this thing and keep everything live for the next 48 hours. And we are super excited to see how this experiment goes. We decided to plot where everybody came in from. These are all the cities that all of our attendees, including the summit attendees, are diving in from. And it's just incredible to see the diverse crowd and the representation we have from all continents. So on top of all of that, we have over 70 mentors who are going to be available over the weekend on Discord, helping you anywhere from getting unblocked as you work on your projects, whether that's technical help, UI, UX help. You need to think about how you make this a better pitch for your demos on Sunday, or just anything else you'd like to know about this space or how to use a specific protocol. We also have 26 companies, some of the best representation in the NFT ecosystem, sponsoring this event, but also partnering with us. And I want to talk about what each of them are doing and how they'll be here to help you succeed for the weekend. And in addition to all of that, we have over $75,000 in prizes. This is in collaboration with all of our sponsors, and I'll be going through some of the details of the prizes as well. So again, a jam-packed weekend, and let's get started. So the first thing I want to do is thank some of our sponsors who have made this event possible. I want to especially thank Zora, our presenting sponsor. They've been incredible to work with for the past couple of weeks, and they're also our summit sponsor, and I am just super excited to see what everybody builds on the Zora protocol. I also want to thank Rarible, the Ethereum Foundation, Protocol Labs, Circle, NFTX, and NFT Protocol for being our pillar sponsors. They're also here, and they're going to be sharing about what they do, what they're excited about for this weekend, and how you can use their protocols and their websites and the marketplaces to really integrate your NFT hacks. And then we have our provider sponsors. That's Uniswap, ENS, DPay, Covalent, Charge Particles, Eat Block Art, Polygon, Decentraland, Super Rare, Near, Pinata, The Graph, NFTHack, Superfluid, and Boson Protocol. All of these companies are here to help you. They'll be able to hang out in the mentor channel. You can ping each of them on the Discord and learn about what they do and how you can use anywhere from their prizes to their APIs. And lastly, I want to thank our participating supporting sponsors, Foundation, NFTAO, IPVestment, and NFTify. So the thing that excites me the most about this entire event is that we have such a broad spectrum of the skill sets of the attendees for the hackathon. There are people who are interested in building stuff with DeFis and NFTs. We have so many people trying to do cool and creative things with generative music and generative art. There's a lot of social and gaming apps, and there's a lot of apps and additions and improvements and marketplace related projects that people have talked about and are planning to build. So whether you're a developer or you're a designer or you're a creative artist or you're a musician, this is going to be a really cool way to collaborate cross teams, cross skill sets, and really build really interesting things together. So let's quickly talk about this weekend. So I have a lot of jam-packed logistics for the next 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll talk about some of our prizes, and then we'll roll into the summits. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, how does that look like? I'll cover that in just a second. A lot of you have asked us about team formation and how you can still find teammates if you're looking for them or if you're looking to get any help. What prizes you can win, all the talks and workshops that are happening today and tomorrow, how judging particularly is going to work for Sunday, and lastly, the summit that is going to kick off in an hour. So the most important thing here is everything is happening over Discord. A lot of you are on this chat watching this as a hacker. Some of you will start joining in as summit attendees. For all of you who are participating in the hackathon, from your dashboard, you would have been able to link to the Discord, and that would have given you access to all the private channels for this hackathon. This means that only who is participating, whether that's our sponsors and our attendees, which is you, you'll be able to see the specific NFTHack channels and talk to everybody there. And then everything else is still available on Discord, but the NFTHack channels will not be visible to everybody. And everything on the summit is already open to the public, so you can just come in and log on to ethglobal.tv and watch all the talks there. And we also have dedicated support channels for various topics and various protocols. The other thing for all hackers is that for all the talks that are happening today and tomorrow, you would have already gotten a calendar invite with those details and links on how to join them and where you can watch the live streams. And the entire schedule for this event, summits and hackathons, is already on our website. We want this thing to be really asynchronous, and we recognize that there's a lot of time zones that have to be accommodated. So the way we're structuring everything is that if you are not able to make something live and you really want to, everything will be recorded and will be instantly made available on the ETH Global YouTube channel. You can check out the YouTube channel by just heading over to youtube.com/ETHglobal. And everything else is also going to be, again, posted on Discord. And lastly, just as a reminder, to check out the schedule, the agenda, who's speaking, and everything else, you can just head over to nft.ethglobal.co. That's going to be the most up-to-date place to see everything that's happening. And that's going to be a resource for the next 3 days. So let's quickly talk about how does the hackathon work. The hackathon officially begins now, which means as of me saying this sentence, you can start working on your projects, and that gives you 48 hours and 17 minutes to work on anything you'd like and submit that on Sunday. You can work with teams. If you are working with a team, you can have up to 5 members on your team. And as I just said, it's 48 hours from here to submit your project, and that comes out to be noon, which is 12 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, March 21st. And the rules and the criteria for the event is very simple. Your submissions and what you're working on should be related to NFTs. That is the biggest qualifier here. We want you to still have the full creative freedom to build whatever you like, but you don't have to do something specific or take something from the list. We also have a list of ideas that you can pick from or seed from. And if you're looking for inspiration, and we're happy to share that, and it's already shared on the Discord and the info center that you have access to. And the only other condition is that everything you're going to be doing and submitting for this weekend must be done during this hackathon. That means even though you are free to use any open source libraries or fork any existing project, especially in the Web3 ecosystem, you should not be working on or continuing a project that you've already been working on before today. So you can start something new today. You could have spec'd out something, but you should not start coding anything, or you should not submit anything that was coded before this event started. And what we'll be doing is, in order to qualify for any prizes, you will be asked to submit your source code, and we will verify if the work was done before or during the weekend to actually receive the prize. And again, there's a lot of edge cases in there. So if you have any questions, if you want to clarify something, please message anybody on the ETH Global team on Discord, and we'll be able to look at and address your concerns. And the other kind of common thing that we got asked a lot this week was, what if you're new to Ethereum? A lot of you are trying to understand how you can anywhere from use NFTs in a creative way to a developer from the Web2 side transitioning into learning about smart contracts and Solidity. And we want this to be as open and as welcoming for all of you. So what we really do is, if you think you need help, or if you would like to work with somebody who has complementary skill sets, whether you are a designer looking for somebody with development skills or the other way around, we really encourage you to find somebody and work with somebody to really collaborate and do something that you both would enjoy and get some insights and skills out of. So you can head over to the Find a Team channel on Discord and really ping a lot of others who are also looking for help or ideas. You can also introduce yourself in the NFTHack chat and talk about what you're looking forward to and what you're excited about and how you're thinking about your ideas, and hope to meet others. And by the way, in case you were not able to find somebody today or over the course of the rest of the day, it's still okay. You can hack solo. You don't have to have a team. This is very much about building something and trying something and experimenting with what's possible in this space. And we really want you to create over anything else. So if you can't find somebody, or if you don't know what to do, or you really haven't been able to figure out exactly how you want to get to where you want to be, we're here to help. Feel free to ping us. The mentors are here to help. Our sponsors are here to help. And we'll make sure that you get everything you need to accomplish what you'd like to get out of this weekend. On top of all of that, there's a lot of talks and workshops for all skill sets, for beginners, for experts. We did a lot of workshops yesterday for how to get started with certain protocols, or if you're getting started with Solidity for the first time. And we have some boilerplates as well. You should really check out ETH Scaffold's repo and use that to really reduce the amount of work you have to do on the setup and getting everything started. If you were not able to attend some of these workshops from yesterday, they are all recorded, and you can check them out again immediately on YouTube, and you can use that as a way to catch up on that content. And there's a lot of summit talks today that are going to be really broad and on a lot of different themes. And we also have a lot of talks on Saturday. So all these things will be happening. You can check out, again, everything on the website. And for all the details on the workshops and how to use specific APIs and protocols, all that is linked on the info center for all of you hackers. And one more time, the full schedule, workshops, the YouTube links, and everything else is available on nft.ethglobal.co, the website for this event. So I want to quickly walk through how judging and submissions is going to be structured. This is a really important piece. So I'm kind of covering this immediately, and we'll be sending a lot of messages reminding everybody about the structure, because a lot has to happen in parallel for all of this. The key takeaway is that submissions are due at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, the 21st. That is 48 hours and 12 minutes from now. We really want to make sure that everybody submits everything in that timeline, because everything after that will be done live and synchronous. So we really have to get everything going in order for all of your projects to be judged, for us to work on what some of the best teams and the projects are from this event. So there's two main things that are happening for judging. There's a main judging that every team will go through. And that's where you'll present to the main judges, and you'll talk about the project and who you are and what you built over the weekend. And then there's sponsor prize judging. Sponsor prize judging is for Every project that is looking to integrate or qualify for a sponsor prize, you will have to separately also present to the sponsors after you've done the main judging. The key thing to note here is that when submissions are due, which is at noon Eastern, the main judging starts 1 hour after submission deadline, whereas the sponsor judging will start 30 minutes after the submission deadline. And the way it's structured is as follows. For the main judging, you will have 4 minutes in total to demo your project. We really encourage you to take aside some time and record a video of your demo. This way, there are no technical difficulties, there are no AV issues. All this will happen over Zoom. And if you are relying on anything from a live transaction on mainnet, or you have to wait for certain transactions to confirm, we don't want you to be penalized for the time it's going to take for those things to happen. So we really encourage you to record those things so you can just smoothly play your video and get to the heart of your demo. But of course, you don't have to necessarily do that. We strongly encourage that to happen, but you can also present live. It just means that we are going to be running on a very tight schedule. So as soon as every team hits a 4-minute mark, we will cut you off and move on to the next team, because we only have a limited amount of time to process possibly hundreds of projects. So don't do this last minute. Please be sure to take out some time before submissions are due to really think through how you want this demo to work and how you're going to talk about it. And we'll be sending all those instructions again in a lot more detail on Discord, but all these instructions are already available in the info center. In terms of how the sponsorship judging works, if you are presenting or if you are submitting for a sponsor prize, the key thing to notice here is that you have to specify which prizes you are applying for on your dashboard as you are submitting the projects. And for every sponsor you are going to be presenting to, you're going to have to go to their Discord. There's going to be an audio video channel on Discord for each sponsor. So for example, if you have 2 sponsors that you're applying for the prizes, you will have to first go to the main judging, and then immediately after that, in that same window, which is 3 hours after submissions are due, go to the sponsor Discord for each sponsor you're qualifying for and present your demo to them. You'll have the same amount of time for your demo to each of those sponsors, and then the sponsors would independently determine who their winners are in that same window. So be sure to really specify these prizes, and because there's going to be a lot of things happening in parallel, you'll just have to keep in mind if it's worth going to a sponsor before you go to the main judging or after. We'll do our best to give you an estimate for when your number is going to be in the queue for presenting to the main judges, so you can coordinate this and really present to sponsor or main judges first. Again, a lot of these details are already on the info center, and you can check out all this stuff if you head over to nft.ethglobal.co/judging. And we'll be reminding you all of these details over and over on Discord. And if you have any questions, we're also happy to answer all these things in Discord. We just got a question on the chat. Your demos don't have to be on mainnet. There is no requirement for you to deploy everything on mainnet. It is a question around if you are going to be judging and you do require a mainnet transaction. We just want you to make sure that all that still happens in time and you are not waiting for something to happen in order for you to move on with the rest of your demo, because if you hit your 4-minute limit for the judging, we will cut you off and move on to the next team. So you can do everything on testnet, you can do everything locally, but you don't have to do anything necessarily on mainnet. And lastly, I just want to give a quick reminder to everybody on our code of conduct. We have rules on how to participate and behave in our community, and you can check out the rules and the code of conduct by heading over to ethglobal.co/rules. But in summary, to keep it quick, we just want you to be respectful to everybody around you, and harassment and abuse in any capacity or any form is not going to be tolerated. We will take immediate action against anything that resembles harassment. And if you need any help, or if you need anything clarified, or you want to just ask us anything or mention anything to us in private, please reach out to anybody on the global team, and we'll be able to address your concerns immediately over Discord. So before we get into the prizes and everything else, I want to really remind everybody that even though this is a weekend event, we really want you to pace yourself. Don't optimize working on your project over your health or your sleep. We don't want this thing to be exhausting for you. We don't want this thing to be a competitive thing. We really want you to have fun and really learn. This is more about experimentation and seeing all the creative things we can do when you combine developers, creators, artists, designers, and everybody and such the diverse crowd we have for participating this weekend. So try as much as you can. And even if you don't get to finish what you wanted to do, I still encourage you to present and really talk about how close you got to our judges, because we want you to learn and keep working on your projects. So all that said, let's go talk through today's schedule. The first thing I want to cover is the summit. We're going to just very soon roll into our summit and our talks. The NFT Summit, which is proudly presented by Zora, is going to have a super wide and amazing set of speakers covering a lot of things in the NFT and the artist ecosystem. We're going to kick off today with our crypto media talk from Jacob and Dee from Zora. Then we're going to have a fireside chat with Gary Vaynerchuk. Then we have a discussion on the value of NFTs with Dylan Field and Tubador. We have another panel on what comes after NFTs and how we can make them productive, which is going to feature Linda Shea, Jesse Walden, and Marguerite, coin artist from Neon District. And then we have a panel on how Ethereum is for artists, featuring some of our favorite people in this space, Latasha, Bobby Hundreds, RAC, and Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park. And then we have an amazing panel on the creators behind a lot of the initiatives in the NFT ecosystem. We're going to be talking about Mint Fund. So we have Carlos, Mikhail, Jess, Samantha, and Sursu, who are going to be sharing their insights into what it takes to build this community from the ground up. And lastly, we're going to have an interview with Roham from Dapper Labs, and he's going to be talking about Top Shot, Flow, and how Dapper Labs is thinking about going and taking crypto and NFTs into the mainstream. So we're really close to jumping into our very first talk of the day. But before that, I want to just give a quick overview of some of the prizes that we have and some of the sponsors who are super excited to share how they're supported this event and each of you this weekend. And we have some videos that we asked all of our sponsors to record to greet us, greet all of you, and really kind of cover who they are, why they're excited, what they do, and how you can get involved, anywhere from using the protocol to building with them and along them. And what we'll do is we're going to kick this off with our very first and our presenting sponsor, Zora. So we're going to share a video that Zora prepared for us, and we'll then jump into their prizes really quick. So we'll pull that up and
Hi there. We are Zora.
Well, I'm all alone here.
But I speak on behalf of the people who are Zora. So I am part of Zora as well, at least for now.
We are not what you think we are.
We are not a platform,
And we're not a marketplace either.
you are the platform. In fact, we believe
That there should be 1,000 platforms like you.
maybe a million even. All as weird
And wonderful.
as you are, with their own communities and their own ideas
Valuable ideas.
that can change the world, or at least
Change the way how people look at it.
we want you to be able to manifest,
Those ideas.
put them out there, build on top of them,
Make money with it.
or think about completely new ways what value means
To you and your community.
and how you distribute it. We can't make this decision for you, but we think that
That you should have all the tools.
tools to make these decisions.
We believe that
This is the only way we can achieve the big things that weren't possible until this very moment. Because until now we were not
able to build them together.
and that's what we do. We are building these tools, open source,
Transparent and accessible for everyone.
we want you to use them to shake up things,
Stick it to the man, as they say.
change the world.
Sounds complicated. It's not.
The opposite.
It's the easiest thing on the planet.
As long as we do this together.
Are you getting it? I hope you do.
Now some official information. If you feel alone or have questions, you can talk to Lily, Breck, or Ethan. They will be waiting for you on our Discord channel on Saturday. Lily will be there from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Pacific Time.
Breck from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific Time, and Ethan will be available from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific Time.
Say hello from me.
I have not seen them in so long. They're really fun.
And I miss them.
Speaking
of fun,
we have 3 prizes of
2,500 USDC each, but only for those who really get it.
we hope to see smart contracts that enable crowdfunding, crowd minting, crowd collection,
and more. Go as galaxy brain as you want.
big, small,
Precise, universal.
I know you have what it takes.
I believe in you.
I believe in
Us.
Good luck.
Amazing. That was a very creative introduction to Zora and how they're excited to be supporting all of you this weekend. You already heard a bit about the schedule for the Zora team to be available to answer and address any of your questions. And they also talked about the prizes they're going to be doing. I want to quickly repeat some of these prizes. And just to give a quick overview, Zora will be giving 2,500 in USDC for building DAOs and CrowdX to really build any contracts or applications that enable CrowdX. And there's going to be 2,500 USDC for making developer tools and making it simpler and easier for Zora-related developer tools to be built. And then a prize for 2,500 USDC again for building your own marketplace. We'll share all these details again in the prizes page and over Discord, but here's a quick overview for what's coming for Zora. Next up, we have Rarible, and super excited to see what the Rarible team has to say.
Dear hackers, it's Alex from Rarible. I welcome all of you here today on this East Global NFT Hack event. We're all witnesses of how blockchain world undergoing massive developments, and the NFT is the latest and the largest developments of that of this year. And the force behind this development is you, hackers, builders, designers, product managers. I welcome all of you here today. We at Rarible started 1.5 years ago as a platform that democratized access to NFTs to creators. We welcomed everyone to try to experiment of what will be the next big thing inside the NFT market. And we've been always tracking community sentiment and being community oriented. Previous summer, we launched the governance token and the liquidity mining program that massively increased the liquidity on the marketplace. Today, we just hit $2 million of daily volume with $30 million of the volume over the last 30 days and almost 60,000 active traders, buyers and sellers on the platform. We are continuing our efforts into democratizing assets to the NFT world and progressive decentralization. And today we want to pre-release our NFT protocol. We are taking all the infrastructure behind Rarible and making it accessible for everyone. Rarible protocol supports NFT issuance, trading, and there is the API, indexing API, that tracks all the NFTs ever created on the Ethereum blockchain out there in every collection and making them available for trading under our DEX. Our issuing tools allow you to set an arbitrary royalties for several addresses. Our DEX respects that royalties even if they were created without using Rarible issuing tools. We support front-end fees that you can pass arbitrary front-end fees when contributing an order to the protocol. Rarible supports indexing of all the blockchain data and providing the metadata to it. Rarible.com would be the largest client of Rarible protocol. We have all these 50,000 traders that would be using the shared order book. So that's the single best reason to try to build on Rarible protocol, because we know that it's really hard to grow the marketplace with the supply and demand growing simultaneously. And moreover, we have the Rarible DAO, and we've been always a community-oriented and community-owned marketplace. So by building on Rarible protocol, you can be sure that you will have all the support from the Rarible DAO. You're starting early on. You can help us, the team, to design incentives that would support all the projects building on top of the Rarible protocol. We specifically designed protocol to be agnostic and agile, to allow you to express all your possible creativity in building projects on top of it. We support lazy minting, we support collaborations, we support arbitrary royalties, just as a map of addresses that need to receive downstream royalties. So let's try to build something great together. The documentation available at docs.rarible.com. You can find me and our team under NFTHack Discord, sponsor Rarible channel, or on Twitter under Insider0x, or Telegram cannot be. I'm pretty sure that you will be able to get all the support from our team. Most of our team lives under European time zone, so we will be able to get you support by early US time and late our time. Good luck building. Let's do something great together.
Amazing. That was Alex from Rarible, and to sum up their prizes, they're going to be giving $5,000 in total for the best use of Rarible protocol, and the first prize, first place will get $2,500, and the runner-up will get $1,500, and then $1,000 prize for the third place at the best use of Rarible protocol. Next up, we have the amazing folks at Protocol Labs, and Molly will be talking about Protocol Labs, Filecoin, IPFS, and how you can use Protocol Labs into your hacks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to NFT Hack. Super excited to see what you all create this weekend. It's going to be an amazing time. I'm Molly. I lead the IPFS and Filecoin teams here at Protocol Labs, and I'm psyched to see everything that happens here around creating NFTs, making it more accessible to share them and mint them, decentralizing and persisting them on networks like IPFS and Filecoin, and in general, building a lot of really cool stuff. So can't wait to see what folks create and how we can make it easier for everyone to participate in this massively growing space. It's going to be super fun. Wanted to let everyone know that we have 3 prizes for the Protocol Labs section of this NFT hack. There's a $2,000 prize for mind-blowingly beautiful NFT experiences on IPFS. Send us your best. I'm sure there will be many, and they'll all be phenomenal. And one for the dreamy development experience, really helping make building NFTs that use IPFS and Filecoin way easier, and making it more accessible and slick and easy to use for all sorts of NFT creators. And then finally, our third, both of these at 1.5K, around creator comfort. This could be tutorials, it could be tools for minting NFTs, it could be safety, archiving, it could even be specs for making sure that people don't lose access to their IPFS hash to their NFT, and make sure it stays nice and safe and secure so that it will be persisted into the long term. But really excited to see what folks create there to make sure that everyone who is building in this space has the tools they need to be super successful. So those 3 prizes for $2,000, 1.5, and another 1.5 thousand. Really excited to see what people build. We have a special treat for you as well. We've created a new site called NFT Storage, nft.storage. Go check it out. This is really optimizing for folks who want to focus laser focused on just the creating and building, and don't want to have to worry about the back-end parts of making sure that their NFTs are persisted to IPFS and Filecoin. This site will handle it for you. It has a lot of great examples for how to integrate this into your application, and we'll make sure it gets persisted to IPFS and Filecoin. And so definitely go and check that out. You get 5 gigabytes of free storage. And if you're trying to spend your time on the NFT marketplace side versus really differentiating on the storage end, this can help you get up and started really quickly. So go give that a try. And of course, please come talk to us. There's going to be a ton of folks presenting. There's a workshop on Thursday with UNISWAP about minting on IPFS and Ethereum. There's a talk on Saturday about NFT.storage and how to use it and the best ways to decentralize your NFTs from Alan Shaw. And so definitely go and check those presentations out, and we'll be in Discord as well at all times. So talk to us about what you're building. Would love to see you build on these tools, and would love to make you super successful and give you lots of prizes. So let us know, and we'll see you around. Come to the sponsor Protocol Labs channel and we'll chat.
Amazing. That was Molly with an overview of what Protocol Labs has in store for you for this weekend. Really check out NFT.storage. It's a super cool utility for just having all of the backend and taken care of for storing your data. And just to summarize the Protocol Labs prizes, there's $2,000 available for the most mind-blowing, beautiful, immersing NFT experience that leverages and is built on top of IPFS. There's $1,500 for the best tool for making NFT development with IPFS or Filecoin, a really good and dreamy experience. And then a $1,500 prize for the best project that helps artists and creators leverage their work being given out on behalf of Protocol Labs. So next up, we have Circle, and Rachel from Circle will talk us through what Circle is doing in this space and how you can help win some of the prizes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Mayer, and I'm VP of Growth and Product Marketing for Circle. Welcome to NFT Hack. I don't need to tell you that NFTs are skyrocketing in popularity, and it's making blockchain technology more mainstream. The moment that we have all been waiting for as crypto OGs has finally arrived. Consumers are rushing into NFT marketplaces. The ones that can facilitate crypto and non-crypto consumers are the ones who are going to stand out. Everyone I know who doesn't know what Bitcoin or Ethereum is are trying to get their hands on the latest NBA Top Shot moment or the next Kings of Leon album, which was offered as an NFT. But we all know that most consumers don't really know how crypto works, and that the process of buying an NFT is intimidating. How many people will know how to complete a checkout process that requires them to have a crypto wallet, have an ETH balances? Most consumers don't have a wallet or know what ETH is, yet they expect the same experience with consuming a media artifact just as they would when shopping on Amazon or shopping with Spotify to listen to music. And that's where Circle comes in. Circle is a global financial technology company that enables businesses and developers all over the world to harness the power of stablecoins and public blockchains so that you can build payments, commerce, and financial applications worldwide. You also probably know us as the principal issuer of USDC, the world's leading, fastest growing, regulated, and fully reserved stablecoin. USDC is now shy of 10 billion in circulation, and we're quickly adding net new digital dollars in circulation, hundreds of millions each week. This demand is what drives the moment for mainstream adoption of payments in consumer applications. Circle supports companies like Dapper Labs and hundreds of other crypto native businesses with high quality fiat on and off ramps through APIs, all powered by USDC. With Circle APIs, NFT projects, companies, and marketplaces can make buying and selling NFTs super simple. You can offer both crypto as a means of payment or traditional methods like credit cards and banks and wire transfers, a variety of rails and payment methods bundled into one seamless API. We abstract the crypto entirely if you want to, or allow users and consumers to pay with crypto. Also, you can pay out through rails like cards and banks when you sell the NFTs for high cash out volumes for both creators and sellers on your platform. As the infrastructure for payments and wallets for companies like Dapper Labs, we've been in the middle of all of this crazy NFT momentum and action, helping scale companies when there is demand. And this is why we're super excited today to sponsor NFT Hack this weekend. And our unique prize for all developers is to award a total of 5,000 USDC to the projects that build those best payment experiences using our sandbox APIs. With the sandbox, you have complete access to what a production environment would look like across our payments, digital dollar accounts, and payouts product APIs. It's the complete package and solution for you to build an NFT marketplace or payments company. We're really excited to sponsor NFT Hack and see what you're going to build. The first place is 2,500 USDC. The second place is 1,500 USDC, and the third place is 1,000 USDC. Let us help you build the next gen wave of internet commerce using blockchain technology. We're really excited. Thank you so much for your ambition, and we're super thrilled to see what you're going to build. Thanks.
Amazing. Some really cool insights and background on Circle. Just to repeat some of the prizes, Circle is going to be giving $2,500 for the best experience of payments using Circle Sandbox. There's going to be a second prize for the $1,500 for the second best experience, and another one for a third place for using the Circle Sandbox. You can check out all this information on the Circle Discord page, as well as the prizes page, which I'm going to shortly talk about in a second. So next up, we have NFTX, and Alex from the NFTX team is going to talk about their protocol and platform.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex Gosman, the founder of NFTX. I'm not very good at speeches or promotions, but I've written down some points, which I will now share. The adoption of NFTs over the past couple months has been truly staggering. For a while now, I've been quite bullish on NFTs, but even I have been checked by the recent mania, and it has really only served to strengthen my belief that NFTs will be a revolutionary technology this decade. I foresee a future where the concept of a digital collectible is as ubiquitous as the concept of a selfie is today. Just as the Web 2 revolution has made everyone a photographer, I believe the Web 3 revolution will make everyone a collector. In truth, I do not think the real NFT mania has even started yet, because there are still so many unexplored possibilities. Bringing this back to NFTX, our goal as an open org and a protocol is to become a black hole for all non-fungible assets, whether they be in-game items, digital art, collectibles, physical property deeds, tokenized legal agreements, or other forms of NFTs. Every time a developer deploys a new NFT, it increases NFTX's total addressable market, which is one reason I encourage everyone listening to consider building an NFT-related product. At its core, the NFTX protocol itself is actually quite simple. Anyone can call the create vault function, which deploys an ERC20 fund token that is linked to a particular NFT contract. For example, Vault 13 manages the glyph token, which is linked to the autoglyph contract. After a vault is created, the fund token can then be minted once for each NFT item which is transferred into the vault. It is also possible for a fund to target specific token IDs from a collection, such as the Punk Zombie Fund, which targets specific IDs from the zombie CryptoPunks. At the time of this recording, we are working hard towards launching a version 2, but nevertheless, we encourage developers to try building on our current NFTX contract. It is my hope that documentation for version 1 will be ready by the time this video airs, but regardless, we are keen to offer assistance to any developers who need it. Feel free to bring general NFT questions to us as well during the hackathon if you have any, and we will do our best to answer. I am a true believer in decentralization, and it has been amazing watching NFTX develop as an open org these last few months. There's so much work being done behind the scenes, and there are always new people joining us in our mission to bridge the fungible and non-fungible worlds on Ethereum. I urge anyone interested in NFTs, whether you're an artist, developer, or collector, to come check out our forum or stop by our Discord chat and say hello. We look forward to meeting you. Thank you for listening.
Amazing. That was Alex from NFTX Protocol, and just to sum up their prizes, they're giving away $5,000 for the best use of NFTX Protocol, where the first place gets $2,500, the runner-up gets $1,500, and the third place will get $1,000. And lastly, we have NFT Protocol, and we'll have Joseph from NFT Protocol talk about who they are and how you can work on the NFT Protocol.
Hi everyone, Joseph here from NFT Protocol. NFT Protocol is a generalized protocol for NFTs, and what that means is we're building a number of features on top of different EVM chains and different blockchains for decentralized architecture for trading, facilitating the creation of, and building on NFTs and the economy that's supported by NFT trade. So the first thing that we're doing with the NFT protocol is building a DEX that has many unique features. It's Web3 enabled. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We have also an idea to create different types of NFT galleries, for example, in archaeology and a lineage of memes and internet culture that can be represented by NFTs. We're also looking at making a price index for NFTs. So you have NFT groups, maybe let's say an art NFT group, or you have like insurance NFT groups, or specific things like a specific artist's NFTs can be bundled into an index and then given a price and traded on a regular exchange. That would be like a decentralized like AMM or something like that. So let's talk a little bit about where we are now with NFT protocol. And right now we're creating a DEX. It is not like an automated market maker DEX. It is more like an order book DEX. So each of the trades or each of the orders on the DEX will have an index. And that index refers to either a 721 to 721 swap. So you can trade one NFT for another, or a 721 to ERC20 trade. So as the creator of this swap, I can specify which NFT that I have for sale, and I can specify which ERC20 that I'd like to receive. Now, because it's Web3 enabled, we can have UNISWAP that routes trades through into the ERC20, and then it'll make it so that pretty much any ERC20 can be used to purchase any NFT, and the creator of that trade will be able to get the ERC20 token of his choice, his or her choice. So that's one of the things that we're doing with the NFT protocol right now, is creating this order book DEX. We're going to be expanding this into the 1155 standard and other standards that come out to support NFT trades. And currently we're in beta for this DEX at the moment. And if you'd like to sign up for the beta, please go to nft.org, check out our Discord or our Telegram, and you can get connected to us through there. And once we release the beta, it's going to be live with 3 features: 721 to 721 trade, 721 to 20 trade, as well as minting, which is going to be pretty cool. Some of the unique features of the DEX are going to be Web3 features. Like, for example, you'll have some sort of like feed of NFTs that would look like a social feed or some sort of timeline where you can see the recent things that have been posted. All of it will be completely decentralized. We also have the whitelist feature, which means if I wanted to trade one-on-one with another person, instead of creating an order that's open to the public, I can create a private order, and then only they are able to see the details, and only they are able to trade with me in that instance. So we're looking at some privacy components and OTC trade components, as well as having Web3 features on the front end. So if you'd like, please come participate and make suggestions. We also have a 1,000 NFT reward for anyone that's going to be making the best suggestion and the best plan for what you could do with the NFT protocol based on the things that I have outlined here. And in our 1-hour workshop on Saturday, we'll also be going into how NFT protocol can be used to facilitate trade and enhance the NFT community as a whole. So that's NFT ticker on CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko. That's NFT protocol. See you guys later.
Amazing. So just as a creative way to get people to learn about NFT protocol, they'll be giving 1,000 NFT tokens to the hacker who has the best engagement with NFT protocol's Saturday session, which is tomorrow. And you can check out the time on the ETH Global website. So those were just a few of our key sponsors that just talked about who they are and why they're excited to be part of this event. But I also want to just do a quick shout out to all the other prizes we have available from all of our other sponsors. And I'll go into the details for, I'll just point you to where the details are for each of these companies. So Polygon will be doing $5,000 in prizes. ETH Blockart is going to be doing $4,400 in prizes. Covalent has $4,500 in prizes for the best use of all of their protocols. Near Protocol is going to be doing $5,000 in prizes, and so will Decentraland. And DPay is doing $2,000 in prizes for the best use of the protocol integrations for each of these. Then we have Charge Particles doing $4,000 in prizes. Superfluid Finance doing $3,000 in prizes. Super Rare doing $3,500 in prizes. We have Niftex doing $5,000 in prizes. The Graph doing $2,000 in prizes. Pinata doing $1,000 worth of prizes for the best use of their protocol. ENS doing $750 in prizes. POAP doing $3,000 in prizes. And a couple more that we're going to be announcing in the next day. All that on the prizes page. So just as a way to make sure everybody knows how to look at the full list, you can check out all of the workshops, the videos on how to get started, the documentation for each of these prizes, and the details for how you can qualify. You can simply head over to nft.ethglobal.co/prizes, and you'll be taken to the Info Center page on the list of every prize that we are giving out for this weekend. So that was a very jam-packed 1 hour of logistics for how the hackathon is structured. Again, our goal was to mention as much as we can, be as verbose as we can, and all this stuff is available on the Info Center, on Discord. We'll be reminding you a lot of these details, and we'll be clarifying anything that you want to know, again, throughout the weekend. And we hope that it answered and addressed most of the questions that we got emailed or asked directly. And if there's anything that we missed, feel free to ask them on the chat here or on Discord, and we'll be able to address them for you immediately. So that said, what I'm super excited about next is us moving on to our summit. There is a lot of amazing talks that we have planned for the next few hours. And what I want to do is kick off with our very first talk of the day. And I want to talk and invite Jacob and Dee on stage. I'll ask them to turn their video on. Jacob and Dee are co-creators of Zora, and they're going to be talking about the NFT paradigm and inverting the internet in a talk that's titled Crypto Media. So without further ado, please welcome Jacob and Dee, and let's hear more about crypto media. Let's kick off NFT Hack and the summit. Jacob, Dee.
Sweet. We're here. I'm just about to share my screen. One sec. Ooh, yo. All right. Can you see my screen?
You're all good.
All right, brilliant. So yeah, hi everyone. Dee and I are pretty excited to run through this talk and presentation today. We've titled it Internet Renaissance. So shift away from the crypto media title. I guess what we want to talk about today is basically like the moment of time we're in the ecosystem generally. I think NFTs have like catapulted through into the zeitgeist and kind of having this amazing moment. I think what we want to do is like take a step back and kind of talk about like, well, why is this moment happening? What is the kind of the history and the state of the internet that has led us to this moment? What are NFTs as a paradigm, why they're important? And then crucially, like where we think the space is today and where we think it needs to go. It's so incredibly early. There is still so much left to build. And I think, yeah, we're just excited to go through those details. So Yeah, just a quick intro on me. I'm Jacob. I'm one of the co-creators of Zora. Was previously at Coinbase before Zora, where I worked with D, and I'll let D introduce himself quickly before we jump in.
Yep, D, another one of the co-creators at Zora. I met Jacob while working at Coinbase. I look after everything kind of artists, creators, and whatnot at Zora. So yeah, pretty excited to be here. Thanks for having us.
Sweet. Okay, let's jump in. So let me just press next. So let's start with the obvious. So NFTs are undoubtedly a paradigm shift. And specifically, they're a paradigm shift in information ownership. So if we think about the internet pre-NFTs, there've kind of been two dominant systems of information ownership. So if you think about the media you create, content, anything that's being put on the internet, there's typically two systems of ownerships that have existed and have like kind of defined how we create and share media today. One is the copyright system. So the legal system that's kind of instituted, by governments and across jurisdictions all over the world. And copyright is defined by, well, if I have ownership over this piece of media or information, I have the right to restrict reuse and distribution and copy paste, downloading, like all those things. So that's like kind of think of that as like the fiat information ownership system. The kind of second bucket, which is obviously related to copyright, is platform content and media and information ownership. So when you create a piece of media or a piece of content and you post it onto a platform, that platform is like, monetizing that information, creating value, generating value from that. And if you're a big enough creator, you may see some flow through from that ownership. But for most of us, like everything that we're creating on the internet, the value rounds down to zero, and the platforms kind of monetize that and essentially have de facto ownership over that media content instead of us as the creator. So the problem with the kind of two predominant information ownership systems is that it's kind of a paradox. Basically, like to generate value from that information, you have to restrict access to it. So you basically build a platform, like essentially functions as a walled garden. That walled garden is built out of advertising or subscription or pay-per-view. And the paradox is that you want to build a walled garden, but fit everyone in the world inside of it to maximize the value capture. So if you think about like the universe of the internet today, we kind of live on these mega platforms, these huge walled gardens that bundle everything into a single place. So all of the media you create, the social graph of people who are creating and interacting, the community on those platforms. And it's those platforms who can benefit the most from owning that content. So our view is that we've never really escaped intranets. The Instagrams, the TikToks, the YouTubes, the Facebooks, the Spotifys, they're all essentially private networks that take ownership of the media and the content and the information that we create. They monetize it better than any of us. And then, we get paid in social currencies like likes or follows. And like I said earlier, if you're big enough, you may get AdSense revenue or a share on the actual dollars generated. And like, this is the entire mental model that kind of forms how we think about information ownership. Like, oh, for this to generate value, we must restrict access to it. So NFTs, there's kind of like two gems of like quotes that I think you should hold in your mind to think about, like, well, what's actually happening with this new value system? Why are NFTs a paradigm shift and a complete inversion of how we think about media ownership? So the one on the left, Stuart Brand in the 80s, it calls out like information wants to be free, but information also wants to be expensive, and that tension will not go away. So if you think about that, it's like information, like we want to share it, we want to copy it, we want to download it, we want to distribute it as far and wide as the information wants to go. But in the kind of prior paradigm of information ownership, that is at odds with the fact that, well, the only way you can generate value is to restrict access. The second kind of gem that you should hold in your mind when thinking about NFTs is this one by Mackenzie Walk, which she said in 2016 in an amazing essay called My Collectible Ass, is the future of collecting may be less in owning the thing that nobody else has and more about owning the thing that everybody else has. So it's not about owning the thing that no one has. You know, you could have a physical artwork that only lives on your wall, but what if you own the piece of media that's on a million people's screens? It's a very weird way to think about ownership, but in practice, that is a step towards what is actually happening and enabled by NFTs, which kind of, you know, alleviates this, you know, perpetual tension that has been called out with the prior internet, which is like, well, how could we have information that is both universally free and accessible to consume, but also be recognized for its inherent value to society and to whoever the creator of that information was. So NFTs are a paradigm shift because it inverts the way that we think about information ownership. And it really like gives us the best of both worlds for information ownership on the internet. So by way of example, like just to kind of think about like, well, how this works in practice. And if you've been in the NFT space for a little bit, like you've probably heard this Mona Lisa analogy a million times. But if you think of NFTs as something similar to the Mona Lisa as an artifact, it is individually ownable, but it lives in the public domain. So it's universally free for anyone on the planet, anyone on the internet to copy, remix, redistribute, print on a poster, put on a t-shirt, post on Instagram. And every time that redistribution or that reproduction is happening, that isn't taking value away from the original. That's actually making the original Mona Lisa more valuable because it's becoming more well-known, more culturally relevant, you know, has more notoriety. And as a cultural artifact, like accrues more value, the more widely known it becomes. So to kind of like shift the perspective with kind of by this, you know, visualization and, you know, crude analogy, it's like, well, what if that same value system now starts to apply to every piece of information, media, and content on the internet? You know, be it memes, be it YouTube videos, Instagram posts, typefaces, websites themselves. What if we do now have this like canonical original, this provable original that can be individually owned, but is now, you know, universally accessible to the entire internet to be freely shared and copied and distributed and built on top of. And that's where NFT is going to get us there. So, you know, with an NFT, it's the opposite to copyright, or the opposite to how platforms function. It's like the more you copy paste, the more you share it, the more you download it, the more it's being displayed, the more valuable you're making that original instance, the more valuable you're making that NFT. So if we think about pre-NFTs, this is kind of how you would view most platforms. So you have a platform and they're kind of this walled garden that content is bundled within and restricted within. And to move it between platforms, you'd have to, you know, copy and paste or duplicate or pirate or download or whatever. NFTs completely flip it. So now it's like, well, you can have a single NFT and now any platform on the internet can freely build on top of it. So instead of TikTok having a monopoly on the entire content database of TikTok, it's like, well, what if now every single developer on the planet had complete universal access to, you know, that database? Like imagine, would we have just this singular feed experience that everyone can build on top of? Or, you know, what would it look like if there are now thousands of websites that can, or apps that can start to build and remix and curate all of that content, not just TikTok? So that gives you a sense of like the platform inversion that happens because of NFTs. So NFTs are undoubtedly a paradigm shift. In our view, they're a paradigm shift that's halfway there. So the current construction or the ecosystem today is basically, we have an amazing ecosystem of galleries, or what, you know, the nomenclature of marketplaces. So there is probably like now 15 to 20 different marketplaces. And one of the most common, and, you know, this is all aggregated, you know, a level below or above, however you want to view it, by OpenSea. But essentially one of the biggest questions that a first-time creator coming into the ecosystem is like, well, which marketplace should I mint on? And then the problem is that when you mint on a marketplace, the marketplace owns the market. You end up becoming bound to that marketplace in a lot of ways. of course, for some of these marketplaces, you can take your NFT post sale and you can start to move it around. But unfortunately, the value system that accrues there is built and held within the marketplace themselves. So the marketplaces charge fees. Once you kind of do a primary sale and move it, it's like, well, where does this value capture happen? And there isn't any interoperability between marketplaces today. So you could have anywhere between 5, or you could have as many markets as there are marketplaces on a singular NFT. So we're kind of finding ourselves in a similar situation to pre-NFT internet, which is, well, okay, I now have to pick which platform I want to bound myself to, which I mint on, and then accrue all the value. But there isn't this kind of interoperability that the technology allows for. So the media and the content may be universally accessible, but currently we see a marketplace per platform, which is kind of giving us this head fake. And the insight is that NFTs are bound to marketplaces. So for us, for Zora, we started as a marketplace, and we love that model. We get to have a strong curatorial sensibility. We get to charge a fee on top of everything that's going on. And when we were starting to build for NFTs, we kind of had this awakening, which was well, there are amazing NFTs on every single one of these marketplaces. And it's one thing for us to curate and point to one of those NFTs, but in what we wanted to do is go hey, this amazingly beautiful artwork on Super Rare, wouldn't it be great if we could just point to not only the NFT, but also the market on Zora? So we don't have to compete in this zero-sum competition for winning absolutely every single artist. What if there was some shared public layer that meant we're all building on the same market? And what if that market could be owned by the creator themselves? So we kind of ran into this head first. We realized ourselves as oh shit, the whole reason we're building on this technology is to create a new open and public infrastructure for creators to reclaim ownership of their work. And the way that marketplaces function is kind of at odds with that. Us ourselves as a walled garden. And we're getting very early flashbacks for the early decentralized exchange era. So if you remember, for those in crypto at the time, there was kind of this first wave of order book based decentralized exchanges, and they were directionally correct. It was yes, there should absolutely be exchanges that are decentralized and protocol based. But the early instantiations were a little skeuomorphic. It was well, why don't we take the order book model that we see on traditional exchanges like Coinbase or the NYSE or the NASDAQ and put that on the blockchain? But the result was you had, even though it was this global and open system, you still had all of this fragmented and competitive liquidity. So it's very hard to create this unified system that would allow for liquidity to accrue into a single point. And then crucially, most of them were not entirely permissionless. So you would need to go convince a particular relay or a DEX to actually list your token. It wasn't a permissionless and public tool. There was still this kind of middleman that you'd have to go through to access the technology. So the shift from early DEX to something like Uniswap really did 3 things. It was a net new market model that hadn't been seen pre-crypto. It was a model that led to global liquidity. So it was a more effective model. Instead of seeing fragmentation across all of these different order books, it was well, what if you can collapse it all into a single pool? And then the third and most important was it was entirely permissionless and completely open for any developer or person on the internet to use and start an exchange. So for $5 or $10 in gas, you could start up an exchange and get the same power out of the box as a developer as you would, the entirety of something like Coinbase or Binance, which is just a huge paradigm shift in, so you can get a DEX with a couple of lines of code. So for early NFT, I think we're kind of seeing a similar thing, which is it's directionally correct. There's no doubt about that. Yes, there needs to be a market model and a way for value to accrue to the creators and the people who are minting and curating and collecting these NFTs. But the model, again, is a little skeuomorphic. It's let's bring auction house and put it on the blockchain. And we're kind of finding ourselves in a similar position. There is a lot of aggregate, fragmented liquidity that has been trying to be aggregated in multiple different places, but it's resulting in like, okay, creators having to mint on 15 different places, fragmenting not only the markets for those NFTs, but their identity across those platforms too. And most, if not all, tend not to be permissionless. So there's different curatorial standards. The most marketplaces do not have open source or verified contracts. They are not like entirely open tools that developers can build on top of and get the benefit of this like liquidity out of the gate. So for us, it was like, well, okay, we were to take that same conceptual leap for NFTs. What would it mean to, what would the net new market model be for NFTs? How would that model enable global liquidity that would open up the ability for any developer or creator to start to easily build on top of this new paradigm? And how can we make it entirely permissionless? So to speak to the net new market model, we designed the entire protocol around like, well, instead of us being a marketplace, being a protocol, the NFT is the marketplace. So you know exactly where the market needs to be. The amazing thing about NFTs is that they have a very unique market structure. There is only it's one to many. There is only ever one owner, and there are many people trying to buy. So this is very different to, say, a fungible token, which has a many-to-many relationship. So while something like Uniswap or SushiSwap or a model like that may be winner takes most, it's very hard for it to be winner takes all, because the types of relationships you need between those many-to-many buyers and sellers means you'll probably still need multiple forms of market. For an NFT, it's very different. The market collapses to a single point at every time. You know exactly who the owner is. So the protocol was designed entirely around this notion that's like, well, let's build the market into the NFT itself, and let's give that market ownership to the artist, to the creator of that NFT. So when you're minting your NFT, you're minting the market for it, and that market is entirely open for anyone to build on top of it. And there are some interesting design decisions which you can see in the docs, which we'll link later, where it's not about the highest bidder. So anyone can bid in any currency, anyone can bid at any time, and you as the owner do not have to accept the highest bidder. If you see an anonymous bid for, say, $10,000, but then a bid from Kanye West for $500, you may be inclined to take the one from Kanye West because it could increase the value of your work long term. And there is a notion of a creator share and perpetual equity built into this token, so you can realize that at the time. So the results of the protocol, so one thing to call out is that the way we deployed the protocol was a one-time deployment. So Zora protocol, we did not build any ability for upgrades. Any upgrades would have to be through social consensus. Which means that the protocol is entirely unstoppable. So we can't stop the protocol even if we wanted to. Anyone can mint on it. Anyone can interact with the markets. It is like, by all intents and purposes, open public infrastructure that allows you to create these NFTs that can survive outside of the lifetime of any given marketplace or platform. And gears it towards permanence as far as you possibly can. So to speak on the permanence piece, basically, whenever you mint a token on the Zora protocol, you have to mint the content hash, the SHA-256 hash of what that piece of media is. That hash, when you mint it, is immutable. You can never change it. And what that does is it means that if you need to, say it's like you initially choose IPFS or Arweave or even AWS as somewhere to store your media, if that file storage solution, for whatever reason, turns out that it goes down or was incorrect or there's a better model, the owner can always update the link of that token at any given point in time. And the content hash means the public can always verify that link is pointing to the exact right piece of media at that point. If you try and if you buy a token and change the link to a piece of media that is not what the NFT was minted for, it's trivial for the public to compare that to the signature of the media in the hash. So yeah, when you're creating on the Zora protocol, your NFTs are entirely platformless. So if the Zora.co website went down or the team went away, the market is still running for it. The NFT still exists. Anyone can build on top of it. So you don't need our permission to create your type of NFT. It can be literally any form of NFT you can mint. And the permanence aspect is like, yeah, like, okay, how can we create mechanisms that means that this NFT as an artifact can survive for as long as the Ethereum blockchain itself, which could be decades, or depending on how optimistic you are on blockchain technology, the NFTs will last for as long as Ethereum itself, which could be an extremely long time. Another point to talk about is this notion of perpetual equity. So if you think about someone like Jean-Michel Basquiat, it's like the original, his first painting sold for $200 in the early 80s. And as the culture and society woke up to the beauty and the notoriety of his art, that value skyrocketed into the tens of millions, hundreds of millions over time. And in the traditional art world, resale royalties have been tried to be instituted over hundreds of years. Like France had started the resale royalties in the early 1900s, but they didn't become commonplace across auction houses. So as these works get bought and sold over time, artists would almost entirely miss out on earning some of the value that they've created through those works as it changes hands. In the Zora protocol, when you mint, you can define, well, what is the resale royalty that I would like as a creator as this thing is bought and sold in the future. So it could be 10%, 20%, literally whatever you want. And that is built into the protocol itself. So when you settle on the protocol, that royalty is honored by the market. And our view is that, well, instead of seeing 10 or 20 marketplaces that are helping people view and browse and curate and collect and experience NFTs, there should be millions of these marketplaces. So, and maybe every website that is, now every website is able to build on top of this universally accessible content and media. Well, they should have a direct line to the marketplace themselves. So, by bringing the market into a single point, making it permissionless and open to everyone, every website can now be a marketplace in some way, shape, or form. So to flash back to here, it's I think we can actually get closer to this direction because now we have this public and open layer where now every single one of these platforms, if they're starting to curate their own subset of NFTs that exist on the protocol, and one of their community members happens to love the meme or love the video or really love the song, if that platform still wants to help that person directly collect and engage with the market within its own website, it can. It doesn't have to push you out into some other marketplace. Every website can become a marketplace in essence. And we're starting to see this kind of play out. The Zora protocol only went live at the start of this year. And we're already starting to see these unique and specific experiences on the protocol. So one that launched a couple of weeks ago is Catalog Works. So they are building an entirely specific experience to music. They want to come at the Spotify's and the SoundClouds of the world and explore what it means to give ownership of the music and the value of music back to musicians. And it's a very distinct experience that you could never do for this experience wouldn't work for memes perhaps, or typefaces or whatever type of marketplace you want to see. We should see a very rich diversity of experiences based on the types of NFTs that are being created. And then similarly, Mirror, this amazing tool for writing, so coming at the mediums and the substacks of the world, it's well, when you're minting your writing or your blog posts, your essays, whatever it is, this is also being minted on top of the Zora protocol. And again, it's a very different experience to catalog. And I think what we're trying to help bootstrap and help teams build over time is well, what are the unique social media experiences, marketplaces experiences, or niche markets that we can help bring into fruition. So if you wanted to build a a meme specific auction house, then you can do that. If you wanted to create a market just for music samples or stems or typefaces or code snippets or 3D objects, or name any form of information or data or file type, you can mint and create a very rich and unique experience. And then you can start to integrate and curate across all of these different places because you're built on a shared and open layer. And again, we're starting to see very early examples of what this type of ecosystem looks like. We've got radio stations. Someone built a TikTok-based interface on media on the protocol, virtual worlds, interesting text, collectible experiences. And then, we had someone in the Zora community build a Zora interface before we even did. We deployed the protocol a month before Zora.co went live. And, we saw someone in the community just build their own interface on top of it because everything is completely open, which was a really cool moment for us. So to speak to some of the things that the Zora protocol unlocks, now that you have these trustless markets, it meaningfully unlocks trustless DAOs and all of these interesting use cases. So if you think about a DAO minting a Zora NFT, now the DAO is directly interacting with and has the opportunity to accept bids. So today, if you construct a DAO, and we did this with Saint Fame, you mint an NFT, because the market's kind of on a per marketplace basis, you need to figure out how the DAO can interact with that marketplace. And in many cases, there's just no direct tie to do it. Now, if you mint an NFT with the market built in, if there's say a bid for $1,000, the DAO can trustlessly vote to accept that bid. And if it does accept that bid, the funds can then trustlessly be put into that DAO's treasury or distributed to token holders, or can then be used to, do any collective action with. And these DAOs, just to give you kind of a sense of a visual, it's these DAOs can be governed by obviously a token, but they're starting to manage any amount of NFTs and can trustlessly accrue the value and, from the activities around those things. So you can see well, what if you have artist collectives that are now collectively minting under a single name or a single collective identity? What if you have DAOs that are now collecting as a community? So you can have, hip hop, one of the largest subreddits. Well, what if they were able to pull together capital and they could start commissioning and bidding on and collecting NFTs as a community, and they can choose to vote to then, accept bids, put it up for auction, and they can trustlessly then create and accrue that value together and distribute that value. And there's amazing early examples of this, Flamingo, but the trustless nature of the protocol now means it's well, it's very simple and straightforward to create an open template that anyone can now start creating it on a per community basis, which drives us to these very interesting notions of community ownership, both for DAOs that want to collectively create and curate and collect together, but also lets you layer community ownership into the platform levels themselves. So if you think about the catalogs of the world with their music, it's well, if they're facilitating these auctions and curating as a community and curating as a platform, it's very easily to programmably route the value capture from those platforms as a community and distribute it to everyone who is, using those platforms and marketplaces. So we truly think we are entering into an internet renaissance, one, because we're actually getting a step closer to what the internet actually was supposed to be. We're exiting this massive intranet era and heading into a world where it's well, anyone can create content that is platformless and can stand on its own right, accrue its own value, and is entirely interoperable, universally accessible, and open to everyone. So our view is that the social media platforms as we know it are dead. It will take a very long time for them to entirely go away, but there are very direct incentives and I think a general want for people to, we all know and feel that well, if we're on Instagram or YouTube, we can kind of feel that it's not entirely our own space, or it's you have to wade through the ads and, the way that value capture in these platforms, the way that they are constructed are just totally at odds with what information wants to be, which is it wants to be free. So our view is that the mega platforms are no more, and they will be replaced by public permissionless protocols that are open and accessible to everyone, not just accessible to the platforms who are kind of constructing these huge walled gardens. And that, there are now the tools for creators and communities to be their own platform, and you can be your own or build your own or do whatever you want, because the starting state or the barrier to entry to now start a valuable platform is so much lower. You no longer have to compete and catch up to the entire content database of Instagram or TikTok. You can now build on top of and stand on the shoulders of all of the content and media. And now it comes down to well, how do you want to curate? How do you want to present and experience all of that content? You no longer have to build and catch up to that content. You can just start from there and start to really experiment and create your own rich and unique experiences. And that's only possible when you have entirely public and permissionless infrastructure. Whenever you have permissioned or central control, the incentives eventually get skewed towards defending that value capture mechanism, versus if it's public and permissionless by design, no one can really stop you or stop anyone from building or creating in the ways that you want, or can change the terms of how you're creating on that infrastructure. So for us, it was critical that when we deployed the Zora protocol, it was open source, fully audited twice, verified, and deployed in a way that was unstoppable. So if we ever wanted to do an upgrade to a Zora v2, we couldn't just flick a switch at the smart contract level and force everyone to upgrade. We would have to create an entirely new instance and provide the option or the path for people to move across, but only if they wanted to. Zora v1 can never be changed, upgraded, or stopped. It'll always live there as an option that is public and accessible to everyone. So yeah, if you want to learn more about the SDKs and tools that we've built to make it easy to interact with it, this is the kind of starting point, Zora.engineering. We have the white paper, the protocol source code, links to the GitHub, and then a subgraph and JavaScript tools for you to interact with the protocol. Also join us in Discord, so Zora.community. If you just go to that link, it'll take you into our Discord, and we've got channels there where you can learn about the protocol, ask developer questions, and then just interact with the creative community that's growing there. And then to kind of explore everything that's happening across the protocol, Zora.co is kind of this general explorer and open marketplace that is letting you interact directly with everything. So that's where you can see exactly what's being minted, who's bidding on what. You can see everything from there. And yeah, it's kind of just a bird's eye view of the way we think about different parts of the stack that we're building out. So there's the protocol itself, the OS, so the SDK, and then of course the interface, the open source interface and open interface for everyone to look into and explore everything that's happening across the protocol. And our long-term goal and the thing we're driving towards is that everyone is interacting with Zora everywhere but Zora. If we're just creating a huge mega marketplace that everyone has to go to mint and share and exchange all of these NFTs, then we've failed. We want there to be millions of marketplaces that is fundamentally powering the internet itself. So the Zora is successful when it's everywhere but Zora.co, or most used everywhere outside of that. So yeah, that is kind of the end. And yeah, I don't know if there are questions in the chat, or if Dee, you wanted to add some color on as well, but yeah, it's the start of the internet renaissance.
No, I think that was pretty perfect.
Amazing. Jacob, Dee, thank you so much. I'll kind of just ask you to just disable the screen share so people can say hi, and a lot of people are questioning who these amazing speakers are. And one thing I really want to kind of just point out is that I think this was a really good overview of essentially how NFTs are inverting just how we think about business models and communities. And I think you did a really amazing job in setting up the base for the rest of the talks we have planned for today. So there are a lot of questions, but I will ask you to do is address them on the TV page live, and we'll bring you back on later if you have time and do more of a live riff off. So again, super excited to be working with all of you here, and we'll talk to everybody on Discord.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks,
Awesome.
everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Next up, I want to really kick off our next talk, and I'm super excited for this one, and that is we're super excited to welcome Gary Vaynerchuk, who is a serial entrepreneur. He serves as the chairman of VaynerX, and he's currently the CEO of VaynerMedia. He's widely regarded as a really big person in defining what next internet culture is, and just the relevance of like how social and internet makes everything different for us. Interviewing Gary will be Jacob Willemsma from the ETH Global team, and Jacob and Gary are going to talk about collectibles, NFTs, and his views on the future of the space. So without further ado, please welcome Gary and Jacob.
Gary, thanks so much for being here.
So happy to be here, Jacob. And hi, everybody who's watching. I said this once in 2009 at a social media conference. If you are watching this right now, for the majority of people, a lot of this is old news, and this has probably been a 4 or 5 year thing, but let there be no confusion. You are disproportionately ahead of the game, and I hope there's a lot of happiness and challenges and interest with that. And so I'm very honored to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good place to start. Would love to kind of maybe learn a little bit more about sort of, how long you've been thinking about the space. I know you've been talking a lot about NFTs recently on your podcast, on YouTube and everything. I mean, when was your interest peaked? Like, when did you kind of take a look?
The journey is in 2016, a gentleman by the name of Aaron Battalion, and a tremendous technologist, CTO of Living Social, and just somebody I'd really admire, of being an incredible nerd, AKA really technically sound, but intuitive consumer behavior, which is obviously where I live. And so we would always have these jam sessions at South by Southwest. And I bought Bitcoin in 14, and this was 16 South by, and he started explaining Ethereum to me. And my brain went into, oh, this is interesting. This is platform, not currency. And I'm like, I'm not a financier. Like, I, to this day, I'm all about NFT life, and all my friends that want me to get excited about currencies, I get it. And I'm like, to me, it's not like Doge this or Bitcoin this or altcoin to the moon that. Like, it's just not as interesting to me. The same reason I don't buy a lot of currencies or trade or even stocks on the public market. Whereas, t-shirts and garage sailing and sports car, and then there's the things that will go into deeper beyond the art and collectibles of NFT life, that I think the smart contract to access and, touching and feeling things and experiences you want. So that access and part of the smart contract, so that excite me. So anyway, I bought a bunch of Ethereum in 16, in the same way that I'm looking at VR today, which is, it's looming, but it's not prime time for every person in Kansas. That's my game. I'm listening and watching, and I always hate when I enter a new space at this point in my career, because I have the baggage of my career. And so I've been trying to be very thoughtful about that, because I get upset when I do something, and I'm so appreciative. I'm humbled that people, even this beautiful intro, Kartik, I understand that I've done nice and well and have done, but I always think I'm only as good as my new at bat. And if I come into this space and I'm a clown and and I'm wrong, it erases everything I've ever done. You're only as good as your next day, right? So I've come in somewhere around February, March, April, COVID time. I'm like, wait a minute, that NFT thing that I've kind of really far away. I know what CryptoKitties are. I remember looking at that carefully. This is starting to happen a little bit. And then I had a conversation with Roham from Dapper and Top Shot, and I'm like, and I was in the heat of my sports card thing, physical. Right. That's interesting. And then the fall came, and all this time, what really fucked me up was COVID. I'm this, a lot of times people forget, for all my loud mouth tactics and putting out tons of content, I'm the active CEO of a 1,300 person global company that and it's client service. It's not even like tech 1,300, which is a hell of a lot easier to manage. You're just fucking getting bombarded by people. So, navigating, being the captain of really rocky waters during COVID, and then I decided with Michael Rubin from Fanatics to do the All In Challenge, and we raised $60 million, to help people that were hungry during COVID. So I had 0.0 minutes March to August to what I wanted to do, which was like, why is my spidey senses? Then the fall came, we navigated all that trauma, and I actually saw offense for VaynerX for 2021. Mm-hmm. So then I got suckered again into like putting in extra hours towards, wait a minute, I could set up a nice year for us. That's probably a good idea. Then it was late December. I feel like I've got that all accomplished. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to really dig in now. And I started doing real homework, and I started having some, friends, that I started kind of DMing quietly some friends. Kevin Rose was instrumental, got into, the founder of dig.com, truly one of the icons of Web 2.0. Him and I spent a ton of time talking about it. He was instrumental in like, check out Flamingo, check out this. I'm going to introduce you to Matt from CryptoPunk. I'm like, okay, like it just started feeling 2005 to me. Then, I put out a little piece of content or two, which allowed me with my, awareness these days to make some new friends. Jeff Holmberg, I just have to give him a shout out, kid that I spent a lot of times talking about CryptoPunks and hash masks with. And I'm a learner. Totally. I'm a learner from the bottom up. I can't learn from like a tech backwards place. I have to go from what are humans doing, and then I go backwards up. I'll learn about level 2 issues by understanding, like trying to buy something and being like, what the fuck's this gas shit? Like that's how I learn.
Yep.
And I'm also, what my big advantage is I understand people cold. That's my strength. And so, the last 4 months have been 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, canceling important shit and taking another thing. You and I met that way. Like I'm just taking meetings. Yeah. I'm just trying to be part of the community. I got excited. I started talking. Then I was like, shit, I have to start talking way more about what this moment really is, which is the technology's forever, Internet 2000. Some of the stocks, the projects are incredibly overpriced, and there will be absolutely, in this world's terms, ICO crashing culture. Totally. And so I've been trying to put that content out there so people are being thoughtful. I've been learning a lot more about wrapping and forking and burning, and I've really enjoyed it. And so I come to this talk, incredibly humble and knowing I'm in the middle of my journey. On the consumer side, like what people are going to do, I have a flag of conviction that is as large as anything, which is NFT culture is here for the rest of my entire life. There is 0.0 doubt. I've only felt like this twice in my life. 1994, when I heard the internet for the first time, that, and I'm like, in a day, I'm like, this is going to change my life. And sure enough, I'm not building 500 liquor stores for my dad anymore. I'm going to do this winelibrary.com thing. And then Friendster, MySpace, it was a little bit more of a slow burn, but it was definitely when Eric Kastner, my lead developer at winelibrary.com, started making me read TechCrunch. And I was like, okay. And boom, YouTube, he showed me, actually, that's not true. There was a single moment. Eric shows me YouTube and he goes, remember 4 years ago when you were like, can I stream wine videos on our website? And I told you it was $8 trillion and only 2 people would watch. And you were like, no. I'm like, yes. He's like, well, now you can do it for free on this thing. And in February, that was in 2005. And then in February 2006, I started Wine Library TV, which really changed my life because that's what made me use Twitter and Facebook to promote that show. And then I became a practitioner. The only other time I felt that way was somewhere here in January, really only 2 months ago, when I did enough homework of like, it went from spidey senses to my life is going to change. And that's what I fully believe as I sit here. I don't know. It took me a decade to learn a lot of tech to talk the way I talk today about Web 2.0, social, the internet. I still have plenty to learn about blockchain. I'm sure I'll say things in the wrong terminologies and things of that nature. Those things are irrelevant to me, meaning I have the humility to be corrected and I love everybody in the community. I have the patience to learn some of the real core things I'll need to I always like to be just dangerous enough so I'm not an idiot. But where I spend 100% of my time and 110% of my time is, why are people going to do this? How is this going to affect somebody who's selling their home? Can they put this on the ledger and like make a VIG every time this home's sold in the beginning? How am I going to launch my book? Wait a minute, music artists can do this. Wait a minute, who was the first provenance? I understand that completely. That's everything. That's social currency. Why do people wear gold watches? Same reason they're going to buy this. Does the blue check mean anything on Instagram? It sure does. Of course. Can I take a picture into JPEG? Who gives a fuck? You don't actually own it. And in 13 years, everyone's going to actually look to see who owns. Like, that's where I play my game.
Got it. Totally. Yeah. I mean, I think it's been amazing to see you use your platform in, I think, a really positive way and kind of bring people into this fold and kind of the mind worm that all of us, I think, have been thinking about over the last couple of years. And yeah, I think, you do this in such a genuine way, comes across really well. So really appreciate you helping out there.
Jacob, if everybody really knew me and were inside my chemicals, if they understood you, who you are in this space, and I consider like this authentic crew, to me, people that were really active, November 1st, 2020 back are really part of a crew that's different than, let's say, February 1st, 2021, right? And totally. I've lived that twice in my life. That was when I decided to learn what the internet was at all. And boy, were those tech nerds. And then I met them again in 2005. They were just different. That early, people don't understand what Silicon Valley looked like in 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, it was so different than the status that it has now. And I think I see a lot of those characters again in this world. Now, the internet is so much more mature and accepted mainstream that the juxtaposition of culture, pop culture, fame, non-fame, like, it's different, but it's still the same, which is much like a band that goes on to become Pearl Jam. That early crew feels a relationship to the technology and the movement that must be respected by people like me that come along. And that is my number one KPI. You saying that to me is much more important to me than me doing business well with this platform. So thank you for saying that.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, you said you kind of come to this with a little bit of baggage, but I mean, I want to talk about kind of, you've had decades of experience of trading trading cards, right? Like sports cards and that kind of thing. And, collectibles is one of those pieces on the NFT world that, is really coming into position right now. I mean, Top Shot is huge. You talked about Roham, who's talking later in the summit today about Top Shot and Dapper in general. I guess kind of curious about sort of what are your thoughts about the future of the collectible piece, and how do you see that sort of coming onto chain and beyond just Top Shots right now?
And by the way, to your point, I use baggage as a slang term to an incredible gift that I'm given, which is I have notoriety and respect. And of course that comes along with razzing, and people think I'm and I get that. But for the most part, what I mean by that is I can't do what I did in 2005, which was go to 6 Apart's blog and ask a question, or go on, or in 2006, 7, being on Twitter. Like, I didn't have the clout, reputation, personal brand, whatever one wants to call it. And what I mean by that is when I say baggage, I use it as, hey, I think too many people are coming into the space acting like tough guys and tough gals, like they know shit. And I'm trying to come in like, hey, I do have conviction of a couple of things I see, I'm not trying to come in here like there's a million people on Twitter that are OGs that can run circles around me on the understanding of the technology of blockchain, and crypto and things of that nature. Where I feel incredibly confident is what people are going to do. And that's why I'll go to this part. Let me go to a place on collectibles that I have not heard people talk about. I have a lot of experience in that. Thank you. I also have a lot of experience in something else that a lot of people know me for, which is garage sailing.
Right.
And I actually believe that the garage sailing part of me has more insight than even the sports card version of me. And let me explain. When I go garage sailing, I buy things based on knowing that people have nostalgia and pop culture in their blood. And so when I buy a New York City bus pass that has the World Trade Center picture on it, I know there's no inherent real massive value. Or when I buy Huckleberry Hound in a stuffed animal from Knickerbocker, the stuffed animal toy company, for $3, without even looking at it on eBay, I already know that's $40, $50. Now, let me tell you why that story is important. There's going to be, in the advancements, I'm going a little further and beyond collectibles. what I believe is going to happen, I'm sure, given the nature of where we are in the life cycle of NFTs and who's in this conference, outside of the people that just came in from my tweet that are probably going through learning, there's a lot of people here that I think most of the audience here could be giving the talk. That's just what happens in the beginning, which I respect tremendously. I think everybody knows and is probably frustrated when everyone's so fixated just on collectibles and art. When we're talking about, and by the way, I felt this with e-commerce and social media. People get fixated on the first thing that makes even any level of sense to them. And then that one of those things become the conversation. I mean, I remember when people talked about the internet in 95, 96, only from the lens of browsers and search engines.
Yep. Totally.
Like there wasn't any conversation around like e-commerce and, so because a lot of the early tech people weren't merchants like I was. So for me, the reason I bring up the garage sale thing is the following. I'll use myself as an example. I'm going to use a concert. I'm going to use Coachella. Coachella has bracelets, physical bracelets. Mm-hmm. There's nobody here watching this right now that's not confused that in 15, 12, 7, 6, 3 years, that becomes a token. And it works, and I can't wait to see like token readers and like there's so much fun innovation coming, right?
For sure.
Smart contracts that check off that you use it. Like it's going to be so cool, right? What I know though, as garage sale Gary, is 7 years later, somebody's going to buy the first, if it goes on, that festival becomes Coachella.
Right.
Somebody's going to buy that token the same way I would buy the bracelet at a garage sale for 25 cents and sell it on eBay for $19. I know that tokens that are really not collectibles and arts, but representations of smart contracts are going to have a secondary market at a scale that most people haven't made the chess move connections on. And that is going to be incredible because that is going to lead to incredible behavior at the IP level to try to do thoughtfulness for the audience to create that economic aspect. The economic aspect of that is going to actually force leagues, musicians, festivals, things to actually care more about their customers. Right now, we're in the golden era, Jacob, of the people launching projects that really don't give a fuck about their audience at all. It's a fast money grab. I'm going to draw something, a picture of me or fucking something that represents me. I'm going to mint 10,000 of them. And because right now, and they're going to make some real money. I mean, we've seen some athletes and celebrities make real money. What I know is going to happen on the other side is the people that are holding the bag of that collectible have overpaid so much, no different than pets.com or etoys.com as a stock. That doesn't mean NFTs are not going to be the game-changing thing of this generation. It just means that project is not. And what you're seeing is short-term transactional behavior right now of people land grabbing for quick bags. But what they're actually going to do is hurt their brand because there's going to be some fans on the other side that are sad that they paid $3,000 for ownership of an NFT, but now the market says it's $17, AKA Beanie Babies, right? So I'm worried about that for everybody in the cycle of that. The person that's buying it and gets held with the bag, but I'm actually worried about it equally for, they deserve it because they weren't thoughtful, but it doesn't mean I don't have compassion to somebody who doesn't really, there's some people, because I've talked to a bunch of celebrities, IP, they don't even realize they're doing bad things for their audience.
Mm-hmm.
They're delusional. They don't understand supply and demand and the moment we're in. So they probably, a lot of them, I could tell, I've had the combos, they actually think they're going to do well. Like, oh, someone's going to pay $88,000 for this. And one day it's going to be worth $2 million. I'm like, first of all, your ego is insane. Second of all, you're very much misunderstanding what's about to happen, which is the tokenization of everything. Do you know how much supply that is? It's no different than influencers, Jacob, right? Influencer marketing. I was right in 2009 when I wrote Crush It. And you have the Logan Pauls and the Charlie D'Amelios, but there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people making $50,000 to $200,000 a year being an influencer instead of an accountant or a gardener and loving life. That's going to happen with NFT. That's going to happen with artists. That's going to happen in a lot of places. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of thoughtfulness that needs to come to the market. Here's my thoughts. It is the game changer for collectibles, arts, and pretty much everything in the world. There will be incredible layers of bubbles and no different. It's like the stock market was invented. and there'll be plenty of IBMs and GEs and Amazons, and there'll be plenty of Enrons. I mean, there will be
Pets.com.
right.
Totally.
I think we all know. Look, personal brands are going to do things. I'll give you an example. This is maybe an extreme example, but if NFTs have been around for 60 years, somebody might have done incredibly well with O.J. Simpson investing when he was a high school football player and he put out his NFTs and they were the rookie cards. And
right.
in 1991, you look like a genius. You bought something for $3. It's now $7 trillion. And then boom, a moment happens. And like, there's a lot of things that are going to happen with these NFTs, but I think the macro is incredible. And I think when you have people like, I'm glad Roham's coming, what he built with Dapper and Flow and Top Shot, incredible. I think he'll add a lot to that conversation. But my big thing is that we also are now at a place where I, as a 45-year-old man, would rather wear cool sneakers, have comic books that are graded to 10, own video games still in the box graded, sports cards, wear hoodies, wear t-shirts. Like the culture is becoming more collectible, nerd, fun. Like the investment portfolio of a 45-year-old man with my wealth 20 years ago was real estate and stocks.
Very boring.
I have more in sports cards, comic books, toys, NFTs. That I think is not going to stop. And I think that's going to lead to a lot more demand than people are anticipating.
Very cool. Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. I mean, just the number of assets that people are looking at every day is it's an order of magnitude more than it was even like 10 years ago, right? And I think there's no way that's going to stop.
It's not going to stop, and people enjoy it now. I enjoy
absolutely
my CryptoPunk more than my Tesla stock. I enjoy my Super Mario Brothers in mint condition more than I enjoy my part ownership with my dad in the real estate at Wine Library. I enjoy, and that
totally
that part, the mixing of experiences and NFT smart contracts is going to be game changing.
Absolutely. Well, maybe a good place to go here. I mean, this is going to be a hackathon, right? We're going to have 600 people building stuff all weekend, and hopefully, 150 or so projects by Sunday. What do you think is missing from the ecosystem right now, or
I'll give you
what do you think? What do you want to see built, right? Like, what do you?
First, I want everybody who does something cool to DM me at GaryVee on Twitter because I want to see it.
Perfect.
I want to see real life readers. I want to be able to create NFTs that create hall passes in real life. And I want to be able to read your wallet physically like a scanner at a venue. And then it marks off the ledger that's been used. Like I want that.
Yep.
I know there's the roadblocks right now for that. Like, so I'm not naive enough, but like, if you're talking about what's missing, that's definitely coming, that.
Totally.
I'm very fascinated about the royalties changing based on you paying a different price.
Mm-hmm.
Just throwing out some random shit right now to get some thinking going.
This is good.
Yeah, I just think like when you buy something, could you lower its royalty by paying more for it up front? Like that. I think that's kind of cool. The physical, I like what the artifacts people are doing. I think I'm a big both and guy. I think there's this war right now of or, like, like the art, like I'm going to still buy this shit and I'm going to buy a ton of so anybody who can capture things that create an ecosystem for, and let me throw an old world problem at it. Can somebody create the operating system for warehouses that can take on all the physical versions of the digital in a world where a lot of people want to stay anonymous and don't even want to take ownership of the physical? I'm thinking about projects and custodials, thank you. That's interesting to me. That's like a boring tech operating system that can turn old warehouses into something very valuable. That might be fun. And I've got a big one. I need this one. I want somebody to create the communication layer. I want to be like, I'm going to launch a project. I want to be able to talk every day to my 4,000 people in a DeFi way, in a decentralized way, and not have to force them into a Discord or something. Like I want to be able to say right this second, I launched a project. I want to say hello to somebody. So in wallet communication structure, I think is huge.
Like on the spot communities. Basically,
I want to just basically be like, yo, thank you again for supporting my thing. Or all of you right now, here's a link. Like I want to support my thing, and a lot of good things are happening. Totally. I want to be able to communicate to them. That's huge for me, actually. That one's actually, that's my kill. That to me is how you start the social networks, the Reddits, the Discords of the world in this game. Let me talk to the people that bought my shit.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the communities that have formed around CryptoPunks or Hashmax or
yes,
everything.
But that's because Discord link on the site, dude. You get it?
Yeah.
I'm talking.
But it could just happen.
Yeah, because don't forget, 4 years later, I'm not following where these transactions have gone. I might get a little money, and I know it's happening. But I don't know that Jacob sold it to Kartik. And when I want to do something for the people that own my shit right now, I want Kartik there, not Jacob because he went into my Discord but no longer owns it. So that to me is huge.
Totally. Now I can see that.
This sucks.
All right, folks.
I have to go. Yeah, I know what you're. Thank you. You're being
No, I
have a hard stop at 1:30. But I just looked. I'm like, fuck. By the way, anybody who's watching this, please hit me up on Twitter to just say hello. I'm. The word I would use is desperate and honored to be a tiny piece of this community and want to make more friends and would love to get anybody's thoughts on anything they heard. And I definitely want to see if Kartik thought I said anything interesting before I leave.
You want to jump in, Kartik?
No, I want to say, I think the coolest part of this is that I think we're finally getting to the piece where people are thinking about it from what the interaction looks like for the end consumer of that content, whatever that may be, whether that's art or a way to integrate it into a community. And I think this is kind of the right way to think about it, because what you're talking about is how do we actually make this valuable for the end user? It doesn't matter how the tech is set up.
Correct.
That's what gets to the millions and millions.
Kartik, that's why I'm going to win, just so you know. Not because I came in with because what made quote unquote Gary Vee was I was a liquor store, son of a liquor store owner with a 40-person watching YouTube show. And once I understood social, immediately I just did what I did in real life, which is if I can bring more value to them than I ask for in return, and that is going to be the winning formula in the NFT, because we're talking about economies and communities here. The end.
At scale, and that's
scale. I mean, that's why I'm probably getting. You see the goosebumps?
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Isn't that cool? No, but really, I literally called my mom and said, NFT is the manifestation of my life's work. And I'm in the prime of my life to take advantage and to contribute to it. Do you know what that feels like to me? Like, to your point, you know how thoughtfully serious I was taking the words that came out of my mouth in the last 30 minutes? We're still early. I have this place in the ecosystem, a different ecosystem, Web 2, not this Web 3 thing, but it still carries. And if I can deliver 30 minutes of thoughtfulness here, it can be meaningful. And I'm very honored by that.
That is, I mean, you love the no bullshit opinion on everything and the right kind of direct view on this. And I think I'm just checking out the chat here. There's a lot of comments on people just agreeing with a lot of things you've said and just that's
to me. That means a lot to me from this community. Please hit me up on Twitter, folks, because I have meetings and I want to see some things. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
So much. Thanks so much, Gary.
Cheers.
Take care.
Thanks, Jacob. And I mean, that was great. I think we got to figure out a way to get Gary back in and have a much longer conversation. So thanks, Jacob, and thanks, Gary. And for all of you that had questions, we'll find a way to get them answered after this. So I want to move on to our next talk. I think I was thinking about how do I think about doing really good segues and transitions into how we change themes or topics, but it turns out that everybody's just automatically making it easy for me by already setting up what the next talk should be about. So Gary just talked about what this actually means in a social context and how do we actually get people to care at scale. And this kind of brings up for our next talk. So I'm super excited to welcome Dylan Field from Figma and Tubador from Metapurse to really kind of share their opinions on some of the recent events that have happened in this space. We're going to be talking about at a high level what the value of NFTs are or is. And there's a lot of things going on here. So we'll see whatever we can fit into this ecosystem and in the next 30 minutes. And without further ado, let's kick off this incredible talk. So we have Dylan and Tubador. Thank you so much for joining us. Not only is it amazing to have you from both of your respective communities, but it's also an honor to do our summit with this anonymous person. This is kind of the world that we are jumping into, and that kind of excites me a lot more because this is new to a bunch of us and just great. So welcome. And what I want to do is I want to just ask each of you to introduce yourself and just kind of give us some context into how you got into crypto and NFTs. And I'll start maybe with Dylan.
Yeah, well, Kartik, first of all, thanks for having me. And I'm really excited for this conversation. How I got into crypto? I had been really interested in cryptography in middle school and high school. And I'd done some like lectures online about hash functions, and people had been reaching out to me like in the very early days of Bitcoin about crypto. Unfortunately, I didn't. I thought they were insane, and so I ignored the messages. And then I joined the Teal Fellowship community, and as a Teal Fellow, people were really excited about crypto as well. And I also thought they were insane, and so it took me a few revs to get to the point where I started to get very interested and very involved in the crypto community. And that's I think why I flipped all the harder when I finally did. In my day job, and my night job, to be fair, I'm CEO and co-founder of Figma, and I really care about how to make it so that everyone is able to be creative, and how to make it so that more people are able to participate in the digital economy. And I think that crypto and NFTs and Figma, to me, kind of all go under the same umbrella in terms of like, how do you enable creativity and how do you enable sovereignty and abundance. And so, yeah, I'm very excited to discuss today. Thank you.
I was with Dylan on a Clubhouse chat, the Good Time show with RT and Sriram. I should have learned my lesson then. This guy is a tough act to follow under any circumstance. So I should have gone first. And Karthik, I'm not a pseudonym. It's just that I look exactly like my avatar.
It's totally fair.
So what you're seeing on the screen is what you see is what you get. Yeah. I love telling the story of how I got into this space, and only recently, because it says very different things to different people, right? If you're a left-brain person, my story feels like a series of lost opportunities and finally finding your groove. But for a right-brain person, he thinks, oh, wow, okay, I can skip the first 3 years of this guy's crypto life and jump straight into the NFT space, because that's what it allows. That's practically my story. I was introduced to crypto by Meta Coven, who was an app developer and a serial entrepreneur already. And so at the first conversation we had, he spoke about Bitcoin. He used a lot of words. I understood all of those words individually. I had no idea what he was talking about. And we didn't speak for the next 3 years, and that might have been on purpose in some sense. But a few years later, somewhere in 2016, he had a couple of enterprises under his belt. He'd done escrow services. He'd installed like 100 Bitcoin ATMs all over the world. And then he came back and said, let's do Lendroid. And so I jumped on that ship. So I did DeFi for a few years with Vignesh. But then during the pandemic, it sort of pushed all of us inward into the metaverse. And that's when I truly discovered, like Gary Vee put it, right? Sometimes NFTs, when you interact with them, they feel like, okay, you found your life's purpose in some sense. And that's not because of any, it is actually quite profound. It's because NFTs are experience at the end of it. And you start to feel them, and they're so vivid and they're so real. And me, I'm a wordsmith for a living. I write for a living. I communicate for a living. Finally, I was able to sort of start talking in color, start communicating in color. And that really blew my mind. I was able to connect with people. And this pseudonym that you see in front of you, it sort of dropped into that space without any baggage, with just a whole bunch of metaverse to explore. And that's when the metaverse journey also started. So long story short, for left brain people, a bunch of lost opportunities and finally finding your groove. Right brain people, take note. If you want to jump into crypto, start with the NFTs, skip the rest.
No, that's an amazing intro. And maybe, so I had a bunch of questions prepared, but I feel like I'm gonna have to just throw a bunch of that out of the window, because there's just gonna be a lot more just things that will come from your answers. So we'll just dig in and go into it directly. So what I'll do is I wanna start off with actually with you, Tubador. So Meta Coven and yourself made a bit of news a couple weeks ago by buying and winning the Beeple's 5,000 days, or the first 5,000 days artwork, and purchasing it for a little over $69 million. I actually want the audience watching to you a little bit kind of hear about how you actually made that decision to sort of get into this. You've talked about being a fan of Beeple for not just from a few weeks ago, but from late last year. Just walk us through what made you interested in his work, how you decided to think about owning that as art piece, and how that historic moment altogether just came to be from your side.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I did see a few tweets on my timeline about that. So a bit of news. Metakovan and I, Metaverse was like it's sort of a coalescence of both of our theses about the NFT space. That fellow has been collecting NFTs, culturally significant NFTs, since early 2017. He started with Decentraland. He's now the largest single estate owner in Decentraland. He has the Delta Time 111. He has the First Supper on Async Art, which is the first work of programmable art. He has an Urbit Galaxy, and so on and so forth, right? He's been collecting for a while. But then somewhere down the line, around March, April, May, when I started to sort of interact with the creators and the artists in the space, our thesis about NFTs being this catalyst, this touchstone for everything crypto started to converge. And that's how Metaverse was born. So after a while, when we started to think about this thesis, how do we power this, this engine that we have of, NFTs? How do we take it to the next level? Out of the blue, and this is where serendipity works in crypto, right? People reached out to Metakovan out of the blue, and he said, "Hey man, I'm doing this. Are you interested?" And the weirdest part is that people reached out because Metakovan was a losing bidder in his first Nifty Gateway auction. He didn't get the piece. That one went for, I think, $60,000 or something, and Metakovan lost that bid, and he just reached out as a whole, and then it clicked. So the shift here was two things. One, the thesis that the future of the NFT space depends on creating experiences around these NFTs. The Cambrian explosion that we're seeing right now is only the acquisition phase, right? People are gobbling up NFTs, trying to acquire them. But the real explosion will occur when these NFTs finally start to be experienced in a manner that they were meant to be. And that's where we wanted to go with this. So we decided to buy all 20 of people's single edition pieces. That's a whole other story, but we did that. And then we created these massive monuments across the metaverse in Decentraland, crypto voxels. We called it the B20 project. It's still there. So we bundled all of these 20 pieces. We bundled these monuments. We bundled an original soundscape by Blau, and we fractionalized the ownership into the B20 tokens. So why Beeple is an easier question to answer, because we believe he's the artist of our generation. We believe that he represents the only thing that is unhackable in this digital world, and that is time. And that's what this Beeple 5000 represents, right? Think about it. Every day, for 5,000 plus days, he sat down and done this one thing. It just blows your mind. And that sort of consistency, almost spiritual level of consistency, and creating for the sake of creating is, plus the beauty of it is if you start at the 5,000 piece at the top left, the first picture is absolute crap. People level absolute crap. And then you graduate all the way. You see the journey of an artist, how he's grown as an artist and how he was able to do these things at the most crucial times in his life, right? I remember a story where he did one in 15 minutes because his wife was in labor. He didn't miss even that day. So this collage or this thing represents a person's life, 13 years of commitment to this one thing. And that's why we believe he's the artist of this generation. And that's why we also believe, in retrospect, that we got it for a steal.
That is an absolutely wonderful perspective on how you're thinking about this. And I absolutely agree. This is a snapshot of the 13 years of the progress of who Beeple is now. And I'm sure he'll be extremely happy to hear that. And I feel like now Dylan is the act that you're the act that Dylan has to follow. So it wasn't just Metakovan and yourself that made some news. Dylan, you also made a little bit of news with the recent sell of CryptoPunk 7804. I want to actually have you just talk about what CryptoPunks are, just talk about some of the trade scarcity and describe 7804.
Yeah, so CryptoPunks were the first Ethereum crypto art project, and they were created in 2017 as well, which is around the same time probably that Metakovan and Tuvador were checking out Decentraland, because I remember checking it out at the same time. And
right. Okay.
That's another topic. I'm very curious to talk about the metaverse later if we have the time, but they're created by these two artists, Matt Hall and John Watkinson. And there are only 10,000 CryptoPunks, and they were actually available for anyone to claim at the start. And unfortunately, I did not claim them then, but But yeah, and we can claim them for free in the early days, which I thought was a really cool and pure way to distribute them to the community. And then from there, a market formed, and different people were trading them based on rarity. Of the 10,000 CryptoPunks, there were only 88 zombie punks, there were 24 apes, and there were 9 aliens, and there was exactly 1 alien punk that was smoking a pipe, and its name is 7804. And I found 7804 to be completely magnetic, and I was obsessed with it, honestly. And over the holidays of 2017, 2018, I started to think seriously. I was on a trip with my then girlfriend, now wife, Elena, who's also amazing in early the NFT space and now working in privacy in the crypto space. And we started talking about it, and I said, I think this might be the craziest thing I've ever done, but I'm gonna put down $15,000 as a bid for 7804, because I think this could be the digital Mona Lisa. And
2018.
Sorry?
This is 2018, correct?
Yeah, this is early January of 2018 now. And I had bought a few already, but this is the one that I coveted and care about the most and had most of a relationship with. And it was just, I thought, a very iconic image. And so the big guy accepted. And yeah, I told some people when I first came back from this trip, and their reaction was that I was crazy. I think that, it's amazing how in 3 years, how much has changed about the way that we interpret and understand the internet and digital ownership and art. But at that time, people just totally didn't get it. And so I was a little quiet for a few years, because I was like, oh, maybe this is not the right time. I'll talk about this another time. And then over the last 6 months, I started to get more loud. I put it as my avatar. I started to really talk about it more with people. And I over the entire period of time, when it was kind of a secret identity, as well as when it was a public identity, I really felt a relationship with the art piece in a way that was I never expected. And I think going through the process of selling it, which I was very mixed about, but I thought ultimately that if this is going to be the digital Mona Lisa, it has to change hands. It has to actually be recognized with value by somebody else. Of course, I was conflicted because I loved it so much, but I think through the process of selling it, I've actually believed even more that all the conversations and questions about like, are NFTs art? Can you have a relationship with digital objects? Those are just now so clear to me, because I think the answers are sounding yes. Like, not all NFTs are art, but art can be NFTs, and you can have a relationship with that art when it's digital. And that makes me so bullish on the future of the NFT industry, because I think that it's not only art, but I also think that when you start thinking about what does it mean to have a relationship with digital space and items, there's just so much that could unfold there. And as we think about the metaverse, whether it's Decentraland, whether it's Gather Town, centralized, decentralized, or a median between the two worlds, I think that there's going to be relationships that form. There's going to be objects that are created. We're going to go from sort of this. If you look at the way that the economy develops, from currency to goods to services, we're going to see the exact same thing happen in the metaverse, and that's fascinating to me. And the crypto implications for that are so vast and just so wild that I'm really excited to see what the next 10 years brings.
No, it's absolutely amazing. I think you said this, I believe in a tweet or another, was it the Clubhouse, where you said owning 784 was a curse as well. And it's just the exact same thing you talked about. There's an emotional relationship that you have with this piece, and you've had it for a few years. That's part of your identity. And for it to be successful and really propagate the message of this actually is a new way to think about art, you have to part ways. And
that's right.
I think,
and you'll have always parted ways with the Mona Lisa. That'll probably be part of my identity as well now. But I've signed up for that, and that's okay with me, because I it's not the money that motivates me. Money is nice, and don't get me wrong, but it's a very privileged thing to say that. But at the same time, I care so much more about, can we make this a movement, and can we make this something where creators, I see NFTs as a way for creators to have room to explore their art. Going back to what Tubador said, time is the only thing that's unhackable. I think it's a beautiful statement. And
Metakoven said that. I keep quoting
Metakoven, but either way, it's a beautiful, beautiful statement. And I think that time is also so scarce, and money can equal time. If you have income, that will give you time to work on whatever you care about most. And to the degree that NFTs can create that space for people, create that abundance for people, I think the world can really change as a result.
Absolutely agree. And I guess you already brought that up, and I was going to ask you too, Bador. Let's kind of dig a bit into how you think about Metaverse and just the metaverse overall. Could you give us an overview of what Metaverse is, what led to its creation as an entity, or I would say, or as an org, and also you kind of just talked about the B20 project, but would love to kind of have our audience know a bit more detail about what that was, how it was set up, and what you expected for people to kind of do and interact with.
Yeah, beautiful. B20 project was, it was done at a massive scale, and one of the reasons we did it was because it was like trying to put together the first computer or the first car, right? You don't know how all the parts fit. So it necessarily has to be big to see if that thesis worked. So which is why we needed something as spectacular as the 2020 one-of-ones of people in massive estates in decentralized crypto voxels, Somnium space, and so on. And we had what was called the Metapalooza, which turned out to be the largest ever virtual event in the crypto space. The thing is, beyond a certain point, Metaverse can't take credit for any of it, because, if say 500, 600 people turn up, fine, I'll take some credit. Nifty turn of phrase, great design, and all of that stuff. When 2,500 to 3,000 people turn up for an event, he said, okay, somebody else took charge of this. Nobody told me about it. So that's kind of what happened. It means that people were ready for a certain shift in the way they looked at art and engaged with it. And that was at the heart of the B20 movement, in a sense. And Andrew Steinwald described it best for us. It was the first public art project, in a sense. It was like the virtual MoMA, with the only difference that you can now own a piece of the museum as well. So when you walk into the Museum of Modern Art and you have this visceral connection with one of those art pieces, all we did was to tokenize that connection. Say, I own the entire experience, right from the step that I walk into this space, to the sound that I hear, to the experience that I have in the art. And that's simply what the B20 token represents, right? It's very simple. It's not a utility token. It's not a social token. There's no protocol behind it. There's no roadmap. It just means that it gives you a piece of the ownership of that. And whether or not you have B20s, you can walk into those museums today and experience those works of art. The paradigm we wanted to shift, like I was talking about, was the way the world engages with art is very unimaginative. You either buy it and flip it for a higher price, or you buy it and lock it away somewhere, which is what happens to conventional pieces. The third part is what we tried with B20, which is to open up access to the entire world. That used to be how art worked in ancient temples in India or Egypt or in Rome, ancient civilizations. That's how art was experienced. But then a layer of finance sort of settled on it. It stopped being sustainable. And B20 changed that. It's now sustainable and sort of profitable for all of the stakeholders as well. And the moment we realized that was when we worked with 30 people, right, to build B20. We worked with Whale Street, the team at Whale Street, which did the underlying tech work. They did the bundling and the fractionalizing. Now, credit to NFTX and NFTX, who have been doing it for quite a while now. This is not an original idea. This is not a new idea. We just did it at a different scale. That's all. Whale Street did that. We have Metacast, which is a team of excellent communicators like Andrew Steinwald, Matthew from Cent, Brooke, and so on. We had Grow Your Base, which helped us with the tokenomics of the whole thing. So about 30 people in all, right? And all of them chose to take B20s instead of USDC or ETH. That's when we realized, oh, okay, they actually believe in this idea. It's not just us. And so it was very heartening to see also a community sort of form quite naturally and spontaneously around B20. There is no official Discord for Metaverse. We never created a B20 Discord, but now 3 Discords exist. There's one very graciously created by the Whale community. There's one, by fans elsewhere, and there's one as part of Whale Street. So all of this is the B20 story, and this sort of confidence that this enabled in us is what spurred us towards bringing home the People 5000 as well. If anybody ought to have that piece, it should be someone from the crypto space, preferably not Justin.
I am absolutely happy to hear that.
On what you're saying, Tibor, I think one of the things I've been reflecting on a lot recently is how the question of what is art has always propelled art forward. And obviously that's getting pulled into question even more with NFTs and when people see, whether it's people seeing Beeple and going, okay, it's not what I traditionally think of as art, or as people saying it's the format and that's changed. I also think that there's inherent link in crypto, and I think you highlighted it beautifully, of art as community and that being a part of the artwork. And I think it was fascinating just to hear you say about how this parallels ancient civilizations as well, where art was also community and part of the community in a different way. And so I think there's so much to explore there, whether it's DAOs being able to mint things or vote on how art should change over time, whether it's sort of communities coming together to experience art. I mean, there's just so much there, and I'm really eager to see how it evolves too.
Yeah.
I was just saying, sorry, go ahead.
No, just emphatically agreeing with Dylan, that's all.
No, it's actually very much true, because what I was going to ask was, like, this definitely changes some definition of what art is, because we've not had to update that definition for the digital world. I mean, it's kind of stayed constant for the last few decades, ever since we've gotten computers and internet to be widespread and mainstream, but also until we kind of had a notion of scarcity, whether that's verifiability or decentralization or anything else. We've never been able to actually get the digital version of the same art to explode or actually be equally valuable or considered valuable. So I was actually curious to hear both of your thoughts on, obviously NFTs is not just art, and it's a much bigger realm. You hinted about being DAOs and communities and having much more, anywhere from tokenization or fractionalization of these things. But how do you think about programmability in the digital world? Like, we have smart contracts that can create dynamic pieces. We have a lot of way to think about what creativity is. What excites you in sort of that realm?
Tibor, you want to start?
No, I'll let you go.
Okay. I think in the broader NFT realm, I think like this framework of thinking about the digital economy as moving from currency to goods to services is something I'm thinking about a lot right now. And I think that if you think about goods, there's just so much that could be tokenized, and of course there's the question of, like, what is the advantage that being tokenized gives? So the advantage that tokenizing a piece of art gives to the creator of the art is that they can monetize the art in a different way, but they can also bring their community together. And if people have the financial incentives to grow the community, the artists will then take off even more. I think that another thing that I get excited about is sort of, how do you create productive assets as NFTs? So for example, music rights would be an example there. Now, I'm not saying making comment legally or anything about like security, not security, but I think that aside, if you think about a music right being tokenized, combined with fractionalization, you can start to get to actual dividend streams. And I think that, plus some of the things we're seeing with services like UNISWAP, which might eventually actually create dividends. Crypto is then looking like not a speculative, gambling house, but rather it looks like an economy. And I think like we are in that transition right now to that final state. As it happens, then I think that the boom and the bust cycles become a little bit less severe, and crypto starts to grow in a more predictable way, and it gets a lot more interesting very fast. And I think that the bigger trend that the world is going through right now, even outside of crypto, is that we're going from a physical world to digital world, and COVID has accelerated this by like a decade. And our entire economy is going digital, and we're seeing this in Figma all the time, because all of our customers are these traditional shops that have gone from, I create a physical product to, like, I have to actually figure out what that means in the digital world. And I think as we get more digital, it makes sense to have currency and to have an economy that's also digital, and NFTs will be a critical part of that.
Dylan, that was incredibly layered, actually. I saw like three very distinct layers, all based on the aspect of programmability. Correct me if I'm wrong. One layer that you described was the experience layer, right? So what the NFT space lacks right now, and what a lot of people are trying to build, is this consumption stream. How do I consume an NFT instead of just buying it and acquiring it? So that's where the first layer of programmability comes in. That's one of the things you solve by say creating immersive experiences, for instance, or 360-degree art, or monuments like B20, which you go into. The second part is of programmability is to be able to transfer or share an experience without having to transfer ownership of an asset. Just a fancy way of saying I should be able to rent or lease my NFT in an effective manner without having to transfer ownership of it. So that's sort of already many experiments around that, and the obvious use case is land, of course, but there have been other uses too, which brings us to the third layer of what you spoke about. For these two things to happen, you need interoperability across different spheres of experience, different metaverses, and that's when the actual metaverse sort of happens. So you create a consumption stream first, and then you create this ownership layer without having to transfer ownership, just the experience, and then interoperability that connects all of these things together, and then the metaverse is truly born.
I love it.
That's a great.
Yeah, I can't wait to jam with you more on the metaverse. This is gonna be so fun to talk about.
You said it, man. I just paraphrased it.
I think what's even more interesting is the way I kind of understood this is these are not explicit distinctions between one or the other layer. All these three are also self-consistent with each of the other layers, because you can have this programmability also apply on the sharing, on the collaboration of it to generate this piece, and also on like what it means to make this productive. So all these things are also intercompatible, and that's what's exciting, because now the surface area of what's possible is exponentially bigger. So that to me is, I think, the most interesting piece, because there's over 500 people working on cool things with NFTs, and they're going to be looking at applying programming to create art, and that excites me.
Yeah.
So I also want to kind of just have maybe we want to wrap this up. I wish we could go longer, because there's so many things that we can dig into, and we'll maybe just, this was an action item for us to do where we're going to have a much longer conversation in the future. But how do you kind of think about essentially what we need to do to make more artists and creative folks, developers get into this ecosystem more? Any advice? Dylan, you've obviously inspired a whole generation of designers, and with Figma, Troubadour, and Metacoven, you've brought this on from the crypto first side and inspired created the whole, I would say, the industry on how big this sector can be. How do you kind of think about getting more people in? What should they be thinking about if they're looking to get into the space? And overall, like, what can they do if they want to be more involved?
Yeah, I think there's a few different parts to that. So first of all, I think like there's an opportunity to create technology that is not as complex as crypto typically is. There's no reason why it has to be as complex as it is today. No reason why when you send a transaction, it has to be so scary. I think that there's huge UX improvements we can make to the ecosystem that'll help bring people that are not as technical into the ecosystem. I also think that the ultimate thing we can do to make it so that more people can experience this is scalability. When you have, it costs $50 to mint an NFT or more, you're going to limit the set of people that can do that. And so I'm excited to see the Ethereum community invest so much in ETH2 as well as other layer 2s, and yeah, really hopeful for where we'll end up there.
Nice. I guess one of the powerful tools in trying to bring people inside, and what Dylan just described is more creating a welcome atmosphere once people sort of start looking this way. Whereas most of the attention we get right now is around the price tag of NFTs that get sold typically. Nothing wrong with that. Obviously, 69 million is a big number. It does attract eyeballs. But the other thing we thought we could do is to try and tell effective stories, right? So one of the things we've done right after the Christie's auction, while we were trying to process all of it, is to announce this grant of $500,000, 100,000 for one storyteller. It can be a writer, a videographer, a filmmaker, whatever your medium is, split over 12-month stipends. There are amazing stories in the metaverse, like Karthik just described, 500 people working on incredibly diverse things to build in the metaverse. So those stories need to be told. And I think those can be powerful magnets for technical people who will want to become part of those stories to build, and also to right-brained idiots like me who just look at bright blinking colors and are attracted and come to the space. And we need a bit of both, right? So I think telling these stories effectively and with a conscience will make a lot of difference in trying to bring people as well.
That's well put. I think just for everybody listening on this, and we'll make sure we advertise this on the event Discord too. But MetaFirst.fund just announced the fellowship where they're going to be giving $100,000 to 5 folks, and them sharing their stories and how they can actually make this space a lot bigger and more inspiring. So that's a really good. I think that's a really good way to end this. What we'll do is, the best thing about, like, we've been doing events for years. The best thing that kind of gets me excited every time is that I know who's participating, but I don't know what's going to come out of it. And I won't know until everybody else at that same time. So 48 hours from now is when we see exactly what comes out, and it's going to blow our minds. 3 years ago, when we started ETH Global, we saw the birth of CryptoKitties. And if I kind of think about sort of summarizing what's happened in the past, a developer hackathon from 2017, and now we're doing an event entirely on an industry that came out of a project from that event, is to me a really good way to talk about and think about what it means when new industries get popped up through the benefit of technology. So I am super excited to see what comes out of it. We'll be sure to tell both of you what also came out of this event, and hopefully we'll get you a lot more involved in the future events. So with that, Dylan, Tubador, thank you so much for giving us your time today. And
thank you, Karthik.
We're glad
Thanks, Karthik. Thank you. Thanks, Dylan.
Can't wait to see what comes out of this event. Very excited.
Yeah, amazing. So
thanks.
Bye. I guess.
We are ready to move on to our next talk. So we talked about what the value of NFTs is. And what I really want to do is transition into how do we think about what is NFTs from a really lower level side of it. There's ways to think about it from what's possible in the realm of NFTs, and just in general, like, how do we think about the definition of what they are and this common interpretations of this thing. So I want to talk with Linda, Jesse, and Marguerite about what it means for NFTs after this. And without further ado, let's welcome all 3 of them to chat. So thank you so much for joining us. This might be a slightly tough act to follow after Tubador just talking about making history in the last 2 weeks. But what gets me a lot more excited is 3 of you get to see what's happening at the very surface level in this ecosystem, whether that's from the founder side, whether that's from the creativity side, or from the investor side. And I think this is a really great mix of perspectives that we have here. So what I want to do is start us off by just having each of you introduce yourself, and we can start with Linda. Just tell us about who you are, what you do, and how you got into the space.
Hi, I'm Linda. I started a crypto fund called Scalar Capital. We invest in all kinds of different things in crypto. I previously was at Coinbase, did a bunch of different roles there. And what got me really interested in NFTs in particular, I came in through the gaming side, since I just play a lot of video games myself, and I often buy like skins or just video game items. And when I stopped playing them, like all my items are just trapped in this game, and like I can't do anything with them anymore going forward. So I just have like a ton of Hearthstone cards that I just like never see again. So I'm just really excited the idea of having NFTs just on the gaming side, just be able to like move these in-game assets very freely. And so that's kind of how I came into that world. And then it's been awesome to see it just flourish into so many interesting things. So yeah, high level description of me.
Amazing. Margaret, maybe you'd like to tell us about Beyond District and Blockade.
Hi guys, I've been a creative technologist in this space since like 2013. My entry into this world was through like mining script coins with my gaming GPUs. So, and from there, just started to fall down the rabbit hole of how can we be creative with the blockchain and blockchain technology. Started out doing crypto puzzles and multimedia experiences across the internet and using different pieces of blockchain technology as experiences for people. That led to me founding Blockade Games in early, like January 2018, where we focus on NFTs as being a tool for the gaming experience. And so that's kind of where we've been focusing. And when we talk about what are all the potential use cases of NFTs, that's something that we think deeply about.
Amazing.
Hi, I'm Jesse. I'm the founder of Variant, which is a investment firm. And I first got started in the space as a founder in 2014. The project was called Media Chain, and I think a lot of the ideas around NFTs are ideas that we were sort of exploring back then, about 7 years too early. But our goal was to like build what we described as a universal media library where all the world's images, videos, songs, game assets, et cetera, could all be discoverable in a public ledger in the same way, you know, Bitcoin is discoverable and attributable to its owner. So got into the space through that and have been, you know, really, really excited to see all these ideas coming to fruition now.
Excellent. So I was hoping that you would bring up Media Chain, so I didn't have to ask specifically, but it's interesting because you pointed out the timing thing. And I think what's been interesting is that we've finally gone to the place where the infrastructure side is getting more and more ready so that people don't have to worry about what's happening behind the scenes. And they only have to think about, does this click with me as an idea or as a concept? And we've seen an explosion of that in the past 2 months, for lack of a better condensation of that. But what I kind of really want to get into is there are obviously a few ways to think about what NFTs are, and I think the public perception of what NFTs are or can be is slightly different because it's not as up to date on what we think, I guess, where the space is moving forward. So maybe a broad question I want to ask, and this is for anybody here, is how do you think about just creativity in the digital world? Like, do we need to change what the definition of art is? Right now, NFTs are sort of analogous to just thinking about digital paintings, but that's not it. So what changes when we look at digital art?
I can take a stab. So, I mean, yeah, I think like, well, I think what you're referring to is like, there's this like sort of classical notion of what, you know, what is or isn't art, which is also like a funny thing to define, because I think the art world itself is always trying to wrestle with this and always trying to push the boundaries. But when like NFTs start to call themselves art, the art world is somehow, a lot of people in the art world are somehow trying to argue that no, that's impossible. Like that stuff can't be art. So like the art world's always wrestled with this. Like Duchamp's, you know, famous urinal was like a statement about what can and can't be art, and we're always pushing the bounds of that. And I think that you know, certainly NFTs are making the internet and internet culture into collectible culture, and then I think it's like what is art is really just in the eye of the beholder. It's like I don't think it can be defined universally.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And then at the same time, like I think the stuff that's exciting happening in crypto is the idea of groups of people from all over the world can form these organizations and collectively create art together. It doesn't have to be a single artist. They can collectively own art as well together. So that part really excites me. And it just, the idea of like programmable art just is really fascinating to me. And I think that that's a design space that is going to be explored a lot within the next year or so. And so it just feels like more collaborative and dynamic, but I feel like you can't really define what art is because it's whatever people value it themselves.
So I have to agree with the like programmable art, because I think one thing, so as a fine artist myself, I have a fine art degree. I was a gallery director and curator prior to really going into the blockchain space. But I really have, like, it's okay if you're just experimenting and you're a digital artist and you want to maybe make your first NFTs. But I think the conversation then beyond that is you really need to start thinking about how is this NFT experience bringing value to your art? And if you can't really participate in that conversation, then I think you're going to have a hard time keeping up with what is going to be considered valuable NFT art, because these people, like I think we saw Pac said recently, he's going to be on a Sotheby's auction. He does a really good job about bridging generative art or what's possible with NFTs and blurring the line between the two so that the experience is deeper than just uploading a file and pushing a button. So it opens up an opportunity for artists and especially digital artists to show a whole new level of genius that should be a part of the conversation.
That's I absolutely agree, and it was less about let's kind of question, or it was more of a philosophical kind of stance at it, and that is actually true. Like, it is in the eye of the beholder, and yeah, like it's one of those things where we're getting to a much bigger surface area of like what can be considered art and how somebody can be exposed to thinking about and deciding how to evaluate or appreciate it. And it kind of brings me up to about 15 years ago when WordPress became the dominant platform on the open source side. And if you would ever look at WordPress's code base, they had this line on every single file, and the line was "code is poetry," and that's kind of what got the whole economy of WordPress plugins started, and that sort of is what the developers valued as an interesting perspective. And I think we're seeing that on a lot more ways, where now we're looking at visual with the binary bits. So what I want to kind of ask is, I mean, a lot of things just came up from it, from each of these answers, and it kind of just prefaces a bunch of topics I want to dig into. But maybe for Marguerite, tell us about what Neon District is, and kind of how you think about this as a game, as a metaverse. What kind of are you doing with the game, and how do you think about the future of the game?
So many things I could say. From my different experiences that I had developed as a puzzle designer, which were essentially, they got to the place of we were essentially making mini games, to the point where, I don't know if you guys remember Pineapple Arcade. It actually had a bunch of memed games that were blockchain themed, and they were games in arcade consoles or cabinets. So the vision for Neon District was, how do we come up with an open economy where you can have a free-to-play gaming model, where you can have a play-to-earn mechanic through the gameplay that can be inclusive to people that possibly do not have crypto, as a mission to put NFTs into as many people's hands as possible with as little friction as possible, with as little blockchain knowledge as possible. That was the mission. And so we shipped the public alpha January. And we've been working on this game for about 3 months. So we have years of art content and story. And the game design itself, I think, went through multiple iterations, but it was a design in process for about 1.5 years. So what I can say, though, is that we were successful in what we aim to do, as we have people now competing for the top position on the leaderboard who have never spent $1 on the game. And that to me is very exciting. And then also gas fees are handled on the back end. We're on a layer 2. So players really do have a free-to-play gaming experience. And soon OpenSea is going to be rolling out the Polygon Matic support. So we'll have the same sort of market experience that all these other dApps have. But the side of it is that this game is open to the entire world, as long as you have access to a web browser. I love that NFTs can be a tool that allow people to leverage their talent and skill to participate in what will be the new global economy. And I think we will see more dApp developers explore that space.
I absolutely agree. I think this is kind of like the high level theme of how do we actually now make the assets that we own productive. And that sort of sets up the base for, if I'm learning something in the game, I want to figure out what I can do with it, whether that's combining with other games because of it's an open platform, or using that to leverage existing game mechanics, or just in general integrate that with outside world. That may just be outside of the game itself. And this is kind of where I think that's a really good piece for us to kind of transition into, just thinking about what NFTs mean outside of art. So Linda, you kind of talked about a handful of things on programmability and generative art and assets. I'm curious to kind of just hear from Linda first, and then from Jesse and Marguerite. What are some creative things you've seen with NFTs outside of art? Any kind of favorite or examples that you can talk about?
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff happening. There's just been a lot of projects working on fractionalized ownership, which I think is really powerful, allowing people to now have access to these really valuable pieces of art, or it could be like very expensive gaming items that now everyone can like own pieces of. So there's like NFTX, Fraction.art working on that. I also think what's really cool is the idea of being able to use your NFT as collateral in DeFi. So being able to take out a loan, like let's say it represents some really valuable art or real estate or even like social capital, like you could stake someone else's time or someone else's like community and be like, hey, like I own a bunch of this, and now like can I take out a virtual mortgage or something? So there's a lot of like cool stuff happening there. And I think NFT is a project that's working on using as collateral. Just what's happening in like programmable NFTs. I think something that I'd like to see happen is just the idea of like artwork changing as time progresses. I think that would be really awesome to see, not just having static art, but being able to like somehow prove like ownership and visually display like how early you were in something, and not have that be like you could just buy that and then display it like later on. So I think there's like a lot of cool stuff you can play around there. And then I also there was so Kathleen Brightman, she was also working on NFT stuff really early on, and she was talking about the idea of like the importance of having ownership of in-game items and having the history behind that item be really valuable. So an example is like, let's say you're playing the game Magic and you win a tournament with this deck of cards, and now you have these cards that have won this tournament, and therefore these cards themselves, even though they might be the same as some other card, they can be more valuable just because they won a tournament. So there's a lot of really cool stuff happening, and I could go on forever about that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just to riff on this last point about the deck of cards and like its history. I think one sort of interesting idea space is just the fact that the thought that every piece of media on the internet is going to have its entire history be discoverable on chain, right? And like that's kind of a new thing, because with traditional media like a JPEG file, when you copy and paste a JPEG from like Instagram to Tumblr, it loses its entire history. Like you don't know who made it, what it's about. Like you have to go reverse image search, and even then it's like really noisy to figure out where it's been. And so I think that the one way I like to think about this is like media on the internet has largely been sort of like this flat two-dimensional surface. It's just whatever we can sort of see right in front of us, and trying to find where it came from is really hard. But now every piece of media is going to have this like Z axis that we can traverse and like figure out like, who interacted with it, what it's about. And that's so haven't seen a whole lot of like people experimenting with that yet. And that's because we're still early and the history is not that rich. But I think it's one of the most exciting things to explore with NFTs, because it's net new, enabled by the blockchains that these live on. And maybe just one other idea I'll offer up is so there's this project called Mirror, which is letting people mint essays as NFTs. And that's kind of it's interesting because it's not visual, right? It's like, why would you want to own? I think the idea of owning like a piece of visual art is very intuitive for people because it maps to the idea of a painting. Also, owning like a game asset is intuitive to people because that's like a commonly understood thing from traditional games. But then like, why would you want to own an essay? And I think the answer there is like, well, essays are how like big ideas come into the world, right? So like, what if like Elon Musk's next secret master plan that he published for Tesla was published as an NFT? That would be like a really cool artifact to own, right? So I think that's the base case. But I can imagine like, Jack, he just recently sold his first tweet as an NFT. I can imagine like the next Jack, the next person who's going to build something as big as Twitter, publishes their hello world moment for their platform as an NFT from inception. and that's actually how they fundraise for the project that they're building. Like, so that and when you think about what is like, how would you do that? Well, maybe you do it through a blog post or an essay, right? So maybe that's actually what Mirror is doing, is they're selling NFTs for essays, but they're really starting like companies, right? Like or projects. So it could go very far.
So say, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I have a lot of ideas about NFTs to enable deeper experiences. I think something worth, like I was just thinking about this morning. So Roham with Dapper Labs and that team did a really good job with this concept of moments. And basically you're taking a piece of time or an event from a celebrity, or a player's their sports history, and turning it into a moment is really an idea that can be applied to anything that is consumable content, like entertainment content. From if you think about a famous director, movie, like a series of movies, there's just basically anything can be turned into a moment. And in that same line of like the essays, when you buy an essay, it's like buying a moment of thought. So I'm wondering if there's going to be a whole, like, as we see drops as a service, if we're going to see people start to do like moments as a service for different people, like something hits a certain engagement criteria, and all of a sudden, like in the same way with tweets, like, oh, maybe I should buy this tweet. So that's really interesting about where we're placing value. There's a heavy emphasis on story, which actually has me thinking about things like our virtual influencers and how we're going to be blending the two worlds between physical and digital. If you're familiar with, I was telling the other day to Linda about the code Miko. She is so incredible with what she does with her virtual skins that she produces and then does live streams. She changed them in real time. I just saw her take out a flaming blade in the middle of one of her streams, and she has multiple camera points. It's very engaging. And then the audience can be typing, and you'll see their words going across her chest. And so, like, how is that monetized? Is she monetizing that? I'm really curious about all the different use cases there NFTs directly have a fit for. And then additionally, that idea, scaling it to event-based experiences, so tokenized, like you could have tokenized like a swag from your favorite musical artist, go to a concert, and maybe even the musician has like a tokenized, like it's basically a cold storage device that has an NFT in it with Bluetooth and location tracking. And then now we all have an augmented reality like phone where we can be interacting with each other, and who has it. We can receive airdrops on location from the different vendors and artists. Moments of the performance are now being dropped into my wallet that's with me. These kinds of gamified experiences. Well, and also like extend that further. Let's say I own skins like of the performance, so like I could change the backdrop that the artist has, and you see the big what's being displayed, and I've changed their environment. Maybe I've introduced a monster on stage. You can that can go both for like musical production all the way to improv theater, and that now your actors have to change what they're doing based on what the audience is putting in their hands. I definitely think in the next 5 to 10 years we're going to see this prototyping, and I say that because I'm going to do it.
That's amazing. It's an interesting topic though, because I think you're talking about basically having a whole set of tools and accessories to engage with your existing audience. And sort of what's interesting to me here is that, Jesse, your fund's thesis is on the ownership economy. Obviously, there's a lot of things in that category, but we're curious to kind of hear more about what does ownership economy mean to you, and sort of how do you think NFTs just kind of overlaps with that and where things are headed from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. So I guess, yeah, the ownership economy idea is that crypto has sort of like unlocked this new economic model for building networks that are operated and owned by their users. So like this is sort of the lens through which I look at all of crypto. Like Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think, are the first early examples of networks where there's no multi-billion-dollar networks. There's no company. They're networks that were built by a community of independent developers who then operate, ran the software on their computers and mine the networks, and in return for their contributions earned an ownership stake in the network through a token. And the idea is that that same economic model is going to find its way into every piece of consumer software on the internet. And we're sort of starting to see that happen in DeFi. And I think NFTs are sort of another example where NFTs, make the whole internet ownable, right? It's not just the platforms, but it's actually the media itself. And when you think about that, I think it has pretty profound implications in that it sort of like inverts the way social media platforms work today, where like when you upload a file to Facebook or Instagram or whatever, you're copy pasting the file to their server, and you also copy paste ownership of the media to them in that you sign the terms of service that allow them to monetize that however they see fit. And so effectively, like you're just giving away the ownership, whereas NFTs allow you to retain that ownership and for anyone to discover that it's yours in the same way, your Bitcoin is yours, which is, verifiably the case without depending on any third-party platform. So NFTs really invert the ownership model of media on the internet. And I think it's an important or sort of like formative inflection point for a lot of people who are new to the space, because it's a very easy way to understand, oh, I can actually own digital property that's truly mine. And I think it's only one hop to go from there to the idea, well, I can actually own a piece of all the internet products and services I use every day, which is something, people in the Ethereum community understand very well, because that's what's at the core of the success of, networks like Ethereum and Bitcoin. So that's the ownership economy in a nutshell. And I think NFTs are a really exciting like accelerant for the idea.
That's amazing. I forgot to mention this a bit early, but we're getting a lot of nodding heads, so to speak, on our chat. So if you have any questions as the audience you want to ask, want me to ask our panelists, please just type them up in the chat and I'll relay those questions here directly. So should have mentioned this a lot earlier, but we're happy to take any questions as well as we're going through this. I think, Jesse, what you talked about makes a pretty good, or kind of sets up a pretty good base for like how people should think about as individuals. But obviously, if you were to kind of extrapolate from that, there's a concept, or there's a way to kind of generalize that and think about communities at scale. And this is sort of what I want to ask Linda about DAOs. You recently wrote a blog post about what DAOs are and the future of DAOs and how they're interacting with a lot of different parts of our ecosystem, whether that's DeFi or NFTs. For those in the audience, we'd love for you to just kind of go over a little bit about what DAOs are and how are you seeing creative use cases of DAOs, whether it's NFTs or DeFi or just what you would even like to see.
Yeah, I do feel like DAOs are a natural progression of what's happening in crypto. And so DAO is just basically a group of people where there's no central management telling everyone what to do, like in a traditional corporation. And they organize themselves around a set of rules that are completely transparent and enforced on a blockchain. And like if you have funds managed by the DAO, it's all via smart contracts and you can see where funds are moving to and from. So it just makes things a lot more transparent and accessible. And I think just with DAOs and NFTs, there's like the first progression, I think, is you're seeing DAOs themselves invest in NFTs. So you're seeing like a Flamingo DAO investing directly in NFT art and owning that. You're seeing like a Yield Guild Games own like virtual land in the games they're playing, and then like actually building it up like virtual real estate. So I think that's like the start. And I love the idea of people collectively owning this. And I think what's cool about DAOs is you can be completely anonymous too. Like you couldn't join a company, a traditional company in Silicon Valley, and just be like anonymous and like never reveal your identity. But like you can join a DAO, like no one knows who you are. And as long as you like build up a reputation and you actually contribute, like everyone treats you just as any other member. And I love that piece to it. And so I think we're gonna maybe have the concept of like DAOs issuing NFTs to their members to have like badges or identity or reputation that they can have tied to their address. And maybe that could even carry on to like other places like, hey, I'm a really high profile reputation in this DAO, and like I think I can contribute a lot here, but no one knows who I am except for my reputation. So I think there's like a lot of cool things with NFT issuance. And then I also just really want to see like collective art created by DAOs, so people being able to vote on parameters of art and just create art as a group and have it be constantly changing. I was part of a DAO that was kind of working on something similar to that. It was called Saint Fame DAO. And like you would vote on like what the designs were for these clothing items, and like everyone would be like voting on different aspects to it, and then the DAO itself would produce and sell this. So I think it's like really cool. You could create like digital and physical items here, and MetaFactory is an example of a DAO that's kind of bringing together this culture and then actually making clothing items people can wear. So I think there's like so much interesting stuff happening in the DAO space, and we're just at the start of experimenting with that.
Yeah, I feel like if I were to ask you follow-up questions, we'll end up using the whole chat for just exploring the possibilities. So maybe the action item here is for all the hackers watching. We need a Twitch plays Mona Lisa for this hackathon, and we'll see what comes out of it at scale. I think the ownership economy, the DAOs in general, and kind of how they're letting communities operate is definitely the natural progression of how do you get more people involved. I think what's another interesting piece here is we're seeing personal and social tokens also thrive. And Margaret, I know you have a personal token called Coin. And for our audience, I would love to for you to get an overview of like what these personal social tokens are, how do you think about them, why you decided to create one, and sort of what it means to you and what others should be excited about in this space.
Yeah, so I use Coin. So Coin touches on a few things that we've been talking about here. I took an NFT and I said, this kind of represents me and like myself as a creator. Put some story to that NFT, and then I sharded it over with NFTX. So now it's been sharded into ERC20 tokens. I did a sale to fund the UNISWAP pool. I did a sale of making NFTs that were access to a crypto puzzle. So you had to own the NFT, and then it acted like token controlled access in order to be able to solve the puzzle. And the NFT itself, the artwork, actually was the starting point for the puzzle. The winners actually got together and like someone who had that NFT, they pulled them into their group and then shared the prize with everybody. But anyways, so the story, like my community has been around from just the crypto puzzle journey I've taken since, 2014, 15. And it was easy for me to have a creator token because of having an existing community. I think people you have to kind of have that first. Otherwise, it just trying to grow a community out of just pure value of a token is kind of backwards. You need to already have something valuable that people are invested in on an emotional level, I believe, I think, to be more successful. But for us, like when I launched Blockade Games, we don't have an ERC20 token for Blockade. I had always participated in the open software development world, starting with Bitcoin, and I missed having that community where everyone got to participate in some degree of building, and then people like being paid in some sort of a token, even if it's just a tip. Like it's a fun experience. So when I launched Coin, I was very clear that this should be viewed as play money. It is an experiment, and so don't come to knocking at my door expecting one moon. But it's done surprisingly well, actually. And the better it does, the more opportunity we have to turn around to our community and basically support developers who are trying to do something creative that kind of fits right into our ecosystem. We can put allocations towards those funds. So it's a really healthy feedback loop. We surprisingly have done a pretty good job not having a lot of the toxic like ERC20 token holder conversations in our Discord. I think that's another reason of having a very strong community where you already have moderators that are not even paid that drive how the conversation is going to go. So like Blockade Games does accept Coin in game. So that's another path. And then also there's ways like we reward these types of people. Like if it's a whole nother level of having a committed user essentially. And we can target, so for example, the game Neon District can read Ethereum wallets, Matic wallets, and custodial wallets, and then populate experiences in the game based on your asset holdings, which include Coin and also the reward token cred that you get when you are a liquidity miner for Coin. So we can allow people to essentially farm the database token, which is Neon. It's non-transferable, and you use Neon to funnel into your NFT development. So there's ways around on the fringe of the ecosystem that we add value. But the whole idea there is that Coin, so it's Coin's Eden, which is a syndicate within the Neon District universe and lore. We already have someone else in our community spinning up their own creator token who's a famous hacker. His name is Zayat, and he's head of security at Blizzard. he is one of the top 20 like bug bounty hunters. And so with his token, he's doing token controlled access in his Discord, where you can get really close and the inside look at when, as he goes and breaks things, like breaks Apple. How did he do that? And even maybe before he files his bug report, you can see like what's going on and his actual work, which I think is so fascinating. I think these guys really undersell. He's like, no, people don't really think this is so cool. And I'm like, no, this is so cool. So anyways, in the Neon District universe, Zaya is now going to have his hacker den and his community that he does have a following because he's a talent himself. And we can build up that lore around himself as well and his game characters. And he has this token that we can also, he can have his own microeconomy within the Neon District universe. We could accept it at Blockhead Games to funnel into their cooperative efforts. They act as a team. They go and take down other teams on the leaderboard as a group. So anyways, I get really excited about tokens as tools and communities, especially when it's coming from a good place and a sincere place.
That's so cool. This actually is a pretty good time for me to ask you. There's a question from the audience that came in, and people are curious about hearing what kind of websites or applications do you know right now that sort of let you experience the metaverse, like the way you would do in Snow Crash or Ready Player One. Other than obviously Neon District we just talked about, do you know any other attempts at this right now that people can check out? Any of you?
Yeah, you can check out Crypto Voxels. People have art galleries in it, and you don't need a VR headset or anything for it, although you could use it. And you just enter into different like land parcels in the game, and people have social events there, concerts. You can check out people's like NFT art hanging in the galleries, and there's also Decentraland as well. So yeah, it's like completely vibrant communities happening in these worlds.
Amazing. I think there's also a Decentraland for those of you interested to check out the world there. That's awesome. So I think one other kind of thing here is that what's sort of just the way you can apply and compose these tools in ways to kind of merge anywhere from art to DeFi to transactions. It sets up a whole new world for setting up new and unique business models. I'm curious to kind of hear from Jesse and Linda first. Like, have you seen any new interesting business models for how either NFTs or DAOs or just these communities are thinking of monetizing, or what changes from a traditional sort of definition of like what we think about business models or revenue?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I guess like the business model of NFTs is not like net new, right? Like it's like you're selling people your stuff, and that's like that's kind of like a well understood, like an artist sells their work, game developers sell in-game assets. So I think like the business model is well understood, and you could say it's a micro transaction model, like you buy stuff when you want it. But I think there's a lot of interesting like potential because all these assets are programmable. So one early example is like you can bake in royalties to an NFT so that the creator is able to like benefit from revenue when it's resold. And that's kind of like that revenue stream is like a net new business model for creators. So that's kind of interesting. And then like Linda touched on earlier, like the idea that you can like fractionalize ownership of these NFTs and then give it away to your audience or like sell pieces of it, right? Like these are just kind of different ways to monetize the work, which are interesting. But yeah, I guess I think the one important thing that I touched on earlier that maybe I can come back to here is like, I think the business model of like social media platforms where we like engage with and consume media online is going to have to change, because a lot of it has been ad driven in the past, and now there's this kind of like growing market economy around NFTs that's happening. And so I think like developers that lean into that and sort of like build on top of what is now emerging as this universal open programmable media library have this opportunity to like step into the flow of value that people are transacting in that marketplace. And that might, look completely different than an ad-based model.
Yeah, I agree. I don't feel like they're like brand new models, but it is like new ways of thinking about things. Like, for example, Jesse talked about like mirror and just like SA tokens and ownership over these pieces, like that actually historically hadn't been something I thought about. Like this is actually something that I would want to own a piece of, and thinking through like what does SA token enable? And I think there's going to be so much more developed along like what these tokens can represent. And what it allows you to be part of. So I'm pretty excited by that. And then I think one area that I've been really interested in seeing more of is just the idea of, so like a very common business model just in the traditional world is like selling advertising space on your website, or on Google having ads or something. And I think it'd be really cool to just have like these tokenized advertising space and like virtual real estate. And so like having people just be able to like buy your advertising spot as an NFT really early on if they think your website's going to get popular, and then being able to like bake in royalties into that advertising space as people can now trade this freely. So like that idea has been around for a while, but I haven't really seen that many people work on it. So I'm excited to see that as like a maybe promising business model in the future.
That's a cool hackathon idea too for those of you looking for ideas still. It's actually kind of true because maybe I could have phrased it better. It's not really a new business model. It's just more about unlocking new ways to sort of earn or sort of generate what you would say revenue in this case. And we've seen creative things like, I mean, now looking at something like ENS domains. ENS domains are ERC 721 tokens. You are able to physically transfer ownership of domains, which is slightly different than how we think about purchasing domains in kind of the current world. You have things like people auctioning their time. We saw Ruben, one of our kind of common friends, giving out legal advice for all the token holders as an experiment as a lawyer. And that's a whole new way to think about prioritizing or being able to book a meeting because you owned the social token. And I think the mirror example is probably the best thing here that you talked about, which is unlocking thought. And that's a super unique sort of thing that we know that we've been able to express on the internet. We've been able to replicate and copy it infinitely, but we've never been able to think about valuing it in sort of this crypto first, I guess, way. So that to me is super exciting. And I feel like I'm now jealous that I don't get to compete on the hackathon this weekend because I want to try some of these things. But this is so cool. We'll see if there's any more questions coming in. But
I had a couple to add. So like the advertising space, I've been telling the OpenSea team for a while, they need to have that banner position at the top where you can compete to get your collection or NFT position there, like as an NFT use case. And then like people could, yes, being able to monetize that and buy the advertisement, I think is really neat. And I like the idea of then, for example, in Universe, in Neon District, having a billboard. And the billboard could have just roll through NFTs that people have put on a list, whitelisted, and then it could be about events, an event in CryptoVoxel's dance party. But the other thing I like about it is you could buy it like just by clicking it and it could go into your wallet. Yeah, and I said those kinds of systems I think are neat. So I recently did a pitch deck where I made a list of accredited investors and found who they were on like through OpenSea and other means. Like for example, Mr. Beast, when he bought a punk, I knew like, okay, I got his address. And then I airdropped these pitch decks, which were unlockable. So you had the cover, but unless you owned the NFT, then owning it, you could have access to the deck. Currently it was just a link, but the idea that I think soon OpenSea will support and I think Rarible has unlockable content too, but you can upload the actual PDF too. So it could all be like one experience. I'm really excited about like unlockable content as a tool and mechanism. You could launch so many businesses just on that model.
I totally agree. It's a pretty big space because people definitely are always curious for mystery boxes. It's a natural instinct. No, this is great. So maybe what I'll do is I think we should end this here and kind of wrap up with some kind of final thoughts. There's a great set of kind of panelists here. They're investors, gamers, founders. You have really diverse backgrounds that kind of got you through where you are now. And what I want to do is kind of end off with a question for each of you. And we'll start with Marguerite. For people who are trying to get into this space, whether that's kind of creative folks who want to learn about this or founders who are trying to start something in this ecosystem. Do you have any advice you want to give them, and kind of how should they be thinking about what they should focus on, what matters, or what they should be looking at in terms of what the possibilities are, what are interesting things to kind of dig into? We'll kind of I want to just have each of you answer that, and we'll wrap up this panel today.
I think something I've been thinking about is the dichotomy of people with a big brand wanting to come in and participate and make their NFTs, but then then you have what almost feels like a cash grab that happens. I think it would be better if people with large brands and they are just ramping up to almost go through the steps anonymously. Make a collection, don't associate it with your brand, kind of look around, spend time and seeing what is sustainable models that other people are doing, other creatives. How do they plan to support these NFTs that they're minting? Because I think you actually have a lot of responsibility as someone with a big following or a brand to make sure you're being thoughtful. Even though there's money on the table potentially, doesn't really negate that you should be thoughtful in how you're going to introduce these economic tools into your community.
Jesse, Linda, anything to add?
Yeah, so I guess my advice for founders is to be persistent, which, so having like been thinking about this stuff for a long time, I think like in hindsight, it's easy to see like it's all happening now. And then I guess the important thing to keep in mind is, we're definitely in some kind of like hype cycle for NFTs right now, where like, the whole world is excited about them, and that excitement will like wax and wane in the short term. But in the long term, like this technology is not going anywhere, and all the things we're talking about on this panel are going to happen. So yeah, my advice is like be persistent. There's going to be a sort of like hype cycle correction, and that's normal. It's happened in crypto. It happens in all markets. But just keep going, and if you're in a position where you can get to the other side, you'll be poised to succeed when the next hype cycle comes, and that'll carry you all the way through to adoption.
I think my advice, especially for NFTs or anything that involves like having a community or having to engage with the community, I think what works really well, I mean, not always the case, but generally I've seen work really well, is building in public and being really collaborative with people early on, and not just building in a complete vacuum. Like people in the space are really welcoming, very open to feedback, and helpful with each other. So I feel like we talk about Mirror a lot, but Mirror in particular, I think did an excellent job at building in public, having their like launches and testing like just live streamed, and really people could see the kinks that needed to be fixed, and would just kind of iterate from there. And I really like that they're now having like very public displays of like community building early on by having like people voting in who are going to be the next writer. So I just think like building in public can really benefit you in just starting that like community building early on.
I think that's a wonderful note to end on, and to kind of sum it up, I think that's primarily why also ETH Global exists. We want you to succeed in this space, and we want to be there to kind of help you unblock wherever you're stuck or need help with. So I think this is a really good advice for people, the 550 plus people who are going to be diving into building something cool in the world of NFTs over the next 2 days. And with that, I want to thank all three of you for being with us today and sharing some of your amazing thoughts. There will be some more questions that we'll get, and we'll just send them your way directly, and we'll be sure to kind of connect you with anybody who definitely wants to talk with you. So thanks again, and we're super grateful to have you.
It was fun.
Thanks, Kartik. Yeah, thanks everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
So with that, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, and what we'll be doing is we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break before we move on to our next panel, and that is an amazing lineup that I am super excited about. We're going to have Tasha, Bobby Hundreds, RAC, and Mike Shinoda talk about Ethereum being for artists. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break. Stay on the chat, stay on this video, enjoy the radio in the meantime, and we'll talk to you in 10 minutes.
Check, check.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi.
Oh my God, Bobby Hundreds?
Oh my God, it's Michael Shinoda, MS.
What's up, Bobby?
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Hey, Latasha, how you doing?
Good, good, good.
Oh my God, is that RAC?
Rack.
Who? Rack? Rack?
That's Rack.
Rack?
Rack.
Oh, are we live right now?
We do an intro, but I think this works even better. So let's just jump right in. We've already adjusted to this environment. And without further ado, let's talk about how Ethereum is for artists and how this ecosystem is and can't do. So RC has graciously accepted to moderate this chat. It's not really a panel, it's more of a conversation and a hangout with all of you here. So I'll get out of your way and we'll spend the next 45 to 60 minutes just talking about what has been exciting in this space. So we'll take it away.
Well, thank you. So I got asked to moderate this about 2 minutes ago, so I'll do my best. If you guys can help me out here, I would greatly appreciate that. But no, I mean, I think there's obviously like a lot to talk about here. I think we all kind of see the potential in Ethereum and blockchain and NFTs and all the fun stuff that we've been sort of hearing about for the past like month and a half. But I think maybe pretty typically, I think we maybe should just do some quick intros, maybe just brief bio.
Start with.
Well, I think you just nominated yourself. So
myself. Oh God. I'm Mike. I started a band called Linkin Park. I had a side project called Fort Minor. I actually grew up playing piano, and I thought I was going to be a graphic designer and or illustrator, like a visual artist. And then the music thing just took off. Been into crypto for a few years, been into NFTs, like not super early. I feel like I was like kind of becoming aware of it on the earlier side of when everybody else became aware of it. Certainly later than Andre, for example, who was like one of the first people I contacted. And I was like, okay, tell me about this. What's going on here? And the community has been super welcoming. I think we should talk about that too. But yeah, I've got a few NFT projects lined up for the future that I have not announced. But the one that people do generally know about is I have a new single called Happy Endings, which I debuted as an NFT. It was the first major label song debut with an NFT.
Latasha, do you want to go next?
Sure. What's up, guys? My name is Latasha. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, but now I live in LA. I am a singer-songwriter, rapper, producer, and artist, just all around kind of creative. I love to just do all types of shit that I want to do. So got into NFT about a month ago, honestly. My boyfriend actually put me on. He's been doing it for like almost 3 months now, and got into it in a month, but it like just went really quickly. I've already sold like 26 NFTs in about like 3 weeks, which is crazy. And just been really grateful about especially the community has been so amazing, along with the fact that I make music, but I also make like these visual pieces with the music. And I'm just so happy because the music industry has been a place that I've tackled with for a while. And just, it's nice to have a new space for my work and, allow myself to be multifaceted and stuff. So yeah, that's me.
26 NFTs is impressive.
Thank you.
It's actually amazing.
I'm hoping today is 27 because I just dropped another one. So let's see what happens.
I memean, I don't know many people who've been able to do something like that's a lot. And for it to work, yeah.
It just kept happening where like one dropped and then it sold and then the next I was like, all right, let's keep going. Let's see what happens. And in 3 weeks I was like, oh my God, I'm up to like 26 NFTs gone. This is nuts. So
how did you? I know I need to introduce myself, but before I get there, I'm just because I'm so curious about you and your work. How did how did you build traction with your audience? Did your endemic audience already understand NFTs? That seems to be one of the hurdles with my community, is that it takes a lot of education. We're all still learning, but
Yeah,
you know, so
totally.
but for you, what was it? Yeah.
So honestly, my community is all like, they know hip hop and that's all they know. So like it wasn't about the community. It was really like, I think the Black crypto community was really supportive as soon as I got into the scene, and was just pushing my art and just buying like collections like very quickly. And so it was just beautiful. And then Zora was also really supportive, like out of the gate. They just like really was like, yo, we love what you're doing, just keep going. They minted my first piece for me, and it was just like just a lot of love out of the gate. And I'm just so grateful for it, because I was like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but let's get it going. But yeah, and you know, I talk a lot on Twitter. People know, like, I'm always like, you know, bigging up Black women on Twitter and just pushing Black women crypto. So like everybody's like, word, I'm about to buy everything Latasha's talking about. So it's been really dope in that scene. So I'm really grateful for that.
I love it. I love that also pushes against this narrative constantly that crypto and NFTs are just about these white male, you know, whales.
We gonna get there, Bobby. We gonna get there, because we got a lot to talk about that too.
We do. I know. I haven't even introduced myself.
Yeah,
but to everyone watching, I'm Bobby Hundreds. I'm here in LA. I have a brand, streetwear brand. It's almost a couple decades old at this point, called The Hundreds. I do a lot of stuff. I write, I draw, you know. I grew up like the same way as Mike. I thought I was going to be an illustrator, cartoonist. I love reading Garfield and Calvin and Hobbes. And so I thought that's what I was going to do, because I like drawing cartoons. And then I ended up actually kind of doing that. I just do it on clothes. I got into NFTs in December through Trevor. Everybody knows Trevor somehow. He had tweeted something. It was probably around that Beeple auction at the time, which was like kind of the first wave. And I was like, what is this? And, you know, he radicalized me, and then he connected me with Dee at Zora, and then Dee indoctrinated me. And then I was fully in, and spent the first month being entirely confused. I'm still more confused than ever the more I learn. And in the middle of January, I started having some breakthroughs with it, understanding, you know, wrapping my brain around it. I wrote an essay, which a lot of people shared. It was great, that it just explaining what I'd learned and onboarding a lot of people. And then it just started going from there. And February was crazy. It hasn't stopped, you know. Not a day goes by where I don't get 30 to 40 texts or DMs saying, can you explain an NFT? Like, what does fungible mean? And I'm like, I don't know.
I love this thing that you did where you told me about you got so many requests that you set up like a weekly Zoom call to just like, all right, just show up at 12:30 on Tuesday and I'll explain it to all of you. Like,
I'm an asshole, but it still happens all day, right? Like everyone's, can you explain it? And it's the same conversation. So I just say, hey, Tuesday mornings, 11 a.m. PST, here's a Zoom. Just come in and out, ask your question. Other people will be able to help you along with me. And that, Latasha, I think that goes back to your point about how so much of this is really about community, right? The people who seem to be the most successful, the reason why people's like that is he's built a community over the years. Like, people love him. It's not like he's just some random artist.
Exactly. And Bobby,
yeah.
I totally big you up for the Zoom, because I'm thinking about doing the same, because it's been really nuts just trying to like explain via text like what this is. It's just like, nah. And I've been telling everybody, I'm about to just teach a course, whatever. Let's just do this. I never want to teach a course, but this might be the next thing.
No, I've gotten so many texts that are just like, hey, do you have about 2 hours of your time that you know, I could take to like so you can explain all of this to me? I'm like, I mean, I get it, like, but I totally understand it, because it is a lot to take in, right? It's a pretty broad topic. I mean, crypto alone, without even getting into NFTs, is like already like, you know, a mountain to climb. So once you get into the NFT world, it's like a whole nother side of it that I think it's not only just a technological thing, but it's also sort of like a social thing, and and it's kind of like a movement in its own right. So it's pretty overwhelming at the moment. I think I can say that for anybody even remotely involved in NFTs, it's sort of being
yeah. As much as I complain about it, I really the intrigue and the excitement for me with NFTs. I haven't minted 26 NFTs. I'm not even really much into trading and doing that yet. I'm just really fascinated by the conversation. I love just talking about it. You know, even with a lot of the naysayers, I'm like, Mike and I are on a thread where we have a friend of ours who's really against it.
I love that thread so much because he is so he totally understands what is exceptional about this moment in time. He totally understands the technology, and he just doesn't subscribe. Like, he's just like, yeah, I people are doing this, people are going to be doing this, and he's right about all of it. And he's like, I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of, like,
that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like, his thing is like, here's his, I think, what do you think his biggest beef is? It's because of all of the whales running away with the headlines. Is that really
Yeah, I think he's really caught up with that. That it seems to be just this cash grab. A lot of, the argument that a lot of people are going to get hurt in this process. It's money laundering. It's a pyramid scheme, like that one. Sometimes he brings up the climate stuff, which is of course incredibly critical. But I think to him it's more, and not to call out Anna, Mike, but Mike's wife also, she sums it up the best way, which is, this is stupid.
We had that conversation. So Bobby hit me up. Was it November? You hit me up and you're like, hey, are you guys paying attention to this NFT thing? And I didn't respond to that because I was like, I'm hearing stuff. Like, I got to wrap my head around what's happening. And then when we finally, like in December, I think you're right. I think it was about December-ish.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so like, do we get involved? Like, who should we talk to? Because there's some exciting things going on. And my wife was in the conversation too. She's just like, she was at that first stage of, why would people pay money for that?
Yeah. Right. Like, this is stupid. How do you guys reply to that?
Here's the argument that I like to make is like, okay, not everybody buys art. A lot of people buy art from IKEA, like, and they're happy with that, and that's fine.
So true.
If that's what they want to do and fill up their walls with something like that, that's great. I mean, but some other people really value high-end art, and they exist in their own little world. And I do understand, like yeah, a lot of the money, it's pretty. The headlines are coming from like the big whales, right? But I actually think that there's sort of this, if you look a little bit closer, there's like a whole generation of artists that are being sort of elevated by this that weren't being served by,
their other spaces.
Yeah, the visual artists,
like Latasha.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You guys see? Did you guys see the pack, the title collection?
No.
I don't. Well, I remember seeing it, but I don't remember the specifics now.
I got reminded because he quoted a Linkin Park lyric the other day. I was like, oh yeah, who's that guy? So he did this. He did this collection called The Title, and if you look it up, it's basically the exact same image with different names, and the name referred to itself. Like, so there was one called The Cheap. They're all the exact same thing.
I remember this, yeah.
And it's $500. One's called The Expensive, was $10,000. One's called The Unsold, which he didn't sell. One's called The Lucky, which was $1. Like, they each have a thing that refers to what they are. And what it did was, what was so revealing. I mean, it basically focused its essence itself on what was really important, which is what's the concept of the thing and what will you buy it for?
Exactly.
The image was inconsequential. And like a lot of good fine art, like it ruffled feathers and made people uncomfortable. Like, have you ever heard of, it's like the banana with the duct tape. Like, people went like, I don't understand why anybody would spend so much money. The banana's going to die. Like, Because it's not about the art. Like
exactly.
Sometimes you buy a piece of art because it's beautiful and you want to look at it. But other times art is not about that. Art is about the concept,
the story,
or just the rarity.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's also another reason why so many people have been gravitating to like certain artists, is because the story there is something they've never heard before, right? And that changes everything for people. I know a lot of people are like, word, like I see what happens to women in hip hop, so I want to support what you're doing because you're telling that story for so many other women in not just hip hop, but in music and art and everything, right? So that is so crucial. And I agree with you, Mike, like totally.
Well, by the way, and when it is about the visuals, like Latasha, I see your, like some of your work. Part of the story is you as a creator and as an innovator, right? So people are buying, part of what they're buying is that as you as an idea. And then the other part of it is that the visuals just look great. Like they don't have to not matter. Sometimes they matter a lot. And in your case, I feel like they matter a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you have to have both to me. Like, I feel like the visual got to be dope and the story got to be dope if you want to get something like, you know, important out there. So, you know, that's the crucial part for me right now.
It's a new medium, right? And that's how I'm thinking about it personally. It really is a new art form. And like POC is a great example of sort of applying concepts that really only make sense in the NFT world. You know, there's not really an analog that you can't do that anywhere else. Yeah. Like he did this other fascinating project, which again kind of ruffled some feathers. I think he's becoming more of like a conceptual artist at this point, which I think is cool. But he did essentially took Michelangelo's I forget the Sistine Chapel, like famous piece, whatever. But the ET moment. And so he took each individual block and then reprocessed it through an AI. So it was a new work technically. And then sold them by parts. And it was interesting to see like which parts people wanted to buy. And of course, like the finger, everybody went for that one. You can imagine what else people wanted to buy. Because there's some nudity. But like, you know, obviously there's some blank spaces that were like, you know, who's going to buy a blank space because that's not that interesting. But again, like fascinating concept, and using the technology as like a new medium, a new art form, and approaching it from that perspective. And I love that. I think that's what's so cool about this is like net new. We're not trying to replicate exactly what's been done before. It's like something completely different. I mean, I didn't even introduce myself, but Andre, musician, tech addict. I don't know. I love all this stuff. I've sort of been involved in the Ethereum world for a long time, but you know, when I decided to sort of approach the NFT space, I'd only really seen visual art, and I was like, okay, this is fascinating, but like, how do I, as a musician, even approach this? And the closest example I could think of is like, okay, when I go to a museum and look at a piece, you know, I'm there for 30, 45 seconds, maybe a minute, depending on the piece, you know, and then I kind of move on to the next one. So I was like, okay, how do I apply that to like something that you consume digitally on your phone or on a screen? And, you know, the idea was like, okay, a 30 to 45 second loop of, you know, of sort of like a diorama, like a 3D space with music, and you're sort of setting a tone. Like that was kind of my approach to it. And this is something that can only really exist as an NFT. It can't really exist as a painting. It's not a painting, you know, it can't exist on Spotify because then it doesn't have the visual, you know, it's kind of a whole new medium. And I think that's what's so exciting to me. And I don't know, I'm curious if you guys like think about it that way.
There are a couple of things that I keep coming back to. I'd say there's two things to me that I keep coming back to. One is that when I was in school, I went to Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, and I studied illustration. And as part of that, we had to take some other classes in different disciplines, you know, required classes. And I remember taking fine art, certain really, really abstract conceptual fine art classes that I did not want to take. And one of the things that drove me crazy about them was that it was all about concept, and it was always come up with your concept first and then the medium secondary. Like express your concept via whatever medium is appropriate for the expression of the idea. So in other words, if I have a cool idea, I wouldn't go straight to a canvas and paint about it, because the idea, there's no connection. In a case of if my idea is about, for example, coming out of quarantine and people feeling like socially awkward coming out of quarantine. Let's say that's my idea. Like at its core, that has nothing to do with paint. That has nothing to do with a canvas. So that class, they would challenge you, okay, express that idea in a way that's more true to the idea, not true to the thing that you do. I think that the NFT space actually opens the door for a lot of that the idea of a file of any kind that you can create being, that you can play with rarity and play with value to whoever it touches, like, they have a connection to it somehow. Like, I love the idea. Right now we're seeing a lot of like, this is a video, it is being sold on an auction. Like, I think later we're going to see it being authenticated, the item that is being authenticated and is being offered in a rare kind of way, not just be a movie, not just be a song, not just be a text file. And the other thing is just that I also keep trying to think of that through the lens of Web3. I keep thinking of it in terms of like, how do we do this in a way? We're also sick of huge corporations being in between us and a fan, being in between, wedging themselves into a transaction, turning us or using us as their commodity, as their widget to sell against ads. And how do we do the first part while keeping our eyes on the ball of the second part? Was that too much?
No. That was great. I guess like hearing you talk about this, it sort of reminded me of like sort of like how this really kind of changes how we value things, right? This idea of, I mean, yeah, like our industries, especially in music, is sort of rife with middlemen and different services that take like pieces here and there and sort of dwindles it down to like not a whole lot left at the bottom for the artist. And what I like about this, I think there's a couple kind of main things that this changes is like, shout out to Zora, I guess, once again, because like, I think they kind of came up with this concept, but that, essentially like on the internet, early on, like information sort of wants to spread out, like wants to like move to the edges, like information kind of like wants to be free, like it feels like that's sort of the natural state of it, is that like people want to access content or music or art, whatever it is, and it just wants to be free flowing. And the way that we've monetized it, Mike, what you're saying about like ads and like that's sort of like adding friction to it. It's like, okay, well, this is our thing, we're going to charge you for it, or we're going to add this inconvenient, like weird thing on top of it. And that's been kind of the model for like 20 years, or 20, 25 years.
How much will you put up with?
Yeah. Right.
That's a very negative way to approach. I'm not selling you something because you love it. I'm monetizing your discomfort or your annoyance. Crazy. That's a crazy thing to do, but it works.
Right. It works on some level, but I think it's like showing its cracks with certain types of industries. I think music being one of them, art being another, and I mean, even to some degree, news, and it's sort of distorting that, right, on multiple levels. So I think, I don't know that NFTs are the answer for everything, but it kind of fixes a lot of that, right? Where it's sort of just it's saying is like content should be, or data should be free flowing, should reach everybody for free, but that ownership at the top should be scarce for the creator or for a bidder, or whether it's a group of people, or so it's a very interesting sort of way to monetize, I guess, like, because it doesn't require you to set up a paywall or like there's no friction there. It's sort of like I mean, I think a lot of people get caught up with this, right? Like, this is the point. It's like, why would I want that? What I don't value that,
But there's also this overlap, and I want to ask Bobby specifically about this. There's this overlap with musicians and concert tickets, the way they're scooped up and resold. And that's the same thing that's happening in secondary market with fashion, right? And other things. So there's a mechanism in place with an NFT that addresses that. The creator can set a percentage and continue to make that percentage. And if you go in, if it's auction style, then the audience will decide the price, and then it'll hopefully continue to move. And the creator of that, I mean, if you can imagine, like I loved that the Nyan Cat creator like sold his, I thought it was worth more than what it sold for personally, because it's a world famous joke. Like it's a world famous piece of art and
cultural artifact, right? Like
cultural art, it's perfect. Yeah. And it's going to continue to get passed around because everybody knows what it is.
Right? Yeah. That's one of the most compelling parts to me about NFTs also, is this idea. When people say, well, everyone has that, I'm like, that's actually what makes the NFT more valuable. The more visible it is, the more it's been seen and saved onto somebody's desktop or screen grabbed on a phone, it only makes it stronger that someone has the original one. The Mona Lisa is always the example everybody uses, but there's a copy of that everywhere. Everyone has one in their computer or their home, at an IKEA. And so when you see the actual one, it means so much. It's like seeing a celebrity. It's like seeing Mike Shinoda, right? Like I've seen Mike Shinoda so many times, right? Music videos, on the award stage, there's photos, there's billboards of him. And so when I see the actual Mike Shinoda, it's like, holy crap, this is him. This is the one of one Mike. And Anna owns him. But I don't know if that was the right way to look at it, but that seems to make sense in my head. I have a question for you all, which was, when I talk to people who are really deep into this, people like Trevor, right? This person, Trevor, that we keep talking about, but people like Trevor or some of the guys who own the platforms and the artists who've been doing this for a long time. It's actually not even, NFTs really aren't about what's even happening right now. It's almost like this is the gateway to get us to where we're going. It's like, this is what we need to do to crack people's brains open so that they can kind of understand the blockchain. Because up until recently, I still don't get the blockchain, but I didn't understand and I didn't really care, right? Because there was no way to really use a lot of this crypto and it just didn't seem very practical to me. And I couldn't imagine what life would be like inside of this screen every day. And so the pandemic accelerated that because we spent so much time on our phones. But also NFTs really helped me to see what it was like, what Andre has been understanding about the Ethereum blockchain for many years. Something about that captivated you early on. Like for me, it didn't happen until NFTs, and it seems to be a lot of people onboarded and joined, in because of NFTs. And so it's like, was this just as usual, art and culture and music, right, are always on the front lines. That's what gets people to enter into the next space, right? When you're gentrifying neighborhoods, the artists do it first, and then people follow the artists, right? So we're like gentrifying Ethereum blockchain.
I mean, to be honest, like I've been involved with this since 2017. So it was a lot techier early on, but like it's a very interesting subset of people because it's a lot of tech people, but they love art, and that's why I think it actually made sense in hindsight that NFTs were the thing that really kind of made this a little more mainstream versus just like an investment vehicle, which a lot of people had viewed crypto as that. And that was sort of one of the biggest misconceptions about all this stuff is like when you talk about crypto, people assume you're talking about investments. I'm like, no, there's actually like a whole platform that you can create like entirely new systems of coordinate. Like the thing is, it's so big that like it's really hard to like keep it to not be hyperbolic about it, because you're like, you can run the government on this, it's like you can go there, but obviously that's not going to happen overnight or anything like that, but you know what I mean, like it's so I think NFTs are actually, even though they are somewhat complex, it is like that first kind of like, oh, okay, that I get that makes sense, scarcity, okay, I don't need to understand the technical stuff so much. I don't need to worry about blockchains and whatnot, but like ideologically, I understand what's happening here, and I like it. You know, I think that's cool. But like the whole thing about it being like a sort of an open platform for me was really, that was the North Star for me. You know, it's like, okay, this is amazing. It's like set up right from the beginning, because you know, in music especially, it's, there's 3 labels that run the world, and
always a gatekeeper.
Yeah, and they just control a lot, and what I like about this is that it's not really, it's like, I don't think it's going to replace them overnight or anything like that, but it's like basically every service that exists out there could potentially be replaced by code. And that's kind of a scary idea, but also like kind of fascinating, because like if you think about it, like nobody's safe. So it makes, I don't mean the artist, I don't think, like, I'm not really worried about that side, but it really, like, all these services and all these like applications, you know, the financialization or the financial side of it, which I think is maybe the more hostile side of the music industry, could be essentially replaced by your fans or some kind of other mechanism. So like, to me, I find that to be like the ultimate leveling of the playing field. So like, now they have to compete with zero. They need to compete with code. You know what I mean? So it keeps them honest. It's like, okay, now you're a label. Are you going to take 50%? Maybe not. You know, maybe you're only worth 25% because you're more of a marketing service, you know, at this point. Like, maybe they are worth 50%. I don't know. Are they worth 80%? Probably not, you know.
So how are the labels responding to all this? They seemed a little late. The people that I do know at labels, they caught on very late. They're scrambling. There are a lot of the people that are hitting me up like, can I ask you about NFTs real quick? But what are they doing in response?
A lot are hitting me up like all the time now to just find out what I'm doing. It's a joke because a few months ago, nobody was hitting me up. And then all of a sudden I got into NFTs and like all these homies are like, yo, what's good, Latasha? Where you been?
Back
like,
then, you didn't want me. Now I'm hot. You're all up on me.
You
Mike Jones.
Like, hey, do you have 2 hours of your time?
All day with the 2 hours of your time. So yeah, I've definitely been noticing more labels are interested. But I also feel like they're interested because they want to figure out how to, you know, leverage this on their side, you know, so artists still will try to get to labels. And
so are they scared? Or are they threatened by this?
I personally think some are scared because because this gives the power to the artists. You know what I mean? This like gives the power, the worth, and the integrity to the artists. And most artists
the integrity.
Most artists are fighting for that, to keep that. I know for myself, I've been doing music for like 8 years now, 5 years like professionally. And most of the time that was what I was fighting for my creative integrity, to keep like my word and keep myself intact, you know? And I made choices where I didn't go to a label, but, you know, was hurt because I didn't have the money to pay for shit or deal with shit. And now I got into NFTs, and like in 2 weeks, I made the money I probably would have made getting signed. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like a whole different game.
Just the same thing happened to me, where I did a drop just recently on Maker's Place, and I made more on that drop than I did my entire last 2 albums, on a very well-respected label. You know, we put a lot of effort into it. Like, I made more money in 2 days than the entire thing.
That's like, I think that in addition to, there are certainly the folks from the labels who are scared of it, because just like anybody, things that are different and new and unfamiliar are scary. There are also folks that understand it or are starting to understand it and are trying to be strategic. And one of the things, they're not scared of it in terms of like, oh, it's different and I don't understand it. I think one thing that I always tell young artists is that if you're in an existing relationship with a label, then and a new delivery model, like meaning a new way to get product to a fan, shows up, and there's no precedent for what the economic splits should be. So if they're used to, like Andre, you said, if they're used to 85% splits, you get 15. they take 85 because they have so many employees and they do such important work. And without them, you wouldn't be anywhere, right? And the starting point of the conversation is, I get 100, you get 0.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the starting point of the conversation, that is terrifying to them, because they're just like, well, we're certain,
Oh my God.
we certainly have, okay. And I'll say this, like for them, if I'm at a label, I'm thinking, well, I do have value. Like, we do a thing. We do, when we could certainly help make your NFT drop bigger than you could on your own. There's a totally, like, look at Warner Records. They have a worldwide infrastructure, tentacles in every single country in the planet.
Right.
And they could help make your drop really big. And for that, like, the question mark is like, the question is like, for what do they spend on that? And what do they make on it? Right. Mm-hmm. And they don't know. So when I did, for example, when I dropped my new single Happy Endings as an NFT, we did 10 limited edition. We did 1 of 10, 2 of 10, that type of thing on Zora. And that was it. And I have co-writers on the song. I have 2 other vocalists on the song. Disney is in the mix. Like, okay.
What?
So we got Warner, Universal, Disney, publishers, etc. Like, I just went to them and I said, look, here's what we're going to do. If you're okay with it, just give me the green light to give all the money to charity so we don't have to work out splits. Let's just look at this as an experiment. And if you green light it, we're going to watch how it tracks. Mm-hmm. Because it really, the major holdup is they're going to at some point say, like, if you sell an NFT, the industry standard is we take this much, and they don't have that right now. And they're trying to create that.
Yeah, exactly.
Young artists are the place where they're going to go. They're going to try and do deals with 100 young artists and say, 50% fair, right? And you're not, if I say no, you're going to not let me release it. So I guess, and then they're going to go to the big artists and say, we take 50%.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like, even back when I was signing my deal with a major at the time, you know, I sort of, you know, I was aware of what I was getting into, but also it's like, I mean, these rates are ridiculous. Let's be real, you know, like 85 or 80% is like toxic. to put it. But then again, like, the argument is always like, well, you know, Michael Jackson got that, or, you know, or Prince got that, or, like, you know, literally any other major, David Bowie got that. And it's like, who are you?
But they all were upset about that shit. Like, every single one of them were upset about it.
Of course. Nobody's happy with it. But it is a lot of like, well, this is how things are done around here, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
And even with small labels, like, I did a small publishing situation last year just to test out the waters, because my whole thing was like, I'm from Brooklyn, Jay-Z is my guy, like, you know, I'm not signing nobody as long as I can, and I'm gonna hold all of this integrity forever, you know, whatever. So I was like, let me just try this publishing thing. And, you know, I had a bigger name than even the publishing company did, right? Like, I had like more clout, I guess, if we want to call it clout. And the label still tried to pull the whole, like, no, this is what you're gonna get because this is the standard. And I'm like, you guys are a small publishing company. You guys have no kind of like push, like I could probably push myself. I'm doing this kind of as a favor. And they literally told me my sweat equity didn't equate to their work. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me right now. Like, I remember battling this, like, for like the whole pandemic, being pissed off about this pretty much. But that's how they run. And then when I found NFT, I was like, oh, well,
bye.
There goes my resolution.
What,
you know?
It's like, I mean, I don't know if restaurant is the right analogy, but what if it's like, you know, so the economics are different, right? If you're a small artist, if you're a small artist making more per unit, you make 90% per unit or 100% per unit or whatever, and you only have to sell, this tiny fraction of the amount of units in order to make the exact same amount of money. Exactly. And there's then so many artists can be successful because the label monetizing against like volume. Like, you have to sell look at the Spotify streaming numbers. Like everybody hears about these numbers about like, you streamed 5 million, your song streamed 5 million times on Spotify and you just collected a check for $10,000. Like, congratulations.
Right.
Right? Like that, those economics suck. No artist likes that. The labels and whoever else is making money, Spotify themselves, taking all of that money to do all of the things they do. It seems so efficient to do it the other way, right?
Right.
And if they can provide a value, if anyone in the equation can provide a value to take you from, I said the restaurant analogy may be wrong, but like it just popped into my head, to take you from, hey, we're a single mom and pop taco shop in LA to, okay, we're going to franchise, right? We're going to go bigger. And now you're going to need more staff and more infrastructure. And we're going to help you do that. So we're going to share in the proceeds of expanding your business. Like, to me, that starts to make more sense, that everybody's got, everybody's on the line for some part of the value and some part of the take.
Yeah, that makes more sense, definitely.
And I think it'll actually like generate better art. You know what I mean? Because the scale is like a more niche artist can thrive in this environment that caters to like, I mean, if you're into like hardcore, techno or industrial, whatever, noise, like some kind of very niche thing that there's like a strong fan base for, like you can thrive in that and not even worry about,
all the
reaching
competition that you're dealing with. Absolutely. I feel like that for sure. I feel like like I was doing, I started out in rap and hip hop, and being a woman in hip hop is all, you guys all hear the jokes and the stories and the trauma that women deal with in hip hop. And so when I got into this, I was like, oh my God, a safe space where I could just like be myself and like create whatever the hell I want, and people fuck with it. If they don't, all good. It's still, I'm being me, and I get to like create my own platform in this way. And then people are all like excited about just NFT period. So they're like, word, this is like a whole new world. I'm going to be the first, that's a whole thing that people are hype about. So it's been really amazing to just feel like myself again in this world,
I tweeted something kind of along the lines yesterday, because this week we are seeing this crazy story unfurl about these Asian American women who were murdered, right? Yeah. And so I'm very sensitive to the race talk right now, because now the spotlight's on our community. And I realized that much of the appeal of NFTs, which was also what attracted me to the internet to begin with when I was like 15, 20 years old, was it was a place where I was outside of my body, right? Like I wasn't being judged on my gender, my skin color, anything. And it was just my soul and my art and my ideas. And it wasn't influenced by anything that I was wearing or, the color of my skin. And so I think we only have a few minutes left, and I didn't mean a hard pivot, but Latasha, earlier we were talking about how there is this perception, this misconception of NFTs being this, billionaire tech bro-y douchey guys on Clubhouse. Yeah, like that's all it's about. And the representation part of this is so important for me, right? Like the reason why I didn't get into crypto earlier was because I just felt like it was another planet speaking a language I didn't understand, discussed by people who didn't include me in the group.
Absolutely.
Silicon Valley guys, who are billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg. I was just like, that's that. And I'm down here, I'm a streetwear guy. That's not my community. And NFTs have now been a place for me where, look at, even just on this call, there's 3 people that are of color. Like we have a woman in here, we come from all different backgrounds in the room right now. Like, it's so important for people like us to be out there, like me representing for the streetwear industry and for Asian Americans, like you're a Black woman in music to do. So I think if everyone's okay with this, can we end with this? No, I just wanted you to kind of speak on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really complicated still, because we're still walking into this with a bunch of people who have mindsets that are from those spaces, right? We still have probably racism issues in crypto. We have all the same issues we're dealing with in real world in crypto. It's still here. I'm not going to say it's not here. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to try to make this all pretty and fuzzy, because there's a lot of stuff going on in here that's problematic and complicated. So I feel, though, what needs to be like the forefront of everything to change it is the communication. And I say this all the time, especially to Zora. I'm like, as a platform, you guys have to be communicating constantly about, marginalized communities. And you guys have to push that agenda in order for us to change the whole metaverse. You know what I mean? Because that's the problem with our world right now. That's the biggest problem with our world right now. So yeah, when I first got into this and I saw my boyfriend get into it, I was like, what is this? Like, it's a bunch of little white boys putting up like weird art, like, they not gonna fuck with me, like, you know what I mean, like, whatever. But
bam, Andre, shots fired.
No beef, Andre. Andre's cool. I fuck with Andre's work. I've been checking out Andre and Mike's work for a long time, and I love what you guys are doing. But I feel like I constantly am going back to this idea of meaning in the work. And of course, I feel it's very important to have arresting work that is just gorgeous. And of course, that's my heart too. But if there's context, is there meaning? Is there story? Are you going to change someone's life with this piece? Are you going to change someone's thoughts with this piece? That's where I kind of sit with everything. And I feel, especially watching so many artists in the Black community start to thrive in this world, I just, and not just Black, but people of color in general find their ways to thrive. I'm just like so excited for what it could do for the future of us. You know what I mean? And one other thing I just wanted to say, I have still noticed like issues with economic issues going on with like people of color art. I feel like a lot of times women of color are receiving like lower end, bids and things of that nature. I've dealt with that. I've seen homies deal with it. And I'm just like, this art is just as integral and amazing as this render core art, even though it might not be a render core, even though it might be photography or whatever, right? And I think, I don't know if I want standards in crypto, but I think we need to start addressing like that all art needs to be seen in this world. So that's where my heart is with this. And that's what I've been pushing for everybody, really.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you,
guys. Natasha, you're the best.
You guys are the best. I'm so hyped for this world, guys. Like, it's gonna change a lot of things for us, man. So I'm just grateful, and thanks for having me. For sure.
All right.
Andre, Natasha, Mike, this was absolutely amazing. I wanted to ask a bunch of questions, but I was just like, this was going so well that I didn't want to interrupt at all. That was an amazing note, and kind of just seeing through this from hearing you talk from my side, kind of the synthesization of like what I got from all this thing is that it's not just about one or two applications of it. You're talking about a massive first innings of a big transition in power of just the new economy, and how can you not be excited about that? We're getting to share perspectives about artists and musicians and other industries, and they're all coming together. But the underlying theme is that you are putting the power in the person, not the other person managing some other relation. And to me, that is extremely exciting. And you've done an amazing job highlighting that and sharing that perspective from how you've seen the traditional versus what code is really competing on. So thank you so much for giving us your time today. I feel like one thing we should do is we're happy to take on those Zoom calls for you and just give people a overview of what's happening as the developer side or what the possibilities are from a non-technical perspective. This whole weekend is designed for that. And we're more than happy to route this and address any of these things because we think the potential is just way too big here. So thanks again. And
thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So good to meet all of you guys.
Likewise.
Bye.
Yeah.
Amazing. So with that, we have 2 more talks remaining for our summit. We are a little bit ahead of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So all you got to do is just hang tight, take a quick stretching break, get something to drink, and we'll resume with our next talk in 5 minutes. So see you all shortly. All right. Hope you all got a quick break. There's still a few hundred of you watching these summits, and I really want to thank all of you for sticking with this for the last few hours. There's a lot of activity happening. I kind of spent the last few minutes catching up with what's happening on our Discord. The hackathon's officially begun. A lot of people are thinking about ideas, talking to each other, talking about teams, and 2 more talks to go for the summit. And then we're going to spend the next 48 hours just looking at all the creative projects that come out of this. So I'm super excited for this next talk. We've been talking for the last few talks and panels on what's happening from the artist side and the creative side, where people who are known in this industry through other means and have distribution have definitely are seeing the value of NFTs and benefiting off of what's happening in their ecosystem. But we definitely wanted to contrast that with what's happening at the grassroots of our ecosystem, whether that's DAOs, how NFT culture is changing, how should we think about ownership in this case and investing in this ecosystem. All these ideas we haven't really touched too much on. So the next panel is super interesting because we're going to talk about all these things and how we actually think about community in this space from a really fundamental level. I'm super excited to welcome Carlos, Samantha, Sirsu, and Mikhail to discuss community and solidarity in NFTs, and they're going to be talking about mid-fund. I'll ask all of them to turn on their cameras, and we'll have Mikhail from Zora moderate this discussion, and let's get started without any further ado. So please welcome everybody here.
Thank you so much, Kartik. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this very, very exciting panel about the Mint Fund. It's going to be funny because I'm, as much as I'm hosting, also part of Mint Fund. So you're not going to watch a traditional panel, but rather a informed conversation and reflection between friends and colleagues who have been spending the last couple of months doing something very exciting. First round of introductions, maybe. I think I'm going to introduce myself probably afterwards. So let's go around and maybe, my esteemed colleagues, tell us a little bit who you are, what your connection was to NFT and technology and art pre-NFT and pre-Mint Fund, and maybe what has happened for you, let's say in the last 6 months that most certainly all felt like at least a decade. Samantha, since you sneezed yourself into the spotlight, tell us a little bit about yourself.
It was a slight cough, actually. Yeah, so I'm Samantha. During the day, I work for a foundation. I'm the creative content lead there. I work a lot with the artists that we onboard into the NFT space. Before I found my way into crypto, I was working for contemporary art museums in Los Angeles. And so really come from like a space of understanding artists and their practice. And how I ended up in crypto, I would say over the past year, I've really started to notice that a lot of artists, not just from like the visual sense, but musicians, poets, developers, coders, creatives of all kinds were really experimenting with NFTs. And yeah, there's just so much happening in the space that I would never imagine that I'd be working in crypto at some point in time. And then your last question was something that's felt like it's happened for a long time. What was it?
I was actually wondering, but it does not matter. I have so many more questions. I'll find them. Okay, because you are similar also with me. You have a background in, let's say, non-digital art or institution. Oh, I got a really, like one of those trigger words, institutionalized art. So I would like to talk to you a little bit later about that in particular, the similarities and differences. But maybe let's have Carlos, who is dialing in from Shanghai, and it's 4 a.m. So please, all of you at home, a warm applause for that much commitment to get up at 4 a.m. to face all of you. Carlos.
Thanks, Mikhail. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. In Beijing, close to Shanghai. But yeah, so my name is Carlos. Um, I'm currently the founder of Forefront, which is a social token aggregator, content aggregator market, as well as a contributor for Seed Club and obviously Mint Fund. But yeah, I think I really got interest. I've been in the space for a while now, but really around social tokens. But I got really into NFT and started to think about it more deeply when I was on Andrew Steenwood, podcast, and we were talking about all this, social tokens and stuff. And then he asked me like, which NFT do you own? And I couldn't really come up with one because I didn't. And from that moment, I started to go down the rabbit hole. And but yeah, until today, we are here, right? So, like you said, it's been a decade or two. I don't know.
Did you do before crypto?
So I did all my undergrad studies here in China, and 2015 was the year I started, learning about crypto, and 16 working for a crypto exchange. But before that, it was just your normal, job, right? Like, for a SaaS company, and it's always been a software developer. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, interesting. Amir, now you are not only in technologists, you're also a crypto artist, but tell us a little bit about all of that.
Sure. My name is Amir, Sersu on Twitter. I'm very loud. I'm kind of a creative anarchist. Two ways, I think mainly because of the fact that I'm very gung-ho about inclusion and sustainability and making sure that everyone feels like they have a safe place. And so I'm not afraid to call out the bullshit. And I think that's part and parcel as to why I've flocked to this space and tried to embrace it holistically, because of the fact we have a very unique opportunity to shape the ground that we're walking on. And intention and good action is important to that. And so for me, this space was sort of always kind of like pitched as the new frontier, or the way in which we can build true equity and self-sovereignty. And so I'm here to call that bluff, to really see if it's really about that. I've been used to blockchain since like 2011. I'm a part of the old stories of people who had some coins at one point and then lost it and can't recover it. No big deal there. But I think after 2017, I've really got a chance to really think about what blockchain could do and how to build around it, or how to build with it. I had done a lot of bounties through like Gitcoin. I had done some stuff through Consensus in 2019. And then after kind of like being a part of that hackathon circuit, I just kind of let it go. And then last year, I was just, for some reason, dead set on owning a CryptoKitty, and didn't necessarily know why I wanted to do that. And it wasn't until my friend Leighton, shout out to Late Effects on Twitter, told me that he was selling Instagram filters on the blockchain, that everything sort of clicked. And after he showed me a Rarible profile, I really sort of understood that this actually could work. And so ever since, I've been kind of just like, I was at first experimenting with my artistry and seeing what I could do in the space. As an artist, it was one of the only things that really got me thinking about pursuing art again. I'm by and large a designer and worked in corporate and like startups forever. But this was something I could really kind of like take hold and shape in the way that I wanted. And then I realized that, even though we have a decentralized environment and like we have the affordance to build these equitable and inclusive spaces, it still requires human work. And I realized that there wasn't a lot of that being done. So I just was like, okay, well, I want to still do art, but I think this is also very important. And so I want to like focus on kind of filling in these gaps and building infrastructure. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why we're all here for Mint Fund. So
Thank you. And I want to touch on kind of immediately on two of the words that you introduced because they really relate to either community or maybe the opposite of that. So maybe also a few words of introduction to me. My name is Mikhail. I work at Zora as the curator guy. And my background is actually in a lot of grassroots culture. I'm come from electronic music, from underground electronic music, where I've been working with a lot of small electronic music communities all over the world. And the focus is in particular in community because electronic music is in particular defined by communal structures, which means structures that build mutual space, hold that space together, support each other out of principle and not because there's some sort of financial gain out of it. And it's incredibly powerful. And through, of course, COVID, that made electronic music completely impossible. Looking at new spaces, NFT, of course, became a very interesting alternative proposition, and not for art, but rather to renegotiate power relationships that are always present in art and in the way artists relate with the systems that enable them to do the art. And that also informs the possibilities of artists to kind of build communities. And in an analog world, this is a lot of manual labor. You build out a space, you maintain that space. In the digital world, this is a little bit different. So Amir, you said two things. First of all, you mentioned the word anarchism and you also mentioned the word sovereignty. Now, a lot of people equate, in particular, blockchain with the idea of sovereignty, where everybody can kind of build up their own island, be their own island, kind of define the rules of engagement with him or herself, which seems to me a little bit opposing the idea of actually communal structures. Well, sure, you can build community, but my understanding of community is that with a community comes also a certain rules of conduct that are sometimes informed by principles in terms that you do things even if you kind of maybe not agree with them, but you do them because they're part of that contract that you have within that community. So because you're the longest within crypto art and blockchain in this group, tell us a little bit, your perception of how community has been built out in those largely digital spheres and what you felt lacking.
Word, yeah. So I think how community is sort of formed is, it's always a commonality, right? That's found first. People flock to a thing because they like a specific thing for a certain set of reasons. And I think, interestingly, because we're dealing with art, for instance, art is like it's very ubiquitous. It's just one of those things that is, art is culture in so much as, culture is just like this intangible, tangible thing that we all contribute to in some form. And so art is like the pinnacle of that in many ways. And so when you have like work that's being created and talked about, those that are around when that moment is sort of happening become a part of that initial community, whether they are diametrically opposed to the work that's being done, or they completely agree with it, or they fall somewhere in between. And so what ends up happening is that there's a conversation that's formed around the general consensus of how people think about that work. Whether it is infused within them, whether they deal with it on a daily basis, or again, they don't like it. And so that's kind of like how you have like these like communities that are sort of like forming. And these are all fine because everybody can have their own particular pockets and kind of like speak to the things that they like or that they don't like. The problems that end up happening, though, is when you introduce commerce into these types of communities, right? And certain communities get more of the commerce. And what ends up happening in a lot of chains or a lot of spaces that create this commercial layer is that we tend to see monocultural consumption, right? Where, a certain set of parameters are floating up at the top of these sort of communities and largely ignoring other ones. And so if these communities don't have the right type of components, and sometimes it's rooted in a lot of different tangible intangibles, like race, for example. It's a quasi-tangible thing because we can see physical differences within each other. But honestly, it's a social construct that means no fucking thing at all. Like it shouldn't even exist, but it does. And so because we have a social construct like that, that could be a modifier in which commerce then says, does it fit this criteria? If not, we're not really going to pay that much attention until it becomes so much of a thing that now we have to buy into it. And so that's the thing that I noticed, is that there's monoculture when it comes to what's being purchased and what's being consumed more often, what's being talked about, and then what's being highlighted. And when you have that kind of division from a monetary perspective, then that's when we have a lot of issues. Again, if you're a community, it's fine if every community doesn't necessarily like mesh or talk to each other. That's okay. Everybody has their own pockets. But money becomes a signifier of value for many people, and it's a very binary thing for them. And so when you start assigning monetary value to one particular groups of communities versus another, then we start to see a structure of power imbalance. And we start to see, the imbalance of, what gets propped up and what gets talked about. We have this concept of what happens first within crypto, and a lot of people are chasing that next first. And there are a lot of communities that have done these things prior to, but because they don't have the resources, which could be monetary, because people aren't putting value in their work or in their community, that's largely ignored. And then other people are first, which is in many ways culturally erasure. And so that's the stuff that I noticed, is that the way in which value is derived within communities from a monetary perspective is creating a large imbalance on how these communities can operate.
But I mean, ultimately, what you're also saying is that even though blockchain very often promises to renegotiate a lot of those power imbalances that are quite often structurally ingrained into the way society operates, just because we're claiming to build new contracts, that a lot of that is basically being carried over one by one in terms of even like all the way to the biases, because what you say, when you talk about a monoculture, that means that the attention of a largely space populated by white patrons of the art, white artists, benefits also exactly that socio-demographic markup, whereas that's exactly the issue that we on one hand promise to overcome, the traditional art world that does not let in marginalized communities, but nonetheless, that is being at large reproduced. That ultimately the lay of the land at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And to that point too, like, I think in terms of the culture that's being built right now, the opportunity that we have at the Mint Fund to really be conscious of this is something that we're all really thinking about as we build up the Mint Fund. And for people that are tuning in and maybe don't have like the background on how that started, I think that'd be like really great for Amir and Carlos to tell how that happened.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, Carlos.
Yeah, I think Amir, really goes really deep into this stuff, and he's really, involved in so many ways, which is amazing to see him on his mission. And it was really the way everything started for Mint Fund was just, I forgot his, I think it was Lex, I'm not sure, an artist on Twitter, like these days everything started on Twitter, and he was like, can someone, send me, each $10, and then for me to mint a piece on Zora. And if I make sell, everybody gets a piece of it, right? So the moment I saw it, I was like, yeah, why not? Like, right. So I sort of like reached out to Amir. We previously had talked before, and we sort of put the money together, and he ended up selling it so fast. And then out of nowhere, Amir is like, Carlos, like, where do you want me to send you the your piece, right? So I was like, what do you mean? He was like, yeah, so the money we send, right? So it sort of started that way. And then I was like, what if we can put that amount, to help other artists or creators that want to mint? And you know what? We'll just give them Zora invite as well, right? And from that point, it sort of spin out with Jacob also helping there. And we're like, we're turning this into a DAO, and let's make sure that we get as much people to get started with minting and all of that, right? And this has been like a month or so, but the journey, it's so crazy how it started, and the way we're implementing everything now, and we're making sure that not only we help artists mint their first piece, but we're also providing them like a mentorship and sort of like really like the whole process, right? So like, how can we make sure, because like just the process, I really feel like some sort of fulfillment when someone from Mint Fund mints a piece. It's just such an empowering step forward for the new internet, right? But yeah, that's how it started. And Amir can go really deep into that, because he definitely was involved into helping so many other artists getting started. But yeah, that's pretty much how it went. And now we have, you can see how the community is evolving, how everybody's helping each other. Yeah, happy to touch on community a little bit, but Amir would be great to just tap in a little bit there, and yeah.
Yeah, no, you basically did it. Yeah. Shout out to my friend Leighton again, Late Effects on Twitter. Yeah, he was like, I want to mint a song on Zora, and like what Carlos said, put up some bread. And so we did. I ended up getting like $600, and I'm just like, I DM Carlos with the QuickBase, like, bro, like you just got $100. He's like, are you kidding me? I'm like, yeah, man. And yeah, I mean, again, like I what's interesting and what's not lost on me is how Twitter has sort of become like this this tool to galvanize community around crypto culture, and the fact that we were able to get such an expedient and like big response from a tweet that was very kind of just like, we wanted to just pay it forward, and we didn't necessarily really anticipate the fact that it would become an actual like entity that can be responsible for starting up many artist careers. But in many ways, I kind of just feel like there were a lot of other working pieces that we all were a part of that kind of culminated in this, right? Like for me, as I got more into the space, I was hosting Clubhouse rooms, becoming a crypto creator since last December, where I was doing like a whole week long thing of just taking people all the way through the entire process, from knowing about cryptocurrency, getting a digital wallet, buying ETH for the first time, all the way through the mint process, knowing all the different marketplaces that you could mint on, and then how to manage money and everything like that. Like I was trying to field lawyers, CPAs to talk about money management, because I think there's a lot of other stuff too in this space that a lot of people don't really harp on or talk about. They'll say, oh, it's, we want to like make sure all artists are earning, but then what do you do with the money that you earn from sales, right? Like you could just reinvest that back into yourself. You could reinvest that back into artists. But if you're not careful, especially because we're dealing with very regulated or not very, but like somewhat regulated space within the United States, if you are not careful, you will be screwed. And so it's very important too to also have, when we're talking about sort of creative freedom and self-sovereignty there, also harping on the financial freedom and financial sovereignty, being able to really truly understand how to manage the funds that you have, because this is not like a bank that is doing it for you. You are responsible for a lot of this stuff. So it's a huge mental shift and that we're doing here. And I think because we've all arrived at this point in time to where we've had that mental shift about how we operate in this space, it kind of works. It speaks well to kind of like the chemistry that we have at Mint Fund and like what we're trying to do, even though it's like kind of a snowball that's chasing us at this point. Or at least that's how I feel. Like we were rolling it, and then now it became too big, and then I'm ahead of it. Like, oh shit! Like this thing is gonna take me out. So
that's how it goes with the best things. When they grow faster, then you can chase them, because that informs also, that makes you proactive. But also a lot of that was also kind of I remember, Amir, you and me had a conversation months ago also about this idea of digital communities of care, where we were discussing that, and this is also one of the things that I was observing, that a lot of young artists were finally, getting to a point where they could make money with art that they thought would be a hobby, probably always. Maybe if they're lucky enough, they might, get a commission from a brand, but they never thought that they would be able to make a living with it. And then I saw also a lot of big artists who obviously already had a platform, now just were able to make an even better living, and that started the thought process also, where if we are really claiming to build out a new artistic community, what are then the support structures that will foster an understanding of solidarity and understanding of meaning, and that also holds people accountable for contributing out of principle and not just because, nepotism. And when you look at, crypto, and especially about communities that are very much Twitter based, quite often support means retweeting, but that's not really support. That is the lowest, this is just a technological function that if it wouldn't be built into the interface that you use, you probably would not do it because it's very convenient. And whereas, in real life, and then Samantha, you probably will be able to confirm that if you're an artist who is part of a group, part of a collective, part of an atelier, community means access to infrastructure, access to support, emotional support, even not just support in terms of help you get something going, but it's like, here's a shoulder to cry on, and resources, right? That is the beauty of having that. And how do we build that out in a digital sphere?
Yeah. And to go off of that, I think that's, not to pat ourselves on the back, but I really do see that as what's happening at the Mint Fund right now, in terms of the additional layers of support that we're giving to artists. Carlos organized a workshop with Osinachi where they were able to give advice to artists about what goes into minting a work. We had Cooper Turley, who is just another very vocal voice in the space, lead an introductory workshop about the lay of the land. And I think that artists that are coming into the crypto space, there is such a steep learning curve for them, that by having this community available to artists that are just learning about minting is so crucial right now. From my own experience, to see the artists really getting to know each other and wanting to collaborate with each other and help each other out, I think that's invaluable. And even after they mint something with us for the first time, to see those relationships really cement in the space is what I'm looking forward to, seeing how we continue this.
One of the things that's also incredibly important, and pretty much everyone who's watching who maybe, when they try to understand NFTs as well, there's very little canonical language. There's a lot of half knowledge. And I felt when I was looking into, now there's luckily a little bit more sociopolitical discourse around it and quality discourse. But until very recently, half of the things you would read online felt either as a pitch or an investment scam or some half truth. And to be able to build a community where artists who are not plugged in, who are maybe not quite tech savvy, will have a community that already verifies the knowledge, that gives them also the support. Because ultimately one thing that we also see is that there's also very critical conversations around NFTs, because there's a lot of misunderstandings about what it is, what it stands for. And most people, what they see is just a bunch of crypto-rich white people prepping up rich white artists, and in combination then with some questions about ecological footprint and so forth and so on, a lot of artists who venture into that face conversations that might be not prepared for, and that might sometimes be unfair for them to have individually. So building also an information database, educational database that equips them with the right understanding and language is also one of the jobs. Not only of Mint Fund, actually of anyone who's out there doing this, but we decided to make that our main focus.
Absolutely. Knowledge is key. And the best people who have the best knowledge are those who are always seeking and always asking questions and always figuring out how to distill what they're picking up, what they're learning, what they're able to synthesize from others into a way in which they can give to someone else. And that takes a lot of intentional thought work too, to trough through all the noise, to really kind of look and find what's out there that really actually is helpful. You know, when it comes to a lot of the discussions about saying, oh, NFTs are like, you know, money grabs, or, you know, it's a Ponzi scheme, or, you know, it's contributing so much to the environment. And it's like, well, let's take a look and break down sort of like what these actually mean, what claims you're talking about. And then, you know, sometimes too, even have the experiment and saying, okay, if we even considered these that are not true to be true, for example, what else is mirroring in the real world these types of examples that you might already be actively participating in that you may or may not know of, right? And I think what ends up happening is, because stuff is new, and this is no different, right? Anytime technology is new, there's going to be a lot of resistance against it, right? Because we all go through the cycle of something is new, it starts to catch on. A lot of people are catching on to it, all the way down to those who are late. And then by the time those folks who were deniers or didn't agree with what was new become late adopters, a new thing's already happening. So they're always in like this catch-up mode of trying to figure out where they're going to fit, because they don't want to accept the fact that they can find footing in a new thing. And this is not just about technology, this is about culture too. Culture moves the exact same way. There's going to be a bunch of people, art moves the exact same way. We think about art history over the past, like especially in the 20th century, it was almost every decade somebody was saying, oh, that's Dada art, fuck that, like we're going to do something else. Oh, that's expressionism, we don't care about that, this is impressionism now. So there's always this this new wave of folks kind of shouldering and moving on. And so we have to, I think for us, it's very important that we take heed with what's happening and make sure that we are a space that we can distill the best information as possible. And also still be kind of like that shield and say, hey, like, you know, what I noticed on Twitter all last, like a lot of this month, was especially related to the ecological conversation, was that there were a lot of people who weren't aware of what's actually happening in the space, that is citing old research from a group that didn't actually have the most accurate information at the time, to then attack artists, right? And then after that point was happening, when they were talking about the financial situation, they were also still attacking these artists. And so what ended up becoming a place where, you know, we're talking about open and active participation became a toxic environment for a lot of people. And that leads to real physical harm, mental harm, emotional harm, that a lot of people aren't really taking into account. In that, when you are a part of something new, it requires you to be very strong, because you have to have the mental fortitude to take on what's happening, to say that you're going to be a part of this experiment to see if something is possible for us in this future. And what does that look like? And being an active builder in that future requires that we got to take a little bit of dings. But hopefully, you know, what we're building at Mint Fund is a safe space, so that, you know, we can dismantle a lot of those fears. We can talk about the stuff that's happening in the space in a real honest way and say, look, like, we don't know all the answers, but that's why we're building a brain trust of a community, so that we can all arrive at a point together that solves a lot of these issues. We have the mental space that we're saying we're going to fight to build, you know, an equitable environment for all artists to participate in. And so once we have that mental framing, then the rest of it kind of like fills in itself, because everyone's going to say that's a mission that we can get behind, because we truly believe that this space can give us that affordance. And so it's just doing the everyday work. And I love the fact that we wake up and we do something about it, and it's fucking awesome.
I mean, that also two very important points that you all brought up. One is dismantling, and that means that dismantling means to dismantle structures within society that are also mirrored in the technological and artistic space that we move in. And those structures are often rooted in white supremacy, sexism, ableism, racism, but also Eurocentrism, and also an extension of Eurocentrism, also, focus on North America. And when we speak about, building equity, we cannot have that position rooted in these immediate realities, which very often are very privileged realities, because a lot of people, and this is like what upsets me when I look at crypto conversations, and people come along with the statements like, oh, this is universally accessible, there are no entry boundaries, but there are so many structural and systemic boundaries until somebody can even enter this, and those need to be also addressed. If you take the word equity into your mouth, then you need to go all the way and maintain an equitable proposition for everyone, and understand where are the boundaries and how can you overcome that. And that is also one of the reasons why we actually not just have inspirational conversations, but actually taking money into our hands to at least compensate for some of that. Because for many people, I don't know the demographic layout of the people watching, but many artists that we engage with, $100 gas fee or $150 gas fee is a month's salary. And you cannot say, yo, for this incredibly exciting thing that potentially might work out for you, but there are some caveats, it's an experiment that we're all into, but invest that much money. That is technically an immoral proposition to make. And you do have, as a community, especially a community that's well off, to make sure that you extend support that is more than words, but also money, which is why Mint Fund actually also has a wallet with ETH that we use to support artists, and why we also knowingly chose to focus outside of North America and Europe, even though we're open to everyone, but there are also priorities.
Or yeah, I mean, you said it right there, right? Like people think equal and equity are two different things. And I think people say, oh, I want things to be equal. But equality, we kind of technically already have, right? Like there's, for the most part, especially if you're in European Union, America, almost a near equal access to stuff. But equity means that there are certain communities that need a little bit more PYT, right? Or TLC rather, like tender love and care rather, right? That's the right word, not the other one. Thinking of two different Michael Jackson songs. Anyway, but with that, right, that says, well, okay, they might need a different allocation of resources that everyone can sort of get an equal opportunity to get. And when we're practicing real equity, then that says, it's almost like there was a graphic that was released a while ago, and it had like equity of saying, there's a gate, and then there's like certain people with different heights, and then they put them with different crates, and they were like, oh, that's like equality, and it's like, great, but like equity is removing the fucking gate in the first place. Like, why is that even there? And so we need to be in the business of saying, if we're talking about equity, we are saying like we're removing every potential barrier that we can be ever present of. The most immediate is obviously funding, and then secondarily on top of that is then knowledge, right? And then after that, then everything else kind of like falls into play, where it's like once we imbue you with the way in which you can kind of engage in the space, we give you knowledge to know how to engage in the space in a meaningful way. Now it's about, okay, how can we help accentuate what it is that you're trying to do as a creative, what your story is, what your mantras are, what you stand for, what you're about. And so that you can present yourself in the best way possible when you're now operating in this space. Because ultimately, we could do a lot of the stuff that we're doing at Mint Fund to help people mint. But I feel like my goal is is that people who go through Mint Fund, I want to get their work sold. Yeah, that's the one right there. Yeah, and it's like real equity.
I found the edited version that is also about ableism, just really quickly.
Yeah, so it's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, build a ramp, and it's like, that's great, but why do you need a gate there in the first place?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I think equity is hard to do. And I always say that there's like human work and like we need to like, but it's like, it's hard to do, but I think the more you do it every day, it's like a muscle, right? Like practicing like anti-racism, like to be anti-racist, for example, to be anti-sexist, right? All these types of things, it's real active work and you have to practice it, right?
It's lifelong work.
Exactly, because we're all trained. We've picked up certain things just depending on where we are and how we lived and how we've grown up, right? And so to dismantle means it's like it's an active engagement, an active practice in removing, like systems and tools of harm. And so some of the systems of harm are the ways in which we see each other. And by actively removing those things and practicing better habits of love and understanding, we get to a place to where we can create true equity, because now we're impacting folks from sort of like the metaphysical space too, not just what we're able to do with real tangible resources.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've been really because I'm from a small island with like 50,000 population. My island specifically have like 3,000 people. So for me, access is one of the things that I look for the most. So I'm really into this, what happens when you sort of like level up the playing field a little bit for everybody, right? So, and one of the missions that it's now it's been fun, but and the idea here is like, when we have conversations, Amir, I always tell you like, how can we multiply this effect, right? So we want to be able to mentor artists that are able to mentor their own, create their own mint fund essentially, right? So that's the whole idea here, right? And once you give these people that want to express, whatever they do into this new, this new thing, that is so exciting called NFTs. But then once they find their niche, and then they sort of sort of onboard other artists or other people that want to express as well. So you multiply that effect. You give them the resources, you give them the financial incentive to do, especially on Ethereum now it is expensive. But the idea is here is like, how can we get this information, that, like you said, the knowledge out there and reach as much people that we want? And the focus essentially is going to go to minority groups and people that really like have never heard of crypto and how empowering this thing can be, right? So for me, access, that's the mission, man. I want to get like people from every single corner in like in Africa somewhere, like some talented artist or some talented writer, some just apply for Mint Fund. We're going to give you everything that you need to to express yourself, and then bring your homies, your buddies, and everybody else, right? But yeah, that's the idea when I think about it, right?
I mean, since we're coming to an end, we have, I think, 2 minutes left. There's one very important thing that I wanted to say, because developers are watching us. And what I find at the moment, the most exciting thing about this is that as we're entering a completely new generation of the internet, where the tools to build things are so much more democratically accessible, you of all people who are coding, who are designing the systems, are the ones who can decide if you design the systems with ideas like solidarity, not just as a thing to tick at the checkout box, but as the rules of conduct codified, put into code as the base function of what you are to design. And that is the real power, because when Facebook, Instagram, all the platforms were designed, the base function they had was the bottom line of whoever designed it in mind. And this is what we've been basically fighting against, or not being able to participate, because those systems were predestined in their outcome to privilege a selected few. And now we're at a process where we can actually make principled decisions about building out technological solutions that are principled, that are solidaric, that are intersectional. And the biggest power in that have the people who understand how to write code and who write code. Amir, Samantha, what are your last words for the group?
I want to say that this was the first week that artists from the Mint Fund were able to mint their very first works. So yeah, we're going to be building out a gallery on the Mint Fund website to share all of their works once they're all ready. But yeah, everybody, I guess, follow us on Twitter and keep up with us there because there's a lot more incredible work to come.
Absolutely. Check us out at the Mint Fund on Twitter. Yeah, this was great. Mikhail, you said it, you hit the nail on the head, right? Those with the ability to create have a responsibility to think about how to create a more inclusive and equitable world. And if you don't really know what that looks like, then, you know, get with folks who do. We're building an amazing community at Mint Fund, and a lot of the very nice socioeconomic kind of like ideologies about equity and inclusion can be found there. So please check us out at mint.af or the mint.fund. Join our Discord, hit us up on Twitter. And of course, you have me as a resource on Twitter as well, at Sir Suhaib. I'm talking about equity a lot. It's literally what it's like Wheaties. So we're about this life. Let's do it.
Yep. Come join us and help us to really build a better world, because we don't have that many chances left in our lifetime to do so. And maybe we're going to be the ones who succeed. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Carlos, Samantha, Amir. Thank you, ETH Global, for having us and being able, you know, to have this conversation. And good hacking. Like, what do you say at the hackathon? Like, you guys participated in this. You good hacking, code speed. I don't know. Okay, this is bad. I'm sorry.
Bail him out,
everyone.
Here, Samantha, Carlos, thanks so much for a much needed conversation and telling us more about how you're changing this thing with Mint Fund. And Mikhail, thank you for moderating. It was an excellent conversation, and we're super excited to see how this develops and grows as a community. Thank you so much.
Peace out.
And next up, we have our final talk for the day. I want to welcome Roham from Dapper Labs. This is a special kind of talk for us because there's a lot of things that sort of tie things together from how ETH Global started and where we are now. So Roham is here with us. We're going to be talking about Top Shot, Flow, how Dapper came to where they are, and a lot of things in between. And of course, if you have any questions as we kind of go through this talk, please feel free to ask them on the chat and we'll ask them here directly. So without further ado, please welcome Roham.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Super excited to have you here. I was thinking through a bunch of questions I wanted to ask you, and I realized that even though I have a list, I feel like it's not going to work out the way I want it to be. So we'll just kind of go through whatever deep dive we go into and just dig into whatever comes out of this. But kind of the one sort of super interesting piece here, and I mentioned that in another panel I did a few hours ago, was 3 years ago, ETH Global started, and we ran an event called ETH Waterloo, and there was a project called Rufflet that came out of it. Not a lot of people know what Rufflet was, and the origins of Rufflet were CryptoKitties is now. This is where things came out of, and kind of almost 3 years later, we're at NFTHack. And I just thought about it and I realized that we're making an event on an industry that came from that event we did 3 years ago, and just how massive and how interesting that is. And it would have just been perfect to make sure that we had you to share some of that thoughts, because you've been part of that journey from the beginning. So welcome. Yeah, I'm super excited to talk about this. So the first thing I want to do is just have everybody learn a bit more about you and Dapper. Just tell us about what Dapper Labs is and how the company got started.
I mean, Dapper Labs was born out of CryptoKitties, which was born out of, I guess it was just ETH Waterloo at that time. I don't know if we've gone global yet. And yeah, so we created CryptoKitties, and at that ETH Waterloo event, we were both, so the team was hacking on Rufflet, which was sort of an analytics tool for Ethereum transactions, sort of mixed panel for blockchain. But we were also testing CryptoKitties. So we had the CryptoKitties Alpha, which is a very buggy smart contract with a very buggy front end. And that was where we got that initial community, right? The first 1,000 people that just convinced us that, hey, this thing's going to be going to be huge. And so the team went from, so we had a team of about 4 or 5 people on CryptoKitties until that weekend. And then right when they came back from Waterloo, we put a team of 15 people on it, and a month later launched the product onto mainnet. And so we were part of my previous company. It was called Axiom Zen. It was sort of a bootstrapped venture studio. We didn't have any outside investors, and so when we made Dapper Labs, it was just, it was a big decision. And the reason we did it is everybody was so excited back then, but it was clear we had years and years of sort of the whole industry had years of work ahead. And so we started working with Fred Wilson at USV, Chris Dixon, and Treason, and obviously you A Capital and others jumped on board afterwards. Ben Rock, Google Ventures, and so that was sort of the start of Dapper Labs, and we basically got to building first a bunch of things on Ethereum, and then as you're saying, Flow and Top Shot, which I'm excited to talk about.
That's amazing. So I want to mostly spend time on the future, but I do want to ask an interesting question. I think 2017, when all this was happening, this was sort of the time where Ethereum sort of came into the spotlight. We were seeing a lot of things around ICOs and projects, and the initial concepts of like what's working now, whether that be DAOs or some early versions of AMMs and DeFi. I think what was super interesting to me about the CryptoKitties launch was you were one of the first teams to actually blend the creative side of it with the tech, and just the level of, or the amount of thinking that went into designing a user interface and a product experience that was just more intuitive to the end user who may not necessarily know about Ethereum or crypto was just amazing to see, because the stark contrast was incredible. Could you talk us through like what actually went into launching CryptoKitties, from designing this thing and making it friendly, and sort of how that came to be after the hackathon?
For sure, and I want to just call out the last panel, super inspiring stuff, and that concept of those who build the future have a responsibility to shape it was literally our slogan or our sort of mission statement at Axiom Zen, and that's why we created CryptoKitties, because we saw all these ICOs but no one was thinking, well, wait a second, A, how far are we? Like, what's the actual gap between making this thing usable, and then two, well, where are we going to start? Are we really going to put leases and sort of homes on the blockchain as the first thing we're going to do? Like, I don't think so. So let's start with digital cats and get people comfortable with it. I mean, in terms of the UI, honestly, there's a lot of improvements we've done with Top Shot, and also a lot, we're still 0.1, I think, but the biggest thing we did was trying to make sure the thing was fun at its core. And so when we ran the alpha at ETH Waterloo, it was barely a front end. It was just kind of an ugly interface into a smart contract. The team had stuck stickers of cats onto Pokemon cards and was sort of handing them out as to like
that whole thing, and it was just amazing to see.
Just to test whether people got excited, and that's the key thing, right? In any consumer product, you need to have that hook, and that's I don't know if there's sort of formal framework for it, but I like talking about you need to have a hook, turn people's heads. You need to have legs, like it needs to have frequency. People need to come back and build habits around it. And then it needs to have a flywheel. There needs to be a reason to bring your friends, to explain it to other people. You need to feel cool because you're a part of something. And then that's what unlocks the real power of NFT, which is the owner becomes a participant in the community. They're not just a customer that sort of comes and presses a button, expects service, but rather they become a contributor, and sort of that thing just snowballs and it gets really, really cool. So that's, I think I would just say, all consumer products have to have hook, legs, flywheel, but sort of NFTs are both harder because they cost money, but they're also easier because they're actual real ownership in the community.
No, this is super interesting, because it sort of answers one thing I was going to ask. So I'm just going to jump into that section, and maybe what I'm going to do is, like, I think it may be useful to just also know a little bit about the intent for how CryptoKitties was designed as a game, and sort of like the scale you reach. I remember at one point seeing something like 100,000 users playing with the game, and back then when we were looking at what's being interacted on Ethereum, that was like an unheard number of just kind of usage, and that blew everybody's minds. So kind of talk about the scale that you got to it, and sort of how that transitioned into you thinking about scalable systems, and we'll kind of jump into Top Shot.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was that when we started CryptoKitties and when we started testing on mainnet, breeding a cat cost individual cents. Sending a cat back and forth was fractions of a cent. Ethereum was those were sort of the good old days, right? Where you could get a seat at the restaurant no matter what time you showed up, kind of thing. And it was and the game was super fun. And the problem was after we deployed to mainnet, power of smart contracts, it's immutable, right? But the cost skyrocketed even back then 100x. Now it's another 10 to 20x on top. And massive credit to Ethereum for being able to operate at such high levels of congestion, right? Like it's super impressive that all these people are trying to use the same highway and it's actually working, but it's just costing too much for consumer products. And so people are buying $9 cats, paying $50 in gas fees. The economics don't work, right? It costs $150 or $100+ to breed your own cats together. So that's I think the only issue. But other than that, there's the game was designed as to be accessible to folks. So there were these sort of founder cats. There were the first 100 that were high priced and they get all the headlines. But the idea was if you have 2 of your own kitties, you should be able to make kitties that look the way you want them to look. And there's so many different kind of corners and pockets of rarity and sort of collectability. So being the first to discover particular genes, being the first to discover particular combinations, that sort of thing. And so, we're super excited about CryptoKitties. Obviously, we're going to continue supporting it on Ethereum. I'm going to keep giving those kitties now more functionality and things like that on Flow. So it's going to be a good. But there's the problem is to design a customer experience. Then you have to solve the technical challenges to delivering that customer experience. And so everything always takes a year longer than you have.
Yeah, just measure it twice and then double it. The CryptoKitties sort of paved the way for what people can do with just gaming, especially on blockchains. I think there's a lot of creative things that came to be because we're talking about NFTs, we're talking about digital art, but I think you sort of made a blend of both by making everything programmable as well. And I think it sort of clicked a whole new neural pathway in most people's heads where they talked about how you can actually make things interactive. How did that sort of transition lead you to Top Shot? Can you tell us a bit about what Top Shot is and just sort of how that idea came to be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in a lot of ways, Top Shot is simpler than CryptoKitties. CryptoKitties, the genetic algorithm is on the blockchain. All of the creating a new cat is the blockchain has to run the computation and mint a new kitty. Whereas Top Shot is a little more, no one can create new Top Shots, right? You can't breed the two cards together. They get packaged up into packs. Those packs are sold. People open them up, and then every single Top Shot is an individual NFT. And the scarcity is usually fixed from the start, rather than in CryptoKitties, it had to kind of be discovered in a lot of ways. And so much more collectability and playability in CryptoKitties, but also more complex. And so with Top Shot, we kind of simplified it. We said, let's take the best parts of trading cards, make them better because they can be digital. So it's videos instead of photos. It's sort of interactive. They're actually Unity objects, so you can take them into AR, VR in the future. And so they're sort of future-proof in that sense. But and proof's been in the pudding. The people are, we're doing the same transaction volume on Top Shot in a week as we did in CryptoKitties in a year. Sometimes in a day. Actually, last 24 hours, $50 million in transaction volume. That's half of all of CryptoKitties throughout all history. And so it's super low friction. And everybody talks about the high dollars, but the cool thing is more than half of the transactions are actually under $50, where you can sell a $1 moment. Well, there are very few $1 moments anymore, but you could sell a $1 moment and it costs 5 cents in fees. And so that's and that actually goes, big chunk of it goes to the NBA and the players. And so they're incentivized to support the platform and all these things. So Top Shot is, it's every single Top Shot is an NFT. It's on the Flow blockchain. Every user account is a blockchain wallet, but there's nothing on the website that says NFT. There's nothing on the website that says blockchain. And obviously you can go on third-party tools, and it's transparent because it's on the blockchain. It's limited edition because it's on the blockchain. They have value because they're on the blockchain, but nobody needs to know. They don't need to know anything about crypto to start engaging, and that was really important to us.
Absolutely. I feel like You're being a little bit humble here, so I really want to press on sharing some stats about how Top Shot's been growing. You obviously talked about the volume as of the last 24 hours, but tell us about how these drops work and kind of the crazy amount of traffic you get and sort of what happens in there and how you're thinking about the interest and everything.
It's still early, right? So we're in beta, but we're about 300,000 users that have a Top Shot. So it's but it's growing really fast. About 230,000 of those were in line this morning for the All-Star Pack. So it's highly engaged, right? And so you can tell kind of when the total percentage of a user base is really into it, that's a good sign. And then there were only 30,000 packs. And so what happens is some people get what they want, some people don't. And so then they go on the secondary marketplace and trade there. And there's been about $400 million of peer-to-peer trading on the marketplace since we launched. And we've really only been in public beta since October. And so it's super early days, but people are spending a lot of time. And the best thing is like just the players and the athletes and the commentators and the team owners, and they're all into it, right? They never cared about, like, they don't even care really about technology necessarily. The team owners, of course they do, but it's that the fact that they can say, hey, put it on a Top Shot on national television, that makes sense. Players are jumping off the court and saying, I hope I made a Top Shot tonight. They're adding flair to their game to be able to get into Top Shot, and like that's cool. That sort of shows that it's gone beyond being the technology just enables that, because that wouldn't be possible without blockchain. It wouldn't be possible without crypto for the NBA to have such a direct relationship with their fans. They'd have to do it through some video game, right, rather than or through like Facebook or WeChat or something. It wouldn't be real. But now it is, and it feels real to all the players and everyone involved, and it's because of blockchain. But nobody really even, needs to know, how Merkle trees and other things work. So that's what gets us excited.
That's absolutely amazing. You can already touch on this thing. And my next question was going to be about just how did this came to be? So like, how do you actually pitch? Or kind of what the reactions do you get from like the NBA, or if you're approaching any sort of large party to do this type of integration where there's IP involved, or there's like a whole new sell for a whole new paradigm shift? What was the reaction? How did this came to be? Were there any concerns? What did you address? Like that whole backstory of how this actually finalized. We'd love to learn more.
Yeah, I mean, it took well over a year. So we started talking to them early 2018 in the beginning of CryptoKitties, and then we signed the deal sort of mid 2019. And then it took a year to actually build a product. So it took a year, but they were great. I mean, they were super sophisticated, brought like a multidisciplinary team to the table. And our philosophy was, look, we're a startup. We're not going to pitch you on working with us. It's, do you want to do this together or not? And we're going to work with one partner, and it's going to be the one partner that works with us most closely and is sort of most understanding that this is a new technology. There are risks. The timelines might change. We have to change which blockchain we're going to build on halfway through, and all of the things that means. And so it was much more important to us that we find the right partner, and it just happened to be also the best partner because NBA is huge, it's global, it's culturally relevant, it's the younger fan base, crypto savvy, and so it worked out. But my advice to startups out there is do not go bet your company on an IP partner unless they're not gonna treat you like a t-shirt company, right? There's a high degree of risk in licensing IP and building new kinds of products, and it's very important to work with the right partner.
No, it's amazing, and sort of this is kind of what you talked about, where this took quite some time to kind of work out the details for, and sort of that's the same transition where you thought about Flow itself. Give us an overview of what Flow is and sort of how you came to be, how it came to launch the blockchain and sort of where it's headed now as a platform.
Yeah, for sure. And look, like I'm a huge fan of Ethereum. I hold ETH as probably everyone here. And our philosophy was just we built Dapper Wallet on Ethereum. We built Cheese Wizards and maintain CryptoKitties on Ethereum. And the idea was, look, there's so many people that want to use Ethereum. There's DeFi products, there's traders, and they're spending a lot of money to use Ethereum. So if we want to have very cheap, high volume, high number of people, but maybe each individual transaction is cents or dollars, then we're going to need to figure something else out. And so we looked into layer 2 solutions. We looked into, we talked to every single person building layer 1 blockchains. And I think personally, I'm all for competition and like finding different ways up the mountain. And so our perspective was, look, we're the only ones that have built, out of all the people building platforms, we're the only ones that have built apps on top of the platforms. And so we have kind of this just PTSD and pain of sort of, you know, what we want to do different. And nobody's really listening to us because they're like, what do you cat guys know about, you know, how a blockchain should work, or how these you know, highly important payment systems should work. And so we said, well, you know, and we didn't take it lightly, right? We had a team that did research for a year. We have advisors like Dan Bonet at Stanford. We worked very closely with the Andreessen Crypto team, tried to get everybody's advice and sort of, and with Flow, it's a fundamentally different architecture. It's not like we copy pasted some code and said, hey, you know, we just called it Flow. It's a new approach to scaling blockchains, and we think it's a better approach for consumer products. And so we want to, you know, put it out in the market and see what people think.
That's a wonderful overview, and I feel like, especially with Top Shots, it's working, and you can see this firsthand. One other thing you just sort of mentioned is that the NBA deal and Top Shot took quite some time, and your initial pitch was you want to work together, and that sort of kept everything serial versus parallel, or just being able to do more. How do you actually think about that now moving forward? Like, is kind of the approach to work with another partner for however long it takes and then move on to the next? How do you kind of balance that with like what a product is versus like where Flow should be headed? Just a little bit more insight into that would be amazing.
Yeah, look, it's hard. You know, everybody wants to do NFTs now, from like, you know, supermarket companies to politicians to, you know, everyone in between. And so I think for us is we got to stay focused. And the things we want to stay focused on are making sure Top Shot is the best product it can be, and making sure Flow is the best platform it can be. And so the goal, the only way we can help everybody is to say, well, we'll give advice away, you know, tweet and sort of, you know, anyone who wants to, any entrepreneur working in this space, happy to, you know, I'm doing angel investments on companies building on any platform, you know, just to see sort of more people come into that and taking swings. But the biggest thing is helping others be successful on Flow, because we think, you know, the tools are enabled that other people should be able to build billion-dollar companies, billion-dollar brands, not just licensing from brands, but creating their own companies. What's the next CryptoKitties? What's the Fart app for blockchain? We want it to be on Flow, and we want to support and make that happen. So, you know, we're not trying to build everything. In fact, we're trying to find partners that are saying, hey, I want to be this sort of Lego piece in the Flow ecosystem, because I want to serve consumers too. And that's kind of our mode, is finding others who want to serve the same customers we want to serve, and then say, hey, you want to build that? Great. We're not going to build that. In fact, you know, if it's a sort of infrastructure thing, we'll use yours, because, you know, we have so much stuff we're already doing. We don't need to maintain our own, like, you know, Access API, or our own, you know, minting service, or our own, I mean, even potentially marketplace, right? If you have a super advanced one with all of these sort of features, maybe we'll just use it. So, you know, we want to be kind of open to partnering with folks. And that's kind of our highest priority, is showing that it's not just a Dapper Labs thing. And it's also not just a major IP thing. You can do this if you have a group of users that have love for something, and then that sort of social value is expressed in the economic value of the crypto assets that sort of tie your ecosystem together. It's I mean, those words haven't been used together much, but like, that's a very obvious thing, and it will sort of be obvious as time goes on.
In Ethereum, and especially DeFi, we talk a lot about composability, and then this is another flavor of interoperability and composability, because I remember after CryptoKitties launched, where so many projects were fun, and some professional attempts of being able to anywhere from add a costume or a prop on an existing kitty, because you can merge contracts and read stuff. And I feel like, obviously the IP stuff aside, there's so many opportunities to make a whole big universe. You want to call it metaverse, you want to call it a much more collaborative open ecosystem. That's just, I think, getting started. And I was just curious to understand, like, how do you think about composability in general? Like, whether that's Flow or whether that's a specific product that you're working on, have your kind of thoughts changed over the past few years on composability here?
My thoughts have not changed. I think composability is as important to crypto as open source was to the internet. And in the sense that, you know, the first generation of internet applications were just websites, right? And it wasn't until there was enough maturity in open source that Twitter and Facebook and now Uber and all these things can sort of just build on the shoulders of giants and put new products out. Although, because these are closed, you know, they're still open source, but closed data. And so you still have to reinvent so much, and you can't fight the network effects that these big companies create. Well, that's what composability changes, right? The data is public. The customer is in charge. They can take their stuff anywhere they want. And that concept will create a whole new class of software that'll outcompete every single thing that's centralized, because it'll be exponentially faster. I mean, that's for sure. It's just a question of when, because I'll say this at an Ethereum conference, because most of the people watching this probably get it, but these concepts, most people are still in the website stage, right? They're like NFTs, right? It's .com. It's sort of the token becomes the thing rather than the application that the token is part of, in a sense. And so it'll take some time for people. So, but that's why we built Flow. The reason we think Flow is necessary is because every other blockchain to scale, they are using things like layer 2 or things like sharding and breaking up the network into smaller networks. And what that does is that makes composability harder. It forces you to be asynchronous, right? If I'm talking to you and you're on a different shard, I have to lock my thing up. You have to lock your thing up. We have to tell each other that things are locked. And it takes 7, 8 transactions, whereas right now it happens in one. And so I don't think there'll be one chain to rule them all, but I do think that large composable execution environments will hold network effects, almost like app stores or maybe like, I don't know what the analogy is, because it's actually freer than anything, right? It's still, you can move it to somewhere else. You can still have bridges. It's just one hop away, right? It's asynchrony versus synchrony. So it's like, it's fundamentally more open, but there are kind of huge benefits of if you're serving a common customer, your customer will be better off if the thing is on the same composable environment.
On the same intranet.
And in some senses, maybe, yeah. I don't know if internet's
not the best one, but I have a few more questions. We got one from the audience. So there's over 1,000 people that are participating and just watching the summit, which is kind of an experience time for just the public side of it. And then we have a little bit over 550 developers and creators and artists hacking for the weekend. And the question is there anything on your list of things that you would like to see people build for the hackathon on the theme of NFTs? I'm sure there's like a master list of cool, small projects you want to see, but we're curious if you can share a couple.
I would look, there's so much data out there in NFTs, and NFT collectors care about this stuff, like who owned the thing before I did, what else do they own? And like, I would love to see someone take a social approach to a block explorer, because like people go through Etherscan and they literally share screenshots of Etherscan, right? That's a thing in the crypto world, but that's not a thing in the normal world. And so, for example, what's happening in Top Shot is, if you buy a thing off of a player, it shows up as, hey, you bought it off of, Josh Hart or whoever. And that's viewed positively in sort of the Top Shot community. And it's almost like the player signed your thing, right? You got it off the player. They interact with it. So what's that equivalent, like not necessarily for NBA players, but for top collectors, for I don't know. I just think there's such a wealth of information in block explorers, and that's something I've been harping on for a little while.
That's awesome. So hopefully we'll see some attempts in 2 days on something like this, and I'll be sure to follow up if we do. And maybe one other question that I'll try my luck on. Any hints about what's coming after Top Shot?
Like I said, we want to do a good job with Top Shot, and we want to help others be successful on Flow. We've already announced, UFC is one of our big partners. Super excited about that. Dr. Seuss and others. There are a few Dr. Seuss-like things that are going to be lighter weight, maybe kind of even more mainstream, and so we're really excited about that. But kind of me personally, and what we're trying to put energy behind is, let's make some other folks successful on Flow, on Ethereum. Let's help sort of art cross the mainstream and be sort of something that has a lot of staying power.
I'll take it. One thing I've been asking almost all of our panelists today is, I think you sort of talked about, this is like the .com sort of stage of just what the internet was 20 years ago. And I think right now NFTs sort of are being treated as the same as just digital art. And obviously the surface is a lot larger than just it being art or sort of paintings or images. what do you kind of think the next kind of evolution of NFTs are? Like, do you think we need a better definition, or can you give us paint us a picture for what else kind of falls into the category of NFTs and what people should be excited about, and how big can this actually get?
I mean, I think you're already seeing NFTs as like promissory notes and insurance contracts and things, and this has been months ago. But like those kinds of things just don't capture popular imagination, right? And things that don't capture the imagination don't break through the noise that we all kind of live in with notifications and sort of the bubble that we already all have surrounded ourselves with. So I think that those things will happen, and real estate leases and like all these things are going to be non-fungible tokens. But I think the next big sort of mindset shift when people really start to understand the power of NFT is when you can use them in actual games, in sort of 3D worlds, like actual video games that millions of people use. If those assets start becoming real, then wow, like then those people's parents really understand it, right? And then those people already understand digital ownership, but now they understand wait a second, I could do this in Fortnite. Now this blockchain thing gives me this whole like series of rights, essentially, right? They're property rights. They're things that we consider almost inalienable in sort of the physical world. And then in the digital world, we're just happy sort of giving away everything to, the Facebooks or others of the world. So I think it's going to be games. I think that's going to change people's mindset on like what can be NFT, because if my digital land can be an NFT, why can't my physical land be an NFT? If my digital loan between you and me, that's that little promissory note, can be an NFT. Why can't my accountant sort of use that or whatnot? I just think there's going to be years of people having to experience things in games and virtual environments before they're comfortable, the late adopters, before they're comfortable putting, their wealth and sort of the things that they consider 401k and all this stuff, right? Like we forget that most people they're still in that sort of, most people here might have a big chunk of their wealth in crypto. Most people are like 1 to 5%, even if they have any, and so it's sort of a, and the other thing I was like saying is that people that wanted to get into crypto because of anyone who isn't scared of crypto in some ways is already in crypto, because you've seen it go like that for a decade now. I mean, why wouldn't you be in, unless for other reasons, like you're afraid of it, you think it's a scam, you think it's, it's not legitimate, no one's taking the time to explain it to you. And so like, that's a big part of, I think the thing we can all do and the products we build is make it usable and sort of bring people in without them even noticing.
That's absolutely wonderful. That's a really cool perspective. And I feel like I've seen you sort of answer this differently in a few other interviews. So what I'll kind of say is there is not even just Top Shot, there's so much activity happening in this space right now. The past 3 or 4 months have just been absolutely kind of exponential on the interest that's happened in this space. And if someone were to ask you, is this a bubble? How do you kind of think about this and how do you respond?
Yeah, look, I answer it differently every time. I mean, in general, I think it's interviews work better if you're more authentic rather than sort of prepared and whatnot. But the bubble thing, look, like everything's a bubble now in some ways. But then, in what denomination are you, or in what sort of currency are you denominating the bubble? And that's the biggest bubble of all. And so, what does it actually mean for us as entrepreneurs and builders? I'm not sure. I think what I'm trying to do is sort of put the problem right now is that in these current environments, everything works. Whether you put up, pixelated anything, or you work with any celebrity with any Twitter following, you put something on, people will buy it. And like, that's not a good, you can do that to sort of make hay while the sun shines. But I think it's good to focus on, hey, what's coming over the horizon? What are the fundamentals? And let's sort of ignore the noise and skate to where the puck is going. And so in some senses, I don't care if it's a bubble or not. I think if you're an entrepreneur, you should raise money right now. That's one, like, is it a bubble? Well, you should raise money. So maybe that's the answer. But look, I think Fred Ehrsam put this really well. Peak euphoria helps people see the future. And like right now is a time when people are sort of, poking their head up and be like, wait a second, all of these things that we took for granted, maybe we shouldn't take them for granted. And that process is going to work several months, and people's minds will be blown that wait a second, we can have software that we can have a stake in. And DAOs haven't even started going to public consciousness. The idea that as individuals, we don't need anybody to help us govern a thing. We can govern it directly, right? Like ancient Greece democracy instead of, whatever system we have today. But then people are going to realize, wait a second, the tech's still not there yet. We still need mass adoption, right? Like you need a billion wallets in a billion people's pockets before they can start voting on things, right? Like it's going to take a little bit of time to sort of deliver what people expect. But that's the good thing about entrepreneurs. We can sort of ignore the surface sort of waves and just, keep swimming towards the right destination. I'm mixing all the analogies today.
This is working really well in your favor, so don't worry. I think one of the other answers you've kind of talked about in the past is that I think in most cases bubble imply an exit, and if you talk to a lot of people, especially the ones that are collecting it, they're not interested in selling. They legitimately want it, and the demand is for people wanting to own it, not because they can get like direct money from it or they want to flip it. And that's been the change that it's very noticeable if you have seen the past few years of how the space has evolved. And to me, that's a really good sign on seeing this actually becoming more mainstream. And Top Shot is definitely one of the key players in making that possible and putting that in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, NFTs, to be clear, NFTs are the least bubbly of the bubble that I believe in, despite the high numbers. Yeah.
That's absolutely fair. That's all I had, honestly. I feel like this is a pretty good note to end on. I don't want to jump into a bunch of other tangents. I feel like my takeaway from this entire conversation is that you started from an experiment and that became a feature that we're all here experiencing. And on top of all of that, I feel like gaming and just the thought that's been put into designing these products has sort of become, I feel like, the de facto way of getting people to care about decentralization without having to worry about the technicality of what that means. And to me, that's absolutely incredible.
Yep, it all started at ETH Global Hackathons.
So I can't wait to see what comes out this weekend. We have 500 people specifically building in this realm. And let's hope the next few years are set up for even a much bigger wave of creative ideas. So Roham, thank you so much for chatting with us today. And we'll be sure to tell you what comes out of this.
Awesome. Take care, everybody.
So much. And with that, we are finally at an end for our NFT Summit. I want to especially thank Zora for being our presenting sponsor and being with us on helping curate this content and all the talks that we've done together. I want to thank all few hundred of you who've been around this entire day, interacting with us, talking to us on Discord and on our TV chat. And just what I'll do is I'll just stop talking. And I want to just say thank you so much and happy hacking. We'll all be on Discord now. There'll be a lot of talks still going on today and tomorrow, but we'll see all of you back here on Sunday with our finalists for this hackathon. So thanks so much, and I hope you have a great rest of the weekend, and happy hacking one more time.